Chapter 40 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 40. Two Ambitions That Wish to Pass for Two Loves. When Jeanne returned to her pretty little house in the Faubourg, it was still early, so she took a pen and wrote a few rapid lines, enclosed them in a perfumed envelope, and rang the bell. "Take this letter to Monseigneur the Cardinal de Rohan," she said. In 5 minutes the man returned. "Well," said Madame de la Motte impatiently, "why are you not gone?" "Just as I left the house, Madame, His Eminence came to the door. I told him I was about to go to his hotel with a letter from you. He read it, and is now waiting to come in." "Let him enter," said the Countess. Jeanne had been thinking all the way home of the beautiful necklace, and wishing it was hers. It would be a fortune in itself. The Cardinal entered. He also was full of desires and ambitions, which he wished to hide under the mask of love. "Ah, dear Jeanne," said he, "you have really become so necessary to me that I have been gloomy all day, knowing you to be so far off. But you have returned from Versailles?" "As you see, Monseigneur." "And content?" "Enchanted." "The Queen received you, then?" "I was introduced immediately on my arrival." "You were fortunate. I suppose from your triumphant air that she spoke to you." "I passed 3 hours in Her Majesty's cabinet." 3 hours! You are really an enchantress whom no one can resist. But perhaps you exaggerate. 3 hours, he repeated. How many things a clever woman like you might say in 3 hours. "Oh, I assure you, Monseigneur, that I did not waste my time. I dare say that in a whole 3 hours you did not once think of me." "Ungrateful man!" "Really," cried the Cardinal, "I did more than think of you, I spoke of you." "Spoke of me? To whom?" asked the prelate, in a voice from which all his power over himself could not banish some emotion. "To whom should it be but to the Queen?" "Ah, dear Countess, tell me about it. I interest myself so much in all that concerns you that I should like to hear the most minute details." Jeanne smiled. She knew what interested the Cardinal as well as he did himself. Then she related to him all the circumstances which had so fortunately made her, from a stranger, almost the friend and confidant of the Queen. Scarcely had she finished when the servant entered to announce supper. Jeanne invited the Cardinal to accompany her. He gave her his arm, and they went in together. During supper the Cardinal continued to drink in long draughts of love and hope from the recitals which Jeanne kept making to him from time to time. He remarked also with surprise that, instead of making herself sought like a woman that knows that you have need of her, she had thrown off all her former pride, and only seemed anxious to please him. She did the honours of her table as if she had all her life mixed in the highest circles. There was neither awkwardness nor embarrassment. "Countess," said he at length, "there are 2 women in you." "How so?" "One of yesterday and another of today." "And which does your Excellency prefer?" "I do not know, but at least the one of this evening is a Circe, a something irresistible." "And which you will not attempt to resist, I hope, prince as you are." The Cardinal imprinted a long kiss on her hand. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 41. Faces Under Their Masks. 2 hours had elapsed, and the conversation still continued. The Cardinal was now the slave, and Jeanne was triumphant. 2 men often deceive each other as they shake hands, and a man and a woman as they kiss, but here each only deceived the other because they wished to be deceived. Each had an end to gain, and for that end intimacy was necessary. The Cardinal now did not demonstrate his impatience, but always managed to bring back the conversation to Versailles and to the honours which awaited the Queen's new favourite. "She is generous," said he, "and spares nothing towards those she loves. She has the rare talent of giving a little to everyone and a great deal to a few." "You think, then, she is rich?" "She makes resources with a word or a smile. No minister, except perhaps Turgot, ever refused her anything." "Well," said Madame de la Motte, "I have seen her poorer than you think." "What do you mean? Are those rich who are obliged to impose privations on themselves?" "Privations? What do you mean, dear Countess?" "I will tell you what I saw. I saw the Queen suffer. Do you know what a woman's desire is, my dear Prince?" No, Countess, but I should like you to tell me. Well, the Queen has a desire which she cannot satisfy. For what? For a diamond necklace. Oh, I know what you mean, the diamonds of Messieurs BOEHMER and BOSSANGE. Precisely. That is an old story, Countess. Old or new, it is a real vexation for a queen not to be able to buy what was intended for a simple favourite. 15 more days added to the life of Louis XV, and Jeanne Vaubernier would have had what Marie Antoinette cannot buy. My dear Countess, you mistake. The Queen could have had it, and she refused it. The King offered them to her. And he recounted the history of the ship of war. Well, said she, after all, what does that prove? That she did not want them, it seems to me. Jeanne shrugged her shoulders. You know women in courts, and believe that? The Queen wanted to do a popular act, and she has done it. Good, said the Cardinal. That is how you believe in the royal virtues. Ah, skeptic, St. Thomas was credulous compared to you. Skeptic or not, I can assure you of one thing, that the Queen had no sooner refused it than she earnestly desired to have it. You imagine all this, my dear Countess. For if the Queen has one quality more than another, it is disinterestedness. She does not care for gold or jewels, and likes a simple flower as well as a diamond. I do not know that, I only know she wishes for this necklace. Prove it, Countess. It is easy. I saw the necklace, and touched it. Where? At Versailles, when the jewellers brought it for the last time, to try and tempt the Queen. And is it beautiful? Marvellous. I, who am a woman, think that one might lose sleep and appetite in wishing for it. Alas, why have I not a vessel to give the King? A vessel? Yes, for in return he would give me the necklace, and then you could eat and sleep in peace. You laugh. No, really. Well, I will tell you something that will astonish you. I would not have the necklace. So much the better, Countess, for I could not give it to you. Neither you nor anyone. That is what the Queen feels. But I tell you that the King offered it to her, and I tell you that women like best those presents that come from people from whom they are not forced to accept them. I do not understand you. Well, never mind, and after all, what does it matter to you since you cannot have it? Oh, if I were king and you were queen, I would force you to have it. Well, without being king, oblige the Queen to have it, and see if she is angry as you suppose she would be. The Cardinal looked at her with wonder. You are sure, said he, that you are not deceived, and that the Queen wishes for it? Intensely. Listen, dear Prince. Did you tell me, or where did I hear it, that you would like to be minister? You may have heard me say so, Countess. Well, I bet that the Queen would make that man a minister, who would place the necklace on her toilette within a week. Oh, Countess. I say what I think. Would you rather I kept silent? Certainly not. However, it does not concern you, after all. It is absurd to suppose that you would throw away $1.5 million on a royal caprice. That would be paying too dearly for the portfolio, which you ought to have for nothing, so think no more of what I have said. The Cardinal continued silent and thoughtful. Ah, you despise me now, continued she. You think I judge the Queen by myself. So I do. I thought she wanted these diamonds, because she sighed as she looked at them, and because in her place I should have coveted them. You are an adorable woman, Countess. You have, by a wonderful combination, softness of mind and strength of heart. Sometimes you are so little of a woman that I am frightened. At others, so charmingly so that I bless heaven and you for it. And now we will talk of business no more. So be it, thought Jeanne, but I believe the bait has taken nevertheless. Indeed, although the Cardinal said, speak of it no more, in a few minutes he asked, does not BOEHMER live somewhere on the Quai de la Ferraille, near the Pont Neuf? Yes, you are right. I saw the name on the door as I drove along. Jeanne was not mistaken. The fish had taken the hook. And the next morning the Cardinal drove to Monsieur BOEHMER. He intended to preserve his incognito, but they knew him and called him Monseigneur directly. Well, gentlemen, said he, if you know me, keep my secret from others. Monseigneur may rely upon us, but what can we do for your eminence? I come to buy the necklace, which you showed her Majesty. Really, we are in despair, but it is too late. How so? It is sold. Impossible, as you offered it only yesterday to the Queen, who again refused it, so our other bargain held good. And with whom was this other bargain? It is secret, Monseigneur. Too many secrets, Monsieur BOEHMER, he said, rising. But I should have thought that a French jeweller would prefer selling these beautiful stones in France. You prefer Portugal. Very well." "Monseigneur knows that," cried the jeweller. "Well, is that astonishing?" No one knew it but the Queen. "And if that were so," said M. de Rohan, without contradicting a supposition that flattered him, "ah, that would change matters." "Why so, sir?" "May I speak freely?" "Certainly. The Queen wishes for the necklace." "You think so?" "I am sure of it." "Then why did she not buy it?" "Because she had already refused the king, and she thought it would look capricious to buy it now." "But the king wished her to have it." "Yes, but he thanked her for refusing. Therefore I think she wishes to have it without seeming to buy it." "Well, you are wrong, sir." "I am sorry for it, Monseigneur. It would have been our only excuse for breaking our word to the Portuguese ambassador." The cardinal reflected for a moment. "Then, sir, let us suppose that the Queen wishes for your necklace." "Oh, in that case, Monseigneur, we would break through anything that she should have it." "What is the price?" 1,500,000 francs. "How do you want payment?" The Portuguese was to give 100,000 francs down, and I was to take the necklace myself to Lisbon, where the balance was to be paid. "Well, the 100,000 francs down you shall have. That is reasonable. As for the rest—" "Your Eminence wishes for time? With such a guarantee we should not object. Only credit implies a loss. The interest of our money must be considered." "Well, call it 1,600 francs, and divide the time of payment into 3 periods, making a year." "That would be a loss to us, sir." "Oh, nonsense! If I paid you the whole amount tomorrow, you would hardly know what to do with it." "There are 2 of us, Monseigneur." "Well, you will receive 500,000 francs every 4 months. That ought to satisfy you." "Monseigneur forgets that these diamonds do not belong to us. If they did, we should be rich enough to wait. They belong to a dozen different creditors. We got some from Hamburg, some from Naples, one at Buenos Aires, and one at Moscow. All these people wait for the sale of the necklace to be paid. The profit that we make is all that will be ours, and we have already had it 2 years on hand." M. de Rohan interrupted him. "After all," said he, "I have not seen the necklace." "True, Monseigneur, here it is." "It is really superb," cried the cardinal. "Is it a bargain?" "Yes, Monseigneur. I must go to the ambassador and excuse myself." "I did not think there was a Portuguese ambassador just now." "M. de Souza arrived incognito." "To buy this necklace?" "Yes, Monseigneur." "Oh, poor Souza, I know him well," said he, laughing. "With whom am I to conclude the transaction?" asked M. BOEHMER. "With myself. You will see no one else. Tomorrow I will bring the 100,000 francs, and will sign the agreement. And as you are a man of secrets, M. BOEHMER, remember that you now possess an important one." "Monseigneur, I feel it, and will merit your confidence, and the Queen's." M. de Rohan went away happy, like all men who ruin themselves in a transport of passion. The next day, M. BOEHMER went to the hotel of the Portuguese ambassador. At the moment he knocked at the door, M. Beausire was going through some accounts with M. DUCORNEAU, while Don Manuel was talking over some new plan with the valet, his associate. M. DUCORNEAU was charmed to find an ambassador so free from national prejudice as to have formed his whole establishment of Frenchmen. Thus his conversation was full of praises of him. "The Souzas, you see," replied Beausire, "are not of the old school of Portuguese. They are great travellers, very rich, who might be kings if they liked." "And do they not?" "Why should they? With a certain number of millions, and the name of a prince, one is better than a king. Ah, Portugal would soon become great with such men at its head. But when is the presentation to take place? It is most anxiously looked for. The people around begin to talk of it and to collect about the doors of the hotel, as though they were of glass, and they could see through." "Do you mean the people of the neighbourhood?" asked Beausire. "And others. For the mission of M. de Souza being a secret one, you may be sure the police would soon interest themselves about it. And look," continued DUCORNEAU, leading Beausire to the window. "Do you see that man in the brown surtout? How he looks at the house?" "Yes, he does indeed. Who do you take him to be?" "Probably a spy of M. de Crosne. However, between ourselves, M. de Crosne is not equal to M. Sartine. Did you know him?" "No." "Ah, he would have found out all about you long ago, in spite of all your precautions." A bell rang. "His Excellency rings," said Beausire, who was beginning to feel embarrassed by the conversation, and opening the door quickly, He nearly knocked down 2 of the clerks who were listening. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 42, in which M. DUCORNEAU understands nothing of what is passing. Don Manuel was less yellow than usual, that is to say, he was more red. He had just been having a fierce altercation with his valet, and they were still disputing when Beausire entered. "Come, Monsieur Beausire, and set us right," said the valet. "About what?" "This 100,000 francs. It is the property of the association, is it not?" "Certainly." "Ah, Monsieur Beausire agrees with me." "Wait," said Don Manuel. "Well then," continued the valet, "the chest ought not to be kept close to the ambassador's room." "Why not?" asked Beausire. "Monsieur Manuel ought to give us each a key to it." "Not so," said Manuel. "Do you suspect me of wishing to rob the association? I may equally suspect you when you ask for a key." "But," said the valet, "we have all equal rights." "Really, monsieur, if you wish to make us all equal, we ought to have played the ambassador in turn. It would have been less plausible in the eyes of the public, but it would have satisfied you." "And besides," said Beausire, "Monsieur Manuel has the incontestable privilege of the inventor." "Oh," replied the valet, "the thing once started, there are no more privileges. I do not speak for myself only. All our comrades think the same." "They are wrong," said both Manuel and Beausire. "I was wrong myself to take the opinion of Monsieur Beausire. Of course, the secretary supports the ambassador." "Monsieur," replied Beausire, "you are a knave whose ears I would slit, if it had not already been done too often. You insult me by saying that I have an understanding with Manuel." "And me also," said Manuel. "And I demand satisfaction," added Beausire. "Oh, I am no fighter." "So I see," said Beausire, seizing hold of him. "Help, help!" cried the valet, attacked at once by both of them. But just then they heard a bell ring. "Leave him, and let him open the door," said Manuel. "Our comrades shall hear all this," replied the valet. "Tell them what you please, we will answer for our conduct." "Monsieur BOEHMER," cried the porter from below. "Well, we shall have no more contests about the 100,000 francs," said Manuel, "for they will disappear with Monsieur BOEHMER." Monsieur BOEHMER entered, followed by BOSSANGE. Both looked humble and embarrassed. BOEHMER began and explained that political reasons would prevent their fulfilling their contract. Manuel cried out angrily. Beausire looked fierce. Manuel said that the bargain was completed and the money ready. BOEHMER persisted. Manuel, always through Beausire, replied that his government had been apprised of the conclusion of the bargain, and that it was an insult to his queen to break it off. Monsieur BOEHMER was very sorry, but it was impossible to act otherwise. Beausire, in Manuel's name, refused to accept the retraction, and abused Monsieur BOEHMER as a man without faith, and ended by saying, "You have found someone to pay more for it." The jewellers coloured. Beausire saw that he was right, and feigned to consult his ambassador. "Well," said he at length, "if another will give you more for your diamonds, we would have to do the same, rather than have this affront offered to our queen. Will you take 50,000 francs more?" BOEHMER shook his head. 100 or even 150,000, continued Beausire, willing to offer anything rather than lose the booty. The jewellers looked dazzled for a moment, consulted together, and then said, "No, monsieur, it is useless to tempt us. A will more powerful than our own compels us to decline. You understand, no doubt, that it is not we who refuse. We only obey the orders of one greater than any of us." Beausire and Manuel saw that it was useless to say more, and tried to look and speak indifferently on the matter. Meanwhile the valet had been listening attentively, and just then, making an unlucky movement, stumbled against the door. Beausire ran to the antechamber. "What on earth are you about?" cried he. "Monsieur, I bring the morning dispatches." "Good," said Beausire, taking them from him. "Now go." They were letters from Portugal, generally very insignificant, but which, passing through their hands before going to DUCORNEAU, often gave them useful information about the affairs of the embassy. The jewellers, hearing the word dispatches, rose to leave like men who had received their congé. "Well," said Manuel, when they were gone, "we are completely beaten. Only 100,000 francs, a poor spoil. We shall have but 8,000 each. It is not worth the trouble, but it might be 50,000 each. Good, replied Manuel, but the valet will never leave us now he knows this affair has failed. Oh, I know how we will manage him. He will return immediately and claim his share and that of his comrades, and we shall have the whole house on our hands. Well, I will call him first to a secret conference, then leave me to act. I think I understand, said Manuel. Neither, however, would leave his friend alone with the chest while he went to call him. Manuel said that his dignity as ambassador prevented him from taking such a step. You are not ambassador to him, said Beausire. However, I will call through the window. The valet, who was just beginning a conversation with the porter, hearing himself called, came up. Beausire said to him with a smiling air, I suppose you were telling this business to the porter? Oh, no. Are you sure? I swear. For if you were committing a great folly, and have lost a great deal of money. How so? Why, at present only we three know the secret, and could divide the 100,000 francs between us, as they all now think we have given it to M. Baumet. Morbleu, cried the valet, it is true, 33,300 francs each. Then you accept? I should think so. I said you were a rogue, said Beausire in a thundering voice. Come, Don Manuel, help me to seize this man and give him up to our associates. Pardon, pardon, cried the unfortunate. I did but jest. Shut him up until we can devise his punishment. The man began to cry out. Take care, said Beausire, that DUCORNEAU does not hear us. If you do not leave me alone, said the valet, I will denounce you all. And I will strangle you, said Don Manuel, trying to push him into a neighboring closet. Send away DUCORNEAU somewhere, Beausire, while I finish this fellow. When he had locked him up, he returned to the room. Beausire was not there. Don Manuel felt tempted. He was alone, and Beausire might be some little time. He could open the chest, take out all the banknotes, and be off in 2 minutes. He ran to the room where it was. The door was locked. Ah, thought he, Beausire distrusted me and locked the door before he went. He forced back the lock with his sword, and then uttered a terrible cry. The chest was opened and empty. Beausire had got, as we know, a second key. He had forestalled Manuel. Manuel ran down like a madman. The porter was singing at the door. He asked if Beausire had passed. Yes, some 10 minutes ago. Manuel became furious, summoned them all, and ran to release the unfortunate valet. But when he told his story, Manuel was accused of being an accomplice of Beausire, and they all turned against him. M. DUCORNEAU felt ready to faint when he entered and saw the men preparing to hang M. de Souza. Hang M. de Souza, cried he. It is high treason. At last they threw him into a cellar, fearing his cries would arouse the neighborhood. At that moment loud knocks at the door disturbed them. They looked at each other in dismay. The knocks were repeated, and someone cried, Open, in the name of the Portuguese ambassador. On hearing this, each made his escape in terror, as best he could, scrambling over walls and roofs. The true ambassador could only enter by the help of the police. They found and arrested M. DUCORNEAU, who slept that night in the Châtelet. Thus ended the adventure of the sham embassy from Portugal. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 43. Illusions and Realities. Beausire, on leaving the house, ran as fast as possible down the Rue Coquillière, then into the Rue Saint-Honoré, and took everywhere the most intricate and improbable turnings he could think of, and continued this until he became quite exhausted. Then, thinking himself tolerably safe, he sat down in the corn market on a sack to recover his breath. Ah, thought he, now I have made my fortune. I will be an honest man for the future, and I will make OLIVA an honest woman. She is beautiful, and she will not mind leading a retired life with me in some province, where we shall live like lords. She is very good. She has but 2 faults, idleness and pride. And as I shall satisfy her on both these points, she will be perfect. He then began to reflect on what he should do next. They would seek him, of course, and most likely divide into different parties, and some would probably go first to his own house. Here lay his great difficulty, for there they would find OLIVA, and they might ill-treat her. They might even take her as a hostage, speculating on his love for her. What should he do? Love carried the day. He ran off again like lightning, took a coach, and drove to the Pont Neuf. He then looked cautiously down the Rue Dauphine to reconnoitre, and he saw two men who seemed almost looking anxiously down the street. He thought they were police spies, but that was nothing uncommon in that part of the town, so bending his back and walking lamely for disguise, he went on till he nearly reached his house. Suddenly he thought he saw the coat of a gendarme in the courtyard. Then he saw one at the window of Oliva's room. He felt ready to drop, but he thought his best plan was to walk quietly on. He had that courage, and passed the house. Heavens, what a sight! The yard was full of soldiers, and among them a police commissioner. Beausir's rapid glance showed him what he thought disappointed faces. He thought that M. de Crosne had somehow begun to suspect him, and, sending to take him, had found only Oliva. I cannot help her now, thought he. I should only lose my money, and destroy us both. No, let me place that in safety, and then I will see what can be done. He therefore ran off again, taking his way almost mechanically towards the Luxembourg. But as he turned the corner of the Rue Saint-Germain, he was almost knocked down by a handsome carriage, which was driving towards the Rue Dauphine, and raising his head to swear at the coachman, he thought he saw Oliva inside, talking with much animation to a handsome man who sat by her. He gave a cry of surprise, and would have run after it, but he could not again encounter the Rue Dauphine. He felt bewildered, for he had before settled that Oliva had been arrested in her own house, and he fancied his brain must be turning when he believed he saw her in the carriage. But he started off again and took refuge in a small cabaret at the Luxembourg, where the hostess was an old friend. There he began to recover again his courage and hope. He thought the police would not find him, and that his money was safe. He remembered also that Oliva had committed no crime, and that the time was past when people were kept prisoners for nothing. He also thought that his money would soon obtain her release, even if she were sent to prison, and he would then set off with her for Switzerland. Such were his dreams and projects as he sat sipping his wine. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 44. Oliva begins to ask what they want of her. If M. de Beausire had trusted to his eyesight, which was excellent, instead of trusting his imagination, he would have spared himself much regret and many mistakes. It was, in fact, Oliva who sat in the carriage by the side of a man whom he would also have recognized if he had looked a little longer. She had gone that morning as usual to take a walk in the gardens of the Luxembourg, where she had met the strange friend whose acquaintance she had made the day of the ball at the opera. It was just as she was about to return that he appeared before her, and said, "Where are you going?" "Home, monsieur. Just what the people want who are waiting there for you." "Waiting for me? No one is there for me." "Oh yes, a dozen visitors at least." "A whole regiment, perhaps," said Oliva, laughing. Perhaps, had it been possible to send a whole regiment, they would have done so. "You astonish me." "You would be far more astonished if I let you go." "Why?" "Because you would be arrested." "I? Arrested?" "Assuredly. The 12 gentlemen who wait for you are sent by M. de Crosne." Oliva trembled. Some people are always fearful on certain points. But she said, "I have done nothing. Why should they arrest me?" "For some intrigue, perhaps." "I have none." "But you have had." "Oh, perhaps." "Well, perhaps they are wrong to wish to arrest you, but the fact is that they do desire to do so. Will you still go home?" "You deceive me," said Oliva. "If you know anything, tell me at once. Is it not Beausire they want?" "Perhaps he may have a conscience less clear than yours." "Poor fellow. Pity him if you like, but if he is taken, there is no need for you to be taken too." "What interest have you in protecting me?" asked she. "It is not natural for a man like you. I would not lose time if I were you. They are very likely to seek you here, finding you did not return." "How should they know I am here?" "Are you not always here? My carriage is close by, if you will come with me, but I see you doubt still." "Yes." "Well, we will commit an imprudence to convince you. We will drive past your house, and when you have seen these gentlemen there, I think you will better appreciate my good offices." He led her to the carriage and drove to the Rue Dauphine, at the corner of which they passed Beausire. Had Oliva seen him, doubtless she would have abandoned everything to fly with him and share his fate, whatever it might be. But Cagliostro, who did see him, took care to engage her attention by showing her the crowd, which was already in sight, and which was waiting to see what the police would do. When Oliva could distinguish the soldiers who filled her house, she threw herself into the arms of her protector in despair. "Save me, save me!" she cried. He pressed her hand. "I promise you. But they will find me out anywhere. Not where I shall take you. They will not seek you at my house." "Oh," cried she, frightened, "am I to go home with you?" "You are foolish," said he. "I am not your lover, and do not wish to become so. If you prefer a prison, you are free to choose." "No," replied she. "I trust myself to you. Take me where you please." He conducted her to the Rue Neuve Saint-Gilles, into a small room on the second floor. "How triste," said she, "here without liberty, and without even a garden to walk in." "You are right," said he. "Besides, my people would see you here at last, and would betray me, perhaps." "No fear of that, but I will look out for another abode for you. I do not mean you to remain here." Oliva was consoled. Besides, she found amusing books and easy chairs. He left her, saying, "If you want me, ring. I will come directly, if I am at home." "Ah," cried she, "get me some news of Beausire, before everything." Then as he went down, he said to himself, "It will be a profanation to lodge her in that house in the Rue Saint-Claude, but it is important that no one should see her, and there no one will, so I will extinguish the last spark of my old light." End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 45. The Deserted House. When Cagliostro arrived at the deserted house in the Rue Saint-Claude, with which our readers are already acquainted, it was getting dark, and but few people were to be seen in the streets. Cagliostro drew a key from his pocket and applied it to the lock, but the door was swollen with the damp and stiff with age, and it required all his strength to open it. The courtyard was overgrown with moss, the steps crumbling away. All looked desolate and deserted. He entered the hall and lighted a lamp which he had brought with him. He felt a strange agitation as he approached the door which he had so often entered to visit Lorenza. A slight noise made his heart beat quickly. He turned and saw an adder gliding down the staircase. It disappeared in a hole near the bottom. He entered the room. It was empty, but in the grate still lay some ashes, the remains of the furniture which had adorned it, and which he had burned there. Among it, several pieces of gold and silver still sparkled. As he turned, he saw something glittering on the floor. He picked it up. It was one of those silver arrows with which the Italian women were in the habit of confining their hair. He pressed it to his lips, and a tear stood in his eyes as he murmured, "Lorenza." It was but for a moment. Then he opened the window and threw it out, saying to himself, "Adieu, this last souvenir which would soften me. This house is about to be profaned. Another woman will ascend the staircase, and perhaps even into this room, where Lorenza's last sigh still vibrates. But to serve my end the sacrifice shall be made. I must, however, have some alterations made." He then wrote on his tablets the following words: "To Monsieur Lenoir, my architect, clean out the court and vestibule, restore the coach-house and stable, and demolish the interior of the pavilion, to be done in 8 days. And now let us see," said he to himself, "if we can perfectly distinguish the window of the Countess. It is infallible," said he, after looking out. "The women must see each other." The next day 50 workmen had invaded the house, and commenced the projected alterations, which were completed within the given time. Some of the passers-by saw a large rat hung up by the tail. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 46. Jeanne the Protectress. Monsieur le Cardinal de Rohan received, 2 days after his visit to Monsieur BOEHMER, the following note: "His Eminence the Cardinal de Rohan, knows doubtless where he will sup this evening." "From the little countess," said he. "I will go." Among the footmen given to her by the cardinal, Jeanne had distinguished one, black-haired and dark-eyed, and, as she thought, active and intelligent. She set this man to watch the cardinal, and learned from him that he had been twice to M. Baume's. Therefore she concluded the necklace was bought, and yet he had not communicated it to her. She frowned at the thought, and wrote the note, which we have seen. M. de Rohan sent before him a basket of Tokay and other rarities, just as if he was going to sup with La Guimard or Mademoiselle d'Anqueville. Jeanne determined not to use any of it at supper. When they were alone, she said to him, "Really, Monseigneur, one thing afflicts me." "What, Countess?" "To see not only that you no longer love me, but that you never have loved me." "Oh, Countess, how can you say so?" "Do not make excuses, Monseigneur, it would be lost time." "Oh, Countess." "Do not be uneasy, I am quite indifferent about it now." "Whether I love you or not?" "Yes, because I do not love you." "That is not flattering." "Indeed, we are not exchanging compliments, but facts. We have never loved each other." "Oh, as for myself, I cannot allow that. I have a great affection for you, Countess." "Come, Monseigneur, let us esteem each other enough to speak the truth, and that is, that there is between us a much stronger bond than love. That is, interest." "Oh, Countess, what a shame!" "Monseigneur, if you are ashamed, I am not." "Well, Countess, supposing ourselves interested, how can we serve each other? First, Monseigneur, I wish to ask you a question. Why have you failed in confidence towards me?" "I? How so, pray? Will you deny that, after skilfully drawing from me the details, which I confess I was not unwilling to give you, concerning the desire of a certain great lady for a certain thing, you have taken means to gratify that desire without telling me? Countess, you are a real enigma, a sphinx." "Oh, no enigma, Cardinal. I speak of the Queen, and of the diamonds which you bought yesterday of Messieurs Baume and Bossange." "Countess," cried he, growing pale. "Oh, do not look so frightened," continued she. "Did you not conclude your bargain yesterday?" He did not speak, but looked uncomfortable and half angry. She took his hand. "Pardon, Prince," said she, "but I wish to show you your mistake about me. You believe me foolish and spiteful." "Oh, Countess, now I understand you perfectly. I expected to find you a pretty woman and a clever one, but you are better than this. Listen to me. You have, you say, been willing to become my friend without loving me?" "I repeat it," replied she. "Then you had some object?" "Assuredly. Do you wish me to tell it to you?" "No, I understand it. You wish to make my fortune. That once done, you are sure that my first care would be for yours. Am I right?" "Yes, Monseigneur, but I have not pursued my plans with any repugnance. The road has been a pleasant one." "You are an amiable woman, Countess, and it is a pleasure to discuss business with you. You have guessed rightly that I have a respectful attachment towards a certain person." "I saw it at the opera ball," she said. "I know well that this affection will never be returned." "Oh, a queen is only a woman, and you are surely equal to Cardinal Mazarin." "He was a very handsome man," said M. de Rohan, laughing. "And an excellent minister," said Jeanne. "Countess, it is superfluous trouble to talk to you. You guess and know everything. Yes, I do wish to become prime minister. Everything entitles me to it. My birth, my knowledge of business, my standing with foreign courts, and the affection which is felt for me by the French people." "There is but one obstacle," said Jeanne. "An antipathy. Yes, of the queen's, and the king always ends by liking what she likes and hating what she hates." "And she hates me? Be frank, Countess." "Well, Monseigneur, she does not love you." "Then I am lost. Of what use is the necklace?" "You deceive yourself, Prince. It is bought. At least it will show the Queen that you love her. You know, Monseigneur, we have agreed to call things by their right names." "Then you say you do not despise of seeing me one day Prime Minister?" "I am sure of it." "And what are your own ambitions?" "I will tell you, Prince, when you are in a position to satisfy them." "We will hope for that day. Now let us sup." "I am not hungry." "Then let us talk." "I have nothing more to say." "Then go." "How? Is that what you call our alliance? You send me away?" "Yes, Monseigneur." "Well, Countess, I will not deceive myself again about you." Before leaving, however, he turned and said, "What must I do now, Countess?" "Nothing. Wait for me to act. I will go to Versailles. When? Tomorrow. And when shall I hear from you? Immediately. Then I abandon myself to your protection. Au revoir, Countess. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 47. Jeanne Protected. Mistress of such a secret, rich in such a future, and supported by such a friend, Jeanne felt herself strong against the world. To appear at court, no longer as a suppliant, as a poor mendicant, drawn from poverty by Madame de Boulainvilliers, but as a Valois, with an income of 100,000 francs. To be called the favourite of the Queen, and consequently governing the King and State through her. Such was the panorama that floated before the eyes of Jeanne. She went to Versailles. She had no audience promised, but she trusted to her good fortune, and as the Queen had received her so well before, all the officials were anxious to serve her. Therefore one of the doorkeepers said aloud, as the Queen came from chapel, to one of her gentlemen, "Monsieur, what am I to do? Here is Madame la Comtesse de la Motte Valois, asking admission, and she has no letter of audience." The Queen heard and turned round. "Did you say Madame de la Motte Valois was here?" she asked. "Your Majesty, the doorkeeper says so." "I will receive her, bring her to my bathroom." The man told Jeanne what he had done. She drew out her purse, but he said, "Will Madame la Comtesse allow this debt to accumulate? Some day she can pay me with interest." "You are right, my friend. I thank you." Marie Antoinette looked serious when Jeanne entered. "She supposes I am come to beg," thought Jeanne. "Madame," said the Queen, "I have not yet had an opportunity to speak to the King. Oh, your Majesty has already done too much for me. I asked nothing more. I came." She hesitated. "Is it something urgent that you did not wait to ask for an audience?" "Urgent? Yes, madame, but not for myself." "For me, then?" And the Queen conducted her into the bathroom, where her women were waiting for her. Once in the bath, she sent them away. "Now, Countess." "Madame," said Jeanne, "I am much embarrassed." "Why so?" "Your Majesty knows the kindness I have received from Monsieur de Rohan." The Queen frowned. "Well, madame?" "Yesterday His Eminence came to see me, and spoke to me as usual of your Majesty's goodness and kindness." "What does he want?" "I expressed to him all my sense of your generosity, which constantly empties your purse, and told him that I felt almost guilty in thinking of your Majesty's gift to myself, and remembering that were it not for such liberality, your Majesty need not have been forced to deny yourself the beautiful necklace which became you so well. When I related this circumstance to Monsieur de Rohan, I saw him grow pale, and tears come into his eyes. Indeed, madame, his fine face, full of admiration for, and emotion caused by, your noble conduct, is ever before my eyes." "Well, Countess, if he has impressed you so deeply, I advise you not to let him see it. Monsieur de Rohan is a worldly prelate, and gathers the sheep as much for himself as for his lord." "Oh, madame!" "It is not I who say it. That is his reputation. He almost glories in it. His trophies are numerous, and some of them have made no little scandal." "Well, madame, I am sure he thought then of no one but your Majesty." The Queen laughed. "Your Majesty's modesty will not allow you to listen to praises." "Not from the Cardinal. I suspect them all." "It is not my part," replied Jeanne respectfully, "to defend anyone who has incurred your Majesty's displeasure. Monsieur de Rohan has offended me, but I am a queen and a Christian, and do not wish to dwell on offences." Jeanne was silent. "You think differently to me on this subject?" "Completely, your Majesty. You would not speak so if you knew what he has done against me. But as you have so great a friendship for him, I will not attack him again before you. You have not then forgotten the diamonds?" "Oh, madame, I have thought of them night and day. They will look so well on your Majesty." "What do you mean?" "They are sold to the Portuguese ambassador." Jeanne shook her head. "Not sold!" cried the Queen. "Yes, madame, but to Monsieur de Rohan." "Oh," said the Queen, becoming suddenly cold again. "Oh, your Majesty," cried Jeanne, "do not be ungenerous towards him. It was the impulse of a generous heart that your Majesty should understand and sympathize with. When he heard my account, he cried, "What? The Queen refused herself such a thing, and perhaps see it one day worn by one of her subjects." And when I told him that it was bought for the Queen of Portugal, he was more indignant than ever. He cried, "It is no longer a simple question of pleasure for the Queen, but of the dignity of the French crown. I know the spirit of foreign courts. They will laugh at our Queen because they happen to have more money to spare, and I will never suffer this." And he left me abruptly. An hour after, I heard that he had bought the necklace. For 1,500,000 francs? 1,600,000, madame. With what intention? That at least if your majesty would not have them, no one else should. Are you sure it is not for some mistress? I am sure he would rather break it to pieces than see it on any other neck than your own. Marie Antoinette reflected, and her expressive countenance showed clearly every thought that passed through her mind. At last she said, "What Monsieur Rohan has done is a noble trait of a delicate devotion, and you will thank him for me." "Oh yes, madame." "You will add that he has proved to me his friendship, and that I accept it, but not his gift." "But, madame—" "No, but as a loan. He has advanced his money and his credit to please me, and I will repay him. BOEHMER has asked for the money down." "Yes, madame." "How much?" 100,000 francs. "That is my quarter's allowance from the king. I received it this morning. It is in advance, but still, I have it." She rang the bell. Her woman came and wrapped her in warm sheets, and then she dressed herself. Once more alone in her bedroom with Jeanne, she said, "Open that drawer, and you will see a portfolio." "Here it is, madame. It holds the 100,000 francs. Count them." Jeanne obeyed. "Take them to the cardinal with my thanks. Each quarter I will pay the same. In this manner I shall have the necklace, which pleased me so much, and if it embarrasses me to pay for it, at least it will not hurt the king, and I shall have gained the knowledge that I have a friend who has guessed my wishes." Then after a pause, "You will add, Countess, that Monsieur de Rohan will be welcome at Versailles to receive my thanks." Jeanne went away full of joy and delight. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 48. The Queen's Portfolio. The Cardinal was at home when Madame de la Motte came to his hotel. She had herself announced and was immediately admitted. "You come from Versailles?" said he. "Yes." "Well?" "Well, Monseigneur, what do you expect?" "Ah, Countess, you say that with an air that frightens me. You wished me to see the Queen, and I have seen her, and that I should speak to her of you whom she has always so much disliked." "And you did?" "Yes, and Her Majesty listened." "Say no more, Countess. I see she will not overcome her repugnance." "Oh, as to that, I spoke of the necklace." "And did you dare to say that I wished?" "To buy it for her, yes." "Oh, Countess, you are sublime. And she listened?" "Yes, but she refused. Oh, I am lost." "Refused to accept it as a gift, but not as a loan." "I lend to the Queen, Countess. It is impossible." "It is more than giving, is it not?" "1,000 times. So I thought." The Cardinal rose and came towards her. "Do not deceive me," he said. "One does not play with the affections of a man like you, Monseigneur." "Then it is true, the exact truth. I have a secret with the Queen." And he pressed Jeanne's hand. "I like that clasp of the hand," she said. "It is like one man to another. It is that of a happy man to a protecting angel." "Monseigneur, do not exaggerate. Oh, my joy, my gratitude! Impossible. But lending 1.5 million to the Queen is not all you wish for. Buckingham would have asked for more. Buckingham believed what I dare not even dream of. The Queen sends you word that she will see you with pleasure at Versailles." The Cardinal looked as pale as a youth who gives his first kiss of love. "Ah," thought she, "it is still more serious than I imagined. I can get what I please from him, for he acts really not from ambition, but from love." He quickly recovered himself, however. "My friend," said he, "how does the Queen mean to act about this loan she talks of?" "Ah, you think she has no money, but she will pay you as she would have paid BOEHMER. Only if she had paid him, all Paris must have known it, which she would not have liked, after the credit she has had for her refusal of it. You are a cashier for her, and a solvent one, if she becomes embarrassed. She is happy, and she pays. Ask no more." "She pays?" "Yes. She knows you have debts, and when I told her you had advanced 100,000 francs. "You told her?" "Yes, why not?" Jeanne put her hand in her pocket and drew out the portfolio. "The Queen sends you this with thanks. It is all right, for I have counted it." "Who cares for that, but the portfolio?" "Well, it is not handsome. It pleases me, nevertheless. You have good taste. Ah, you quiz me. You have the same taste as the Queen, at all events. Then it was hers. Do you wish for it? I cannot deprive you of it. Take it. Oh, Countess, you are a precious friend, but while you have worked for me, I have not forgotten you." Jeanne looked surprised. "Yes," said he, "my banker came to propose to me some plan of a marsh to drain, which must be profitable. I took 200 shares, and 50 of them are for you." "Oh, Monseigneur!" He soon returned. He had realized already on them cent per cent. "He gave me 100,000 francs, and here is your share, dear Countess." And from the pocket-book she had just given him, he slid 25,000 francs into her hand. "Thanks, Monseigneur. What gratifies me most is you thought of me." "I shall ever do so," said he, kissing her hand. "And I of you, at Versailles." End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 49, in which we find Dr. Louis. Perhaps our readers, remembering in what a position we left M. de Charny, will not dislike to return with us to that little antechamber at Versailles, into which this brave seaman, who feared neither men nor elements, had fled, lest he should show his weakness to the Queen. Once arrived there, he felt it impossible to go further. He stretched out his arms, and was only saved from falling to the ground by the aid of those around. He then fainted, and was totally ignorant that the Queen had seen him, and would have run to his assistance had Andree not prevented her, more even from a feeling of jealousy than from regard for appearances. Immediately after, the King entered, and seeing a man lying supported by 2 guards, who, unaccustomed to see men faint, scarcely knew what to do, advanced, saying, "Someone is ill here." At his voice the men started, and let their burden fall. "Oh," cried the King, "it is Monsieur de Charny. Place him on this couch, gentlemen." Then they brought him restoratives and sent for a doctor. The King waited to hear the result. The doctor's first care was to open the waistcoat and shirt of the young man, to give him air, and then he saw the wound. "A wound!" cried the King. "Yes," said Monsieur de Charny faintly, "an old wound which has reopened." And he pressed the hand of the doctor to make him understand. But this was not a court doctor, who understands everything, so, willing to show his knowledge, "Old, sir, this wound is not 24 hours old." Charny raised himself at this and said, "Do you teach me, sir, when I receive my wound?" Then turning round, he cried, "The King!" and hastened to button his waistcoat. "Yes, Monsieur de Charny, who fortunately arrived in time to procure you assistance." "A mere scratch, sire," stammered Charny, "an old wound." "Old or new," replied Louis, "it has shown me the blood of a brave man." "Whom a couple of hours in bed will quite restore," continued Charny, trying to rise. But his strength failed him, his head swam, and he sank back again. "He is very ill," said the King. "Yes, sire," said the doctor with importance, "but I can cure him." The King understood well that M. de Charny wished to hide some secret from him, and determined to respect it. "I do not wish," said he, "that M. de Charny should run the risk of being moved. We will take care of him here. Let M. de Suffren be called, this gentleman recompensed, and my own physician, Dr. Louis, be sent for." While one officer went to execute these orders, 2 others carried Charny into a room at the end of the gallery. Dr. Louis and M. de Suffren soon arrived. The latter understood nothing of his nephew's illness. "It is strange," said he. "Do you know, doctor, I never knew my nephew ill before." "That proves nothing," replied the doctor. "The air of Versailles must be bad for him." "It is his wound," said one of the officers. "His wound!" cried M. de Suffren. "He was never wounded in his life." "Oh, excuse me," said the officer, opening the shirt covered with blood, "but I thought—" "Well," said the doctor, who began to see the state of the case, "do not let us lose time disputing over the cause, but see what can be done to cure him." "Is it dangerous, doctor?" asked M. de Suffren with anxiety. Not at all, replied he. M. de Suffren took his leave, and left Charny with the doctor. Fever commenced, and before long he was delirious. 3 hours after, the doctor called a servant, and told him to take Charny in his arms, who uttered doleful cries. Roll the sheet over his head, said the doctor. But, said the man, he struggles so much that I must ask assistance from one of the guards. Are you afraid of a sick man, sir? If he is too heavy for you, you are not strong enough for me. I must send you back to Auvergne. This threat had its effect. Charny, crying, fighting, and gesticulating, was carried by the man through the guards. Some of the officers questioned the doctor. Oh, gentlemen, said he, this gallery is too far off for me. I must have him in my own rooms. But I assure you, doctor, we would all have looked after him here. We all love M. de Suffren. Oh, yes, I know your sort of care. The sick man is thirsty, and you give him something to drink, and kill him. Now there remains but one danger, said the doctor to himself, as he followed Charny, that the king should want to visit him, and if he hear him, diable, I must speak to the queen. The good doctor, therefore, having bathed the head and face of his patient with cold water, and seen him safe in bed, went out and locked the door on him, leaving his servant to look after him. He went towards the queen's apartments, and met Madame de Misery, who had just been dispatched to ask after the patient. Come with me, he said. But, doctor, the queen waits for intelligence. I am going to her. The queen wishes. The queen shall know all she wishes. I will take care of that. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 50. AEGRI SOMNIA. The queen was expecting the return of Madame de Misery. The doctor entered with his accustomed familiarity. Madame, he said, the patient, in whom your majesty and the king are interested, is as well as anyone can be who has a fever. Is it a slight wound? Asked the queen. Slight or not, he is in a fever. Poor fellow, a bad fever. Terrible. You frighten me, dear doctor, you who are generally so cheering. Besides, you look about you as though you had a secret to tell. So I have. About the fever? Yes. To tell me? Yes. Speak then, for I am curious. I wait for you to question me, madame. Well, how does the fever go on? No. Ask me why I have taken him away from the guards' gallery, where the king left him, to my own room. Well, I ask. Indeed, it is strange. Then, madame, I did so because it is not an ordinary fever. The queen looked surprised. What do you mean? Monsieur de Charny is delirious already, and in his delirium he says a number of things rather delicate for the gentlemen of the guard to hear. Doctor! Oh, madame, you should not question me, if you do not wish to hear my answers. Well then, dear doctor, is he an atheist? Does he blaspheme? Oh no, he is on the contrary a devotee. The queen assumed a look of sang-froid. Monsieur de Charny, she said, interests me. He is the nephew of Monsieur de Suffren, and has besides rendered me personal services. I wish to be a friend to him. Tell me, therefore, the exact truth. But I cannot tell you, madam. If your majesty wishes to know, the only way is to hear him yourself. But if he says such strange things? Things which your majesty ought to hear. But, said the queen, I cannot move a step here without some charitable spy watching me. I will answer for your security. Come through my private way, and I will lock the door after us. I trust to you then, dear doctor. And she followed him, burning with curiosity. When they reached the second door, the doctor put his ear to the keyhole. Is your patient in there, doctor? No, madame, or you would have heard him at the end of the corridor. Even here you can hear his voice. He groans. No, he speaks loud and distinct. But I cannot go into him. I do not mean you to do so. I only wish you to listen in the adjoining room, where you will hear without being seen. They went on, and the doctor entered the sick room alone. Charny, still dressed in his uniform, was making fruitless efforts to rise, and was repeating to himself his interview with a German lady in the coach. German, he cried, German, Queen of France. Do you hear, madame? It is frightful, continued Charny, to love an angel, a woman, to love her madly, to be willing to give your life for her, and when you come near her, to find her only a queen, of velvet and of gold, of metal and of silk, and no heart. Oh, oh, cried the doctor again. I love a married woman, Charny went on. and with that wild love which makes me forget everything else. Well, I will say to her there remain for us still some happy days on this earth. Come, my beloved, and we will live the life of the blessed if we love each other. Afterwards there will be death, better than a life like this. Let us love at least." "Not badly reasoned for a man in fever," said the doctor. "But her children," cried Jeanne suddenly with fury. "She will not leave her children. Oh, we will carry them away also. Surely I can carry her, she is so light, and her children too." Then he gave a terrible cry. "But they are the children of a king." The doctor left his patient and approached the queen. "You are right, doctor," said she. "This young man would incur a terrible danger if he were overheard." "Listen again," said the doctor. "Oh, no more." But just then Jeanne said in a gentler voice, "Marie, I feel that you love me, but I will say nothing about it. Marie, I felt the touch of your foot in the coach. Your hand touched mine, but I will never tell. I will keep this secret with my life. My blood may all flow away, Marie, but my secret shall not escape with it. My enemy steeped his sword in my blood, but if he has guessed my secret, yours is safe. Fear nothing, Marie. I do not even ask you if you love me. You blushed. That is enough." "Oh," thought the doctor, "this sounds less like delirium than like memory." "I have heard enough," cried the queen, rising and trembling violently, and she tried to go. The doctor stopped her. "Madame," said he, "what do you wish?" "Nothing, doctor, nothing. But if the king asks to see my patient, oh, that would be dreadful. What shall I say? Doctor, I cannot think. This dreadful spectacle has confused me." "I think you have caught his fever," said the doctor, feeling her pulse. She drew away her hand and escaped. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 51. ANDREE. The doctor remained thoughtful, then said to himself, "There are other difficulties here besides those I can contend with by science." He bathed again the temples of his patient, who for the time began to grow calmer. All at once the doctor heard the rustling of a dress outside. "Can it be the queen returned?" thought he, and opening the door softly, he saw before him the motionless figure of a woman, looking like a statue of despair. It was almost dark. He advanced suddenly along the corridor to the place where the figure was standing. On seeing him, she uttered a cry. "Who is there?" asked Dr. Louis. "I, doctor," replied a sweet and sorrowful voice, a voice that he knew but could not immediately recognize. "I, Andree de Tavernay," continued she. "Oh, mon Dieu, what is the matter?" cried the doctor. "Is she ill?" "She? Who?" The doctor felt that he had committed an imprudence. "Excuse me, but I saw a lady going away just now. Perhaps it was you." "Oh, yes, there has been a lady here before me, has there not?" asked Andree, in a tone of emotion. "My dear child," replied the doctor, "of whom do you speak? What do you want to know?" "Doctor," answered Andree in a sorrowful voice, "you always speak the truth. Do not deceive me now. I am sure there was a woman here before me." "Doubtless. Why should I deceive you? Madame de Misery was here." "It was Madame de Misery who came." "Certainly. What makes you doubt? What inexplicable beings women are." "Dear doctor." "Well, but to the point. Is she worse?" "Who? Pardieu, the queen." "The queen!" "Yes, the queen, for whom Madame de Misery came to fetch me, and who is troubled with her palpitations. If you come from her, tell me, and we will go back together." "No, doctor, I do not come from the queen, and was even ignorant that she was suffering. But pardon me, doctor, I scarcely know what I am saying. In fact, she seemed on the point of fainting. The doctor supported her. She rallied by a strong effort. "Doctor," she said, "you know I am nervous in the dark. I lost my way in these intricate passages, and have grown frightened and foolish." "And why the devil should you be wandering about these dark passages, since you came for nothing?" "I did not say I came for nothing, only that no one sent me." "Well, if you have anything to say to me, come away from here, for I am tired of standing." "Oh, I shall not be 10 minutes. Can anyone hear us?" "No one." "Not even your patient in there?" "Oh, no fear of his hearing anything." Andree clasped her hands. "Oh, mon Dieu," she cried. "Is he then very ill?" "Indeed, he is not well, But tell me quickly what brings you here, for I cannot wait." "Well, doctor, we have spoken of it. I came to ask after him." Dr. Louis received this confession with a solemn silence, which Andree took for a reproach. "You may excuse this step, doctor," she said, "as he was wounded in a duel with my brother." "Your brother? I was ignorant of that." "But now that you know it, you understand why I inquire after him." "Oh, certainly, my child," said the good doctor, enchanted to find an excuse for being indulgent. "I could not know this. A duel between two gentlemen is a thing of everyday occurrence, doctor." "Certainly. The only thing that could make it important would be that they have fought about a lady." "About a lady?" "About yourself, for example." Andree sighed. "Oh, doctor, they did not fight about me." "Then," said the doctor, "is it your brother that has sent you for news of M. de Charny?" "Oh, yes, my brother, doctor." Dr. Louis looked at her scrutinizingly. "I will find out the truth," thought he. Then he said, "Well, I will tell you the truth, that your brother may make his arrangements accordingly. You understand?" "No, doctor." "Why, a duel is never a very agreeable thing to the king, and if it makes a scandal he often banishes or imprisons the actors. But when death ensues, he is always inflexible. Therefore counsel your brother to hide for a time." "Then," cried Andree, "Monsieur de Charny is dangerously ill?" "My dear young lady, if he is not out of danger by this time tomorrow, if before that time I cannot quell the fever that devours him, Monsieur de Charny is a dead man." Andree bit her lips till the blood came, and clenched her hands till the nails stuck into the flesh, to stifle the cry that was ready to burst from her. Having conquered herself, she said, "My brother will not fly. He wounded Monsieur de Charny in a fair fight, and if he has killed him, he will take his chance." The doctor was deceived. She did not come on her own account, he thought. "How does the queen take it?" he asked. "The queen? I know not. What is it to her? But she likes your brother." "Well, he is safe, and perhaps she will defend him if he is accused." "Then, mademoiselle, you have learned what you wished. Let your brother fly, or not, as he pleases. That is your affair. Mine is to do the best tonight for the wounded man, without which death will infallibly carry him off. Adieu." Andree fled back to her room, locked herself in, and falling on her knees by the side of her bed, "My God," cried she, with a torrent of burning tears, "you will not leave this young man to die who has done no wrong, and who is so loved in this world. Oh, save him, that I may see a God of mercy, and not of vengeance." Her strength gave way, and she fell senseless on the floor. When her senses returned to her, her first muttered words were, "I love him, oh, I love him." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 52. Delirium. Monsieur de Charny conquered the fever. The next day the report was favorable. Once out of danger, Dr. Louis ceased to take so much interest in him, and after the lapse of a week, as he had not forgotten all that had passed in his delirium, he wished to have him removed from Versailles. But Charny, at the first hint of this, rebelled, and said angrily that His Majesty had given him shelter there, and that no one had a right to disturb him. The doctor, who was not patient with intractable convalescents, ordered 4 men to come in and move him, but Charny caught hold of his bed with one hand, and struck furiously with the other at everyone who approached, and with the effort the wound reopened, the fever returned, and he began to cry out that the doctor wished to deprive him of the visions that he had in his sleep, but that it was all in vain, for that she who sent them to him was of too high rank to mind the doctor. Then the doctor, frightened, sent the men away and dressed the wound again, but as the delirium returned stronger than ever, he determined to go once more to the Queen. Marie Antoinette received him with a smile. She expected to hear that the patient was cured, but on hearing that he was very ill, she cried, "Why, yesterday you said he was going on so well." "It was not true, madame." "And why did you deceive me? Is there then danger?" "Yes, madame, to himself and others. But the evil is moral, not physical. The wound in itself is nothing, but, madame, Monsieur de Charny is fast becoming a monomaniac, and this I cannot cure,
Madame, you will have ruined this young man. I, doctor, am I the cause if he is mad? If you are not now, you soon will be. What must I do then? Command me, doctor. This young man must be cured either with kindness or coercion. The woman, whose name he evokes every instant, must kill or cure him. Doctor, you exaggerate. Can you kill a man with a hard word, or cure a madman with a smile? If your majesty be incredulous, I have only to pay my respects and take leave. No, doctor, tell me what you wish. Madame, if you desire to free this place from his cries and from scandal, you must act. You wish me to come and see him? Yes. Then I will call someone, Mademoiselle de Tavernet, for example, and you have already to receive us. But it is a dreadful responsibility to run the risk of kill or cure, as you say. It is what I have to do every day. Come, madame, all is ready. The queen sighed and followed the doctor without waiting for Andree, who was not to be found. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, and Jeanne was asleep after the troubled night he had gone through. The queen, attired in an elegant morning dress, entered the corridor. The doctor advised her to present herself suddenly, determined to produce a crisis, either for good or ill. But at the door they found a woman standing, who had not time to assume her usual unmoved tranquillity, but showed an agitated countenance, and trembled before them. "Andree!" cried the queen. "Yes, your majesty, you are here too. I sent for you, but they could not find you." Andree, anxious to hide her feelings, even at the price of a falsehood, said, "I heard your majesty had asked for me, and came after you." "How did you know I was here?" "They said you were gone with Dr. Louis, so I guessed." "Well guessed," replied the queen, who was little suspicious and forgot immediately her first surprise. She went on, leaving Andree with the doctor. Andree, seeing her disappear, gave a look full of anger and grief. The doctor said to her, "Do you think she will succeed?" "Succeed in what?" "In getting this poor fellow removed, who will die here." "Will he live elsewhere?" asked Andree, surprised. "I believe so." "Oh, then, may she succeed." End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 53. Convalescence. The queen walked straight up to where Jeanne lay, dressed, on a couch. He raised his head, wakened by her entrance. "The queen!" cried he, trying to rise. "Yes, sir, the queen," she replied, "who knows how you strive to lose both reason and life. The queen whom you offend both dreaming and waking. The queen who cares for your honor and your safety, and therefore comes to you. Is it possible," continued she, "that a gentleman formerly renowned, like you, for his loyalty and honor, should become such an enemy as you have been to the reputation of a woman? What will my enemies do if you set them the example of treason?" "Treason!" stammered Jeanne. "Yes, sir. Either you are a madman, and must be forcibly prevented from doing harm, or you are a traitor and must be punished." "Oh, madame, do not call me a traitor. From the mouth of a king, such an accusation would precede death. From the mouth of a woman, it is dishonor. Queen, kill me or spare me." "Are you in your right mind, Monsieur de Charny?" said the queen, in a moved voice. "Yes, madame." "Do you remember your words towards me and towards the king?" "Mon Dieu," he murmured. "For you too easily forget, you gentlemen, that the king is the husband of the woman whom you insult by raising your eyes to her, that he is the father of your future master, the Dauphin. You forget also that he is a greater and better man than any of you, a man whom I esteem and love." "Oh," murmured Jeanne with a groan, and seemed ready to faint. This cry pierced the queen's heart. She thought he was about to die, and was going to call for assistance. But after an instant's reflection, she went on. "Let us converse quietly, and be a man. Dr. Louis has vainly tried to cure you. Your wound, which was nothing, has been rendered dangerous through your own extravagances. When will you cease to present to the good doctor the spectacle of a scandalous folly which disquiets him? When will you leave the castle?" "Madame," replied Jeanne, "your majesty sends me away. I go, and he rose with a violent effort, as though he would have fled that instant, but unable to stand, fell almost into the arms of the Queen, who had risen to stop him. She replaced him on the sofa. A bloody foam rose to his lips. "Ah, so much the better," cried he. "I die killed by you." The Queen forgot everything but his danger. She supported his drooping head on her shoulders, and pressed her cold hands to his forehead and heart. Her touch seemed to revive him as if by magic. He lived again. Then she wished to fly, but he caught hold of her dress, saying, "Madame, in the name of the respect which I feel for you." "Adieu, adieu," cried the Queen. "Oh, madame, pardon me." "I do pardon you." "Madame, one last look." "Monsieur de Charny," said the Queen, trembling, "if you are not the basest of men, tomorrow you will be dead or have left this castle." He threw himself at her feet. She opened the door and rushed away. Andree saw for an instant the young man on his knees before her, and felt struck with both hate and despair. She thought, as she saw the Queen return, that God had given too much to this woman in adding to her throne and her beauty this half-hour with Monsieur de Charny. The doctor, occupied only with the success of the negotiations, said, "Well, madame, what will he do?" "He will leave," replied the Queen. And passing them quickly, she returned to her apartment. The doctor went to his patient, and Andree to her room. Dr. Louis found Charny a changed man, declaring himself perfectly strong, asking the doctor how he should be moved, and when he should be quite well, with so much energy that the doctor feared it was too much, and that he must relapse after it. He was, however, so reasonable as to feel the necessity of explaining this sudden change. "The Queen has done me more good by making me ashamed of myself," he said, "than you, dear doctor, with all your science. She has vanquished me with an appeal to my amour-propre." "So much the better," said the doctor. "Yes, I remember that a Spaniard, they're all boasters, told me one day, to prove the force of his will, that it sufficed for him in a duel which he had fought, and in which he had been wounded, to will that the blood should not flow in the presence of his adversary, in order to retain it. I laughed at him. However, I now feel something like it myself. I think that if my fever and delirium wished to return, I could chase them away, saying, 'Fever and delirium, I forbid you to appear.'" "We know such things are possible," replied the doctor. "Allow me to congratulate you, for you are cured morally." "Oh, yes. Well, the physical cure will soon follow. Once sound in mind, you will be sound in body within a week." "Thanks, doctor. And, to begin, you must leave this place." "I am ready immediately." "Oh, we will not be rash. We will wait till this evening. Where will you go?" "Anywhere, to the end of the world, if you like." "That is too far for a first journey. We will content ourselves with Versailles. I have a house there, where you shall go tonight." Accordingly, that evening, the 4 valets who had been so rudely repulsed before carried him to his carriage. The king had been hunting all day. Charny felt somewhat uneasy at leaving without apprising him, but the doctor promised to make his excuses. Andree, concealed behind her curtains, saw the carriage drive off. "If he resumes his desire to die," thought the doctor, "at least it will not be in my rooms and under my care." Charny arrived safely, however, and the next day the doctor found him so well that he told him he thought he would require him no longer. He received a visit from his uncle, and from an officer sent by the king to inquire after him. At the end of a week, he could ride slowly on horseback. Then the doctor advised him to go for a time to his estates in Picardy, to regain strength. He accordingly took leave of the king, charged Monsieur de Suffren with his adieus to the Queen, who was ill that evening, and set off for his chateau at Boursan. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 54. 2 Bleeding Hearts. On the day following the Queen's visit to Monsieur de Charny, Mademoiselle de Tavernay entered the royal bedroom as usual at the hour of the petite toilette. The Queen was just laughing over a note from Madame de la Motte. Andree, paler than usual, looked cold and grave. The Queen, however, being occupied, did not notice it, but merely, turning her head, said, in her usual friendly tone, "Bonjour, petite." At last, however, Andree's silence struck her, and looking up she saw her sad expression and said, "Mon Dieu, Andree, What is the matter? Has any misfortune happened to you? Yes, madame, a great one. What is it? I am going to leave your majesty. Leave me? Yes, madame. Where are you going? And what is the cause of this sudden departure? Madame, I am not happy in my affections. In my family affections, I mean, added Andree, blushing. I do not understand you. You seemed happy yesterday? No, madame, replied Andree, firmly. Yesterday was one of the unhappy days of my life. Explain yourself. It would but fatigue your majesty, and the details are not worthy of your hearing. Suffice it to say that I have no satisfaction in my family, that I have no good to expect in this world. I come, therefore, to beg your majesty's permission to retire into a convent. The queen rose, and although with some effort to her pride, took Andree's hand and said, What is the meaning of this foolish resolution? Have you not today, like yesterday, a father and a brother? And were they different yesterday from today? Tell me your difficulties. Am I no longer your protectress and mother? Andree, trembling and bowing low, said, Madame, your kindness penetrates my heart, but does not shake my resolution. I have resolved to quit the court. I have need of solitude. Do not force me to give up the vocation to which I feel called. Since yesterday. I beg your majesty not to make me speak on this point. Be free, then, said the queen, rather bitterly. Only I have always shown you sufficient confidence for you to have placed some in me. But it is useless to question one who will not speak. Keep your secrets, and I trust you will be happier away than you have been here. Remember one thing, however, that my friendship does not expire with people's caprices, and that I shall ever look on you as a friend. Now, go, Andree. You are at liberty. But where are you going to go? To the convent of Saint-Denis, madame. Well, mademoiselle, I consider you guilty towards me of ingratitude and forgetfulness. Andree, however, left the room and the castle, without giving any of those explanations which the good heart of the queen expected, and without in any way softening or humbling herself. When she arrived at home, she found Philippe in the garden. The brother dreamed while the sister acted. At the sight of Andree, whose duties always kept her with the queen at that hour, he advanced, surprised and almost frightened, which was increased when he perceived her gloomy look. He questioned her, and she told him that she was about to leave the service of the queen and go into a convent. He clasped his hands and cried, What, you also, sister? I also? What do you mean? 'Tis a cursed contact for us, that of the Bourbons. You wish to take religious vows, you, at once the least worldly of women, and the least fit for a life of asceticism. What have you to reproach the queen with? I have nothing to reproach her with, but you, Philippe, who expected, and had the right to expect so much. Why did you not remain at court? You did not remain there 3 days. I have been there as many years. She is capricious, Andree. You, as a man, might put up with it. I, a woman, could not, and do not wish to do so. All this my sister does not inform me what quarrel you have had with her. None, Philippe, I assure you. Had you any when you left her? Oh, she is ungrateful. We must pardon her, Andree. She is a little spoiled by flattery, but she has a good heart. Witness what she has done for you, Philippe. What has she done? You have already forgotten. I have a better memory, and with one stroke pay off your debts, and my own. Very dear, it seems to me, Andree, to renounce the world at your age, and with your beauty. Take care, dear sister. If you renounce it young, you will not regret it old, and will return to it when the time will be past, and you have outlived all your friends. You do not reason thus for yourself, brother. You are so little careful of your fortunes, that when 100 others would have acquired titles and gold, you have only said, She is capricious, she is perfidious and a coquette, and I prefer not to serve her. Therefore you have renounced the world, though you have not entered into a monastery. You are right, sister, and were it not for our father. Our father? Ah, Philippe, do not speak of him, replied Andree bitterly. A father should be a support to his children, or accept their support. But what does ours do? Could you confide a secret to Monsieur de Tavernet, or do you believe him capable of confiding in you? Monsieur de Tavernet is made to live alone in this world. True, Andree, but not to die alone. Ah, Philippe, you take me for a daughter without feeling, but you know I am a fond sister, and to have been a good daughter required only to have had a father, but everything seems to conspire to destroy in me every tender feeling. It never happens in this world that hearts respond. Those whom we choose prefer others." Philippe looked at her with astonishment. "What do you mean?" said he. "Nothing," replied Andree, shrinking from a confidence. "I think my brain is wandering. Do not attend to my words. But—" Andree took his hand. "Enough on this subject, my dearest brother. I am come to beg you to conduct me to the convent of Saint-Denis. But be easy, I will take no vows. I can do that at a later period if I wish. Instead of going like most women to seek forgetfulness, I will go to seek memory. It seems to me that I have too often forgotten my Creator. He is the only consolation, and he is really the only afflictor. In approaching him more nearly, I shall do more for my happiness than if all the rich and great in this world had combined to make life pleasant to me. Still, Andree, I oppose this desperate resolution, for you have not confided to me the cause of your despair." "Despair," said she with a disdainful air. "No, thank God, I am not despairing. No, 1,000 times, no. This excess of disdain shows a state of mind which cannot last. If you reject the word despair, I must use that of pique." "Pique! Do you believe that I am so weak as to yield up my place in the world through pique? Judge me by yourself, Philippe. If you were to retire to La Trappe, what would you call the cause of your determination?" "I should call it incurable grief." "Well, Philippe, I adopt your words, for they suit me." "Then," he replied, "brother and sister are alike in their lives. Happy together, they have become unhappy at the same time." Then, thinking further remonstrances useless, he asked, "When do you want to go?" "Tomorrow, even today, if it were possible." "I shall be ready whenever you require me." Andree retired to make her preparations. Soon she received this note from Philippe. "You can see our father at 5 o'clock this evening. You must be prepared for reproaches, but an adieu is indispensable." She answered, "At 5 o'clock I will be with M. de Tavernet, all ready to start, and by 7 we can be at Saint-Denis, if you will give me up your evening." End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 55. The Minister of Finance. We have seen that the Queen, before receiving Andree, was smiling over a note from Madame de la Motte. She was, however, rendered serious by the interview with Mademoiselle de Tavernet. Scarcely had she gone when Madame de Misery came to announce M. de Calonne. He was a man of much intellect, but, foreseeing that disaster was hanging over France, determined to think only of the present and enjoy it to the utmost. He was a courtier and a popular man. M. de Necker had shown the impossibility of finding finances, and called for reforms which would have struck at the estates of the nobility and the revenues of the clergy. He exposed his designs too openly, and was overwhelmed by a torrent of opposition. To show the enemy your plan of attack is half to give them the victory. Calonne, equally alive to the danger, but seeing no way of escape, gave way to it. He completely carried with him the king and queen, who implicitly believed in his system, and this is perhaps the only political fault which Louis XVI was guilty of towards posterity. M. de Calonne was handsome, and had an ingratiating manner. He knew how to please a queen, and always arrived with a smile on his face, when others might have worn a frown. The queen received him graciously, and said, "Have we any money, M. de Calonne?" "Certainly, madame, we always have money." "You are perfectly marvellous," replied she, "an incomparable financier, for you seem always ready when we want money." "How much does your majesty require? Explain to me first how you managed to find money when M. Necker declared that there was none." "M. Necker was right, madame, for when I became minister on the 3rd of November, 1783, there were but 1,200 francs in the public treasury. Had M. Necker, madame, instead of crying out, 'There is no money,' done as I have done, and borrowed 100 million the first year, and 125 million the second, and had he been as sure as I am of a new loan of 80 million for the third, he would have been a true financier. Everyone can say there is no money, but not that there is plenty." "That is what I compliment you on, sir. But how to pay all this? Oh, madame, be sure we shall pay it, replied he, with a strange smile. Well, I trust to you, said the queen. I now have a project, madame, replied he, bowing, which will put 200 million into the pockets of the nation, and 7 million or 8 million into your own. They will be welcome, but where are they to come from? Your Majesty is aware that money is not of the same value in all the countries of Europe? Certainly. In Spain gold is dearer than in France. Your Majesty is perfectly right. Gold in Spain has been for the last 5 or 6 years, or considerably more than in France. It results that the exporters gain on 8 ounces of gold that they send from here about the value of 14 ounces of silver. That is a great deal. Well, madame, I mean to raise the price of gold 1/5 of this difference. And where we have now 30 louis, we shall have 32. That is a brilliant idea, cried the queen. I believe it, and am happy that it meets your Majesty's approbation. Always have such, and I am sure you will soon pay our debts. But allow me, madame, to return to what you want of me, said the minister. Would it be possible to have at present? I am afraid it is too much. Calonne smiled in an encouraging manner. 500,000 francs? Continued the queen. Oh, madame, really your Majesty frightened me. I was afraid it was something great. Then you can? Assuredly. Without the king's knowledge? Oh, madame, that is impossible. Every month all my accounts are laid before the king. However, he does not always read them. When can I have it? What day does your Majesty wish for it? On the 5th of next month. Your Majesty shall have it on the 3rd. Thanks, Monsieur de Calonne. My greatest happiness is to please your Majesty, and I beg you will never allow yourself to be embarrassed for want of money. He rose. The queen gave him her hand to kiss, and then said, After all, this money causes me some remorse, for it is for a caprice. Never mind, someone will gain by it. That is true. You have a charming mode of consoling one. Oh, madame, if we had none of us more reasons for remorse than you, we should all go straight to heaven. But it would be cruel to make the poor people pay for my caprices. Have no scruples, madame. It is not the poor who will pay. How so? Asked the queen in some surprise. Because, madame, they have nothing to pay with. He bowed and retired. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 56. The Cardinal de Rohan. Hardly had Monsieur de Calonne traversed the gallery when Madame de la Motte was shown in to the queen. Madame, said she, the cardinal is here. She then introduced him and took her leave. The cardinal, finding himself alone with the queen, bowed respectfully, without raising his eyes. Monsieur, said the queen, I have heard of you what has effaced many wrongs. Permit me, madame, said he, trembling with real emotion, to assure your Majesty that these wrongs of which you speak I could explain in a few words. I do not forbid you to justify yourself, replied she with dignity, but if what you are about to say throws the smallest shade upon my family or country, you will only wound me still more. Let us leave this subject, and I will only see you under the fresh light, which shows you to me obliging, respectful, and devoted. Devoted until death, replied he. But, said Marie Antoinette with a smile, at present it is a question not of death, but of ruin, and I do not wish you devoted even so far. You shall live and not be ruined, at least, not by me, for they say you are ruining yourself. Madame. Oh, that is your business. Only, as a friend, I would counsel you to be economical. The king would like you better. I would become a miser to please your Majesty. Oh, the king, replied she, with an accent on the word, does not love misers either. I will become whatever your Majesty desires, replied he, with a hardly disguised passion. I said then, continued she, that you shall not be ruined for me. You have advanced money on my account, and I have the means of meeting the cause. Therefore, regard the affair for the future as in my hands. To finish it then, it only remains for me to offer the necklace to your Majesty. And drawing out the case, he presented it to her. She took it, but did not open it, and laid it down by her side. She received kindly all his polite speeches, but as she was longing to be left alone with her diamonds, she began to answer somewhat absently. He thought she was embarrassed and was delighted, thinking it showed, at least, an absence of indifference. He then kissed her hand and took leave, going away full of enthusiasm and hope. Jeanne was waiting for him in the carriage, and received his ardent protestations with pleasure. "Well," said she, "shall you be Richelieu or Mazarin? Have her lips given you encouragement in ambition or love? Are you launched in politics or intrigue? Do not laugh, dear Countess, I am full of happiness." "Already? Assist me, and in 3 weeks I may be a minister." "Peste! That is a long time. The next payment is in a fortnight." "Ah, the Queen has money and will pay, and I shall have only the merit of the intention. It is too little. I would willingly have paid for this reconciliation with the whole sum." "Make yourself easy," replied the Countess. "You shall have this merit, if you desire it. I should have preferred it. The Queen would have then been under an obligation to me. Monseigneur, something tells me you will have this satisfaction. Are you prepared for it?" "I have mortgaged all my revenue for the ensuing year." "Then you have the money?" "Certainly, for this payment. After that, I do not know what I shall do." "Oh, this payment will give you 3 quiet months. Who knows what may happen in 3 months?" "That is true, but she said that the king wished me to incur no more debt." 2 months in the ministry would set all straight." "Countess!" "Oh, do not be fastidious. If you do not assist yourself, others will." "You are right. Where are you going now?" "Back to the Queen, to hear what she says of your interview." "Good. I go to Paris." "Why?" "You should go this evening to the Jeu du Roi. It is good policy to keep your ground." "No, Countess. I must attend a rendezvous for which I received a note this morning." "A rendezvous?" "Yes, and a serious one, by the contents of the note. Look." "A man's writing," said the Countess. And opening the note, she read, "Monseigneur, someone wishes to see you about raising an important sum of money. This person will wait on you this evening at Paris to solicit the honor of an interview." "Anonymous? Some beggar?" "No, Countess. No beggar would expose himself to the risk of being beaten by my servants. Besides, I fancy I have seen the writing before. So, au revoir, Countess." "A propos, Monseigneur, if you are going to get a windfall, some large sum, I understand we are to share." "Countess, you have brought me luck. I shall not be ungrateful." And they separated. The Cardinal was full of happy dreams. The Queen had received him kindly. He would place himself at the head of her party, and make it a popular one. He would protect her, and for her sake would abandon his slothful life, and live an active one. As soon as he arrived at his hotel, he commenced burning a box full of love letters. Then he called his steward to order some economical reforms, and sat down to his history of English politics. Soon he heard a ring, and a servant entered to announce the person who had written to him that morning. "Ask his name," said the Cardinal. The man, having inquired, returned and said, "Monsieur le Comte de Cagliostro." "Let him come in." The Count entered. "Mon Dieu!" cried the Cardinal. "Is it possible? Joseph Balsamo, who was supposed to have perished in the flames." "Yes, Monseigneur, more alive than ever." "But, sir, you have taken a new name." "Yes, Monseigneur, the other recalled too many painful recollections." "Possibly you yourself would not have opened your door to Joseph Balsamo." "I? Oh, yes, sir." "Then Monseigneur has a better memory and more honesty than most men." "Monsieur, you once rendered me a service." "Am I not, Monseigneur, a good specimen of the results of my elixir?" "I confess it, sir, but you seem above humanity, you who distribute health and gold to all." "Health perhaps, Monseigneur, but not gold." "You have no more gold?" "No, Monseigneur." "Why?" "Because I lost the parcel of an indispensable ingredient which Alphatus discovered, but of which I never had the receipt. He has carried that secret with him to the grave." "He is dead, then. How could you not preserve the life of this man, so useful to you, as you have kept yourself through so many centuries?" "Because I can guard against illness, but not against such accidents as kill before I can act." "He died from an accident, then?" "The fire in which you thought I died killed him, or rather, he, weary of life, chose to die." "It is strange." "No, it is natural. I have 100 times thought of ending my life." "But you have not done so." "Because I enjoy a state of youth, in which health and pleasure kept me from ennui, but he had chosen one of old age. He was a savant, and cared only for science, and thus youth, with its 1,000 pleasures, would have constantly drawn him from its study. An old man meditates better than a young one. Althotas died a victim to his love of science. I lead a worldly life and do nothing. I live like a planet. Oh, sir, your words and appearance bring to me dreams of my youth. It is 10 years since I saw you. Yes, but if you are no longer a fine young man, you are a prince. Do you remember the day when in my cabinet I promised you the love of the woman whose fair locks I consulted? The cardinal turned from pale to red. Terror and joy almost stopped the beating of his heart. I remember, said he. Let me try if I can still play the magician, this fair child of your dreams. What is she doing now? Ah, I suspect you yourself have seen her today. Indeed, you have not long left her. The cardinal could hardly stand. Oh, I beg, sir, he cried. Let us speak of something else, said Cagliostro, sitting down. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 57. Debtor and Creditor. Now that we have renewed our acquaintance, let us converse, said Cagliostro. Yes, replied the cardinal. About the money you wrote of. It was a pretext, was it not? No, monsieur, a serious matter, as it concerns a sum of 500,000 francs. The sum which you lent me? Cried the cardinal, growing pale. Yes, monseigneur, I love to see so good a memory in a great prince like you. The cardinal felt overwhelmed by the blow. At last, trying to smile, he said, I thought that Joseph Balsamo had carried his debt with him to the tomb, as he threw the receipt into the fire. Monseigneur, replied the count, the life of Joseph Balsamo is as indestructible as the sheet on which you wrote. Death cannot conquer the elixir of life. Fire is powerless against asbestos. I do not understand, said the cardinal. You will soon, replied Cagliostro, producing a folded paper which he offered to the prince. He, before opening it, cried, My receipt! Yes, monseigneur, your receipt. But I saw you burn it. True, I threw it on the fire, but by accident you had written on a piece of asbestos, so that the receipt remained uninjured among the cinders. Monsieur, said the cardinal haughtily, for he thought this a proof that he had been suspected, believe me, I should not have denied my debt, even without this paper. Therefore you were wrong to deceive me. I deceived you? Yes, you made me think the paper was destroyed, to leave you the calm enjoyment of 500,000 francs. But, sir, why have you left such a sum for 10 years unclaimed? I knew, monseigneur, that it was safe. Various events have deprived me of my wealth, but knowing that I had this sum in reserve, I have waited patiently until the last moment. And has that arrived? Alas, yes, monseigneur. So that you can really wait no longer? No, monseigneur. You want it at once? If it please you to pay it. The cardinal was at first silent through despair. Then he said in a hoarse voice, Monsieur le Comte, we unhappy princes of the earth do not improvise fortunes as quickly as you enchanters. Oh, monseigneur, said Cagliostro, I would not have asked you for this sum had I not known beforehand that you had it. I have 500,000 francs? 30,000 in gold, 11,000 in silver, and the rest in notes, which are in this buhl cabinet. The cardinal turned white. You knew this? Yes, monseigneur, and I know you have made great sacrifices to obtain it. I have heard that you will pay heavily for it. Oh, it is too true. But, monseigneur, during these 10 years I have often been in want and embarrassment, yet I have kept this paper back, so as not to trouble you. Therefore I do not think you can complain. Complain? Oh, no, sir. When you graciously lent me such a sum, I must ever remain your debtor. But during those 10 years there were 20 occasions when I could have repaid you with ease, while today the restitution you demand embarrasses me dreadfully. You who know everything, who read even hearts and penetrate the doors of cabinets, doubtless know also the purpose for which this money was destined. You are wrong, monseigneur, said Cagliostro coldly. My knowledge has brought me so much misery and disappointment that I no longer seek to penetrate the secrets of others. It concerned me to know whether you had this money, as I wished to claim it. But once having ascertained that, I did not trouble myself to think for what purpose it was destined. Besides, did I know it, it might seem so grave a matter as almost to force me to waive my claim, which really at present I cannot afford to do. Therefore, I prefer to be ignorant. Oh, monsieur, cried the cardinal, do not think I wish to parade my embarrassments in order to elude my debt. You have your own interests to look to. They are guaranteed by this paper which bears my signature. That is enough. You shall have your money, although I do not think there is any promise to pay it. Your Eminence is mistaken, and opening the paper he read these words. I acknowledge the receipt of 500,000 francs from Monsieur Joseph Balsamo, which I will repay on demand. De Rohan. You see, monseigneur, that I only ask my right. Besides, as this was a spontaneous loan by me to a man I hardly knew, the payment might have been equally spontaneous, without waiting for me to claim it. But you did not think so. Well, monseigneur, I withdraw this paper and bid you adieu. No, count, replied the cardinal. A Rohan must not receive lessons in generosity. Besides, this is a mere question of honesty. Give me the paper, sir, and I will discharge my debt. For a moment Cagliostro hesitated, for the pale face and distressed air of the cardinal inclined him to pity. But quickly hardening himself, he handed him the paper. Monsieur de Rohan went to the cabinet and took out the money. There, said he, are your 500,000 francs, and I owe you 250,000 more for interest, which you shall have if you will give me time. Monsieur, said Cagliostro, I lent 500,000 francs to Monsieur de Rohan, which he has paid me. He therefore owes me nothing more. I will take the notes with me and send for the money. I thank you for your compliance with my request. Then, bowing, he left the room. Well, sighed Monsieur de Rohan, it is likely at least that the Queen has the money, and no Joseph Balsamo will come and take it from her. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 58. Family Accounts. It was the day before the first payment was due, and Monsieur de Calonne had so much to do that he had forgotten his promise. The Queen had up to this time waited patiently, relying on his word. She now, however, was beginning to grow uneasy when she received the following note. This evening, the business with which your Majesty has charged me will be settled by the Council. The money will be with the Queen tomorrow evening. Marie Antoinette recovered all her gaiety directly. After dinner, the King went to the Council, but in a rather bad humor. The news from Russia was bad. A vessel had been lost. Some of the provinces refused to pay the taxes. Also, a beautiful map of the world made by himself had that day split into 2 pieces. Vainly, therefore, Monsieur de Calonne produced his accounts with his usual smiling air. The King continued out of temper. For a long time he sat as usual, drawing hieroglyphics on a piece of paper, whilst the foreign correspondence was being read, and paying little attention to what passed around him. At last, however, Monsieur de Calonne began to speak of the loan to be raised for the ensuing year. The King became attentive and said, "Always borrowing, but how is it to be repaid? That is a problem, Monsieur de Calonne, for you to solve. Sire, a loan is only turning a stream from one direction to cause it to flow more abundantly in another. In deepening the channel, you only increase the supply. Therefore, let us not think of paying, but only of obtaining present supplies." Monsieur de Calonne then explained his plans, which were approved by his colleagues. The King agreed, with a sigh. "Now we have money," said Monsieur de Calonne, "let us dispose of it." And he handed a paper to the King, with a list of pensions, gifts, and payments to be made. The King glanced at the total. 1,900,000 francs for this? Enormous! But, sire, one item is 500,000 francs. Which? The advance to the Queen. To the Queen? 500,000 francs to the Queen? Pardon, sire, it is correct. But there must be a mistake. A fortnight ago Her Majesty received her money. Sire, but if Her Majesty has need of money, and we all know how well she employs it. No, cried the King, the Queen does not want this money. She said to me that she preferred a vessel to jewels. The Queen thinks of France, and when France is poor, we that are rich ought to lend to France, and if she does require this money, it will be a greater merit to wait for it, and I guarantee that she will wait." The ministers applauded this patriotic speech of the king. Only Monsieur de Calonne insisted. "Really, monsieur," said the king, "you are more interested for us than we are for ourselves. The queen, sire, will accuse us of having been backward when her interests were concerned. I will plead your cause. But, sire, the queen never asks without necessity. If the queen has wants, they are, I trust, less imperious than those of the poor, and she will be the first to acknowledge it." "Sire." "I am resolved," said the king, "and I fancy I hear the queen in her generosity thanking me for having so well understood her heart." Monsieur de Calonne bit his lips, and Louis, content with his personal sacrifice, signed all the rest without looking at them. "Calonne, you shall tell the queen yourself." "Oh, sire, I beg to resign to you the honour." "So be it then. Ah, here she comes. Let us meet her." "I beg your majesty to excuse me," he replied, and retired quickly. The king approached the queen. She was leaning on the arm of the Comte d'Artois, and seemed very gay. "Madame," said the king, "have you had a pleasant walk?" "Yes, sire. And you, an agreeable counsel?" "Yes, madame, I have gained you 500,000 francs." "Monsieur de Calonne has kept his word," thought the queen. "Only imagine, madame," continued the king, "Monsieur de Calonne had put down 500,000 francs for you, and I have struck it out, a clear gain, therefore, of that sum." "Struck it through!" cried the queen, turning pale. "But, sire—" "Oh, I am so hungry, I am going to supper," and he went away, delighted with his work. "Brother," said the queen, "seek Monsieur de Calonne for me." At that moment a note from him was handed to her. "Your majesty will have learned that the king refused your grant. It was incomprehensible, and I retired from the council, penetrated with grief." "Read," said she, passing the note to the count. "And there are people," said he, "who say that we squander the revenue. This is an extraordinary proceeding." "Quite husbandlike," said the queen. "Adieu, brother." "I condole with you," he replied, "and it is a lesson for me. I was going to make a request tomorrow for myself." "Send for Madame de la Motte," said the queen, when she returned to her room. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 59. Marie Antoinette as Queen and Madame de la Motte as woman. The courier dispatched for Madame de la Motte, not finding her at home, went to the hotel of the Cardinal de Rohan to inquire if she were there. The well-tutored Swiss replied that she was not, but that he could get any message transmitted to her. The courier therefore left word for her to come to the Queen as soon as possible. The man had hardly left the door before the message was delivered to Jeanne, as she sat at supper with the Cardinal. She set off immediately, and was at once introduced into the Queen's chamber. "Oh," cried the Queen on seeing her, "I have something to tell you. The King has refused me 500,000 francs." "Mon Dieu," murmured the Countess. "Incredible, is it not? He struck through the item, but it is useless to talk of it. You must return to Paris and tell the Cardinal that since he is so kind, I accept the 500,000 francs he offered me. It is selfish, I know, but what can I do?" "Oh, madame," cried Jeanne, "we are lost. The Cardinal no longer has the money." The Queen started. "No money?" stammered she. "No, madame. An unexpected creditor claimed this money from him. It was a debt of honour, and he paid it." "The whole 500,000 francs?" "Yes, madame." "And he has no more?" "No, madame. He told me this an hour and a half ago, and confessed to me that he had no other resources." The Queen leaned her head on her hands. Then, after a few moments' reflection, she said, "This Countess is a terrible lesson for me, and a punishment for having done anything great or small without the King's knowledge. It was a folly. I had no need of the necklace." "True, madame, but if the Queen consulted only her absolute wants—" "I must consult before everything the tranquillity and happiness of my household. I renounce forever what has begun with so much annoyance. I will sacrifice my vanity on the altar of duty, as Monsieur de Provence would say. And beautiful as this necklace is, you shall carry it back to Messieurs BOEHMER and BOSSANGE. Carry it back? Yes. But, madame, your majesty has already given 100,000 francs for it. Well, I shall gain all the rest that was to have been paid for it. But, madame, they will not like to return your money. I give it up, on condition of their breaking the contract. Now, countess, that I have come to this determination, I feel at ease once more. This necklace brought with it cares and fears. Diamonds cannot compensate for these. Take it away, countess. The jewelers must be satisfied. They will have their necklace, and 100,000 francs, into the bargain. But Monsieur de Rohan, he only acted to give me pleasure, and when he is told it is my pleasure not to have the necklace, he will understand me, I am sure, and if he is a good friend, he will approve and strengthen me in my sacrifice. Saying these words, the queen held out the casket to Jeanne. She did not take it. Why not ask for time, madame? No, countess, it is humiliation. One may humiliate oneself for a person one loves, to save a living creature, were it only a dog, but only to keep some sparkling stones. Never, countess. Take it away. But, madame, it will surely become known that your majesty has had the jewels, and was obliged to return them. No one will know anything about it. The jewelers will surely hold their tongues for 100,000 francs. Take it away, countess, and thank Monsieur de Rohan for his goodwill towards me. There is no time to lose. Go as soon as possible, and bring me back a receipt for them. Madame, it shall be done as you wish. She first drove home and changed her dress, which was too elegant, for a visit to the jewelers. Meanwhile she reflected much. She thought still it was a fault for Monsieur de Rohan to allow the queen to part with these jewels, and should she obey her orders without consulting him, would he not have reason to complain? Would he not rather sell himself than let the queen return them? I must consult him, she thought, but after all, he never can get the money. She then took the necklace from the case, once more to look at it and admire it. 1,600,000 francs in my possession. True, it is for but an hour. To carry away such a sum in gold, I should want 2 horses, yet how easily I hold it here. But I must decide. Shall I go to the cardinal, or take it direct to the jewelers, as the queen ordered? And the receipt, in what form shall I get it, so as not to compromise the queen, the cardinal, or myself? Shall I consult? Ah, if he loved me more, and could give me the diamonds! She sat down again, and remained nearly an hour in deep thought. Then she rose, with a strange look in her eyes, and rang the bell with a determined air. She ordered a coach, and in a few minutes she reached the house of the journalist, Monsieur Rétaux de Villette. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 60. The receipt of Messieurs BOEHMER and BOSSANGE, and the gratitude of the Queen. The result of Madame de la Motte's visit to Monsieur Rétaux de Villette appeared the next day. At 7 o'clock in the morning she sent the Queen the following paper. We, the undersigned, acknowledge having received back again the diamond necklace sold to the Queen for 1,600,000 francs. The diamonds not suiting Her Majesty, who has paid us for our loss and trouble 100,000 francs. BOEHMER and BOSSANGE. The Queen, now tranquil about the whole affair, locked up the receipt and thought no more of it. But in strange contradiction to this receipt, the jewellers received a visit 2 days after from Monsieur de Rohan, who felt uneasy about the payment. If the installment had not been paid, he expected to find them naturally annoyed, but to his great satisfaction they received him with smiles. "The Queen is paid, then?" he asked. "No, monseigneur, the Queen could not produce the money, as the King had refused it to her, but she has guaranteed the debt, and that fully satisfies us." "Ah, so much the better, but how? Through the Countess?" "No, monseigneur. On hearing of the King's refusal, which soon became public, we wrote to Madame de la Motte." "When?" "Yesterday." "And she replied?" "By one word, wait." That evening we received from the Queen by a courier a letter. "A letter to you? Or rather a guarantee, in due form." "Let me see it." "Oh, we would with pleasure, but Her Majesty enjoins that it is not to be shown to anyone. Then you are safe? Perfectly, Monseigneur. The Queen acknowledges the debt? Fully. And engages to pay? 500,000 francs in 3 months, the rest in 6. And she adds, let the affair rest between ourselves. You will have no cause to repent it. I am charmed that it is settled, said the Cardinal. We must now raise the veil, though, doubtless, our readers comprehend how Jeanne de la Motte had acted towards her benefactress, and how she had managed to satisfy both the Queen and the jewellers by borrowing the pen of M. Rétaux. 3 months were thus obtained for the completion of her design of crime and deception, and within 3 months everything would be arranged. She went to M. de Rohan and repeated to him what the jewellers had already told him. He asked if the Queen remembered his good intentions. She drew a picture of her gratitude, which enchanted him. Her intention had been to sell some of the diamonds to the value of 100,000 crowns, and then pass over to England where, when necessary, she could dispose of the remainder. But her first essay frightened her. Some offered despicably small sums for the stones. Others went into raptures, declaring they had never seen such diamonds but in the necklace of Messieurs BOEHMER and BOSSANGE. She abandoned this course, therefore, which she saw might soon bring about her ruin. She shut up the diamonds carefully, and resolved to wait. But her position was critical. A few words of explanation between the Queen and the Cardinal, and all would be discovered. She consoled herself by thinking that the Cardinal was too much in love not to fall into all the snares she might lay for him. One thought alone occupied her: how to prevent their meeting. That he would not be long satisfied without an interview, she knew. What should she do? Persuade him to ask for one and offend the Queen by his presumption? But then the Queen would speak her anger out, and all would come to light. She must compromise her, and endeavour so to close her lips. But if they met by chance, what remained for her but flight? That was easy. A few hours would suffice. Then again, she thought of the name she would leave behind her, and bear with her. No longer a woman of rank, but a thief, whom justice only does not reach because she is too far off. No, she would not fly if she could help it. She would try what audacity and skill could do, remain here and act between them. To prevent them from meeting, that is the difficulty, as he is in love and a prince who has a right to see the Queen, and she is now grateful and will no longer fly from him. But if I excite him to too open an admiration and disgust her, I alienate them more than ever. She will take fire easily, but what I want is something to make the Queen tremble, as well as him, something which would give me power to say, if you accuse me, I will accuse you and ruin you. Leave me my wealth, and I will you your honour. This is what I must seek for, and what I must find. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 61. The Prisoner. Meanwhile, a different scene was passing in the Rue Saint-Claude, where Monsieur de Cagliostro had lodged Oliva in the old house to keep her from the pursuit of the police. There she lived, retired and almost happy. Cagliostro lavished care and attentions on her, and she liked being protected by this great lord, who asked nothing from her in return. Only what did he want? She often asked herself, uselessly, for he must have some object. Her amour-propre made her decide that, after all, he was in love with her, and she began to build castles in the air in which, we must confess, poor Beausire now very rarely had a place. Therefore, the 2 visits a week paid to her by Cagliostro were always eagerly looked forward to, and between them she amused herself with her dreams and playing the great lady. However, her books were soon read through, at least such as suited her taste, and pictures and music soon wearied her. She soon began to regret her mornings passed at the windows of the Rue Dauphine, where she used to sit to attract the attention of the passers-by, and her delightful promenades in the Quartier Saint-Germain, where so many people used to turn to look after her. True, the police agents were formidable people, but what availed safety if she was not amused? So she first regretted her liberty, and then regretted Beausire. Then she began to lose her appetite for want of fresh air, for she had been used to walk every day. One day, when she was bemoaning her fate, she received an unexpected visit from Cagliostro. He gave his accustomed signal, and she opened the door, which was always kept bolted, with an eagerness which showed her delight. And seizing his hands, she cried, in an impatient voice, "Monsieur, I am ennuyée here." "This is unlucky, my dear child." "I shall die here." "Really?" "Yes." "Well," said he, soothingly, "do not blame me. Blame the lieutenant of police, who persecutes you." "You exasperate me with your sang-froid, monsieur. I would rather you flew in a passion." "Confess, mademoiselle, that you are unreasonable," said he, seating himself. "It is all very well for you to talk," replied she. "You come and go as you like. You breathe the fresh air. Your life is full of pleasure. I vegetate in the space to which you have limited me, and your assistance is useless to me if I am to die here." "Die," said the count, smiling. "You behave very badly to me. You forget that I love passionately." "Monsieur Beausire?" "Yes, Beausire. I love him. I always told you so. Did you think I had forgotten him?" "So little did I think so, mademoiselle, that I bring you news of him." "Ah, he is a charming person, young and handsome, is he not?" "Full of imagination and fire, rather rough towards me, but that is his way of showing his love." "Therefore I wished to take you back to him." "You did not wish that a month ago." "No, but when I see how you love him." "Ah, you are laughing at me." "Oh, no, you have resisted all my advances so well." "Yes, have I not?" "It was your love for him." "And yours, then, was not very tenacious." "No, I am neither old enough nor ugly enough, neither poor enough nor foolish enough, to run the risk of a refusal, and I saw that you would always have preferred Beausire." "Oh, but," cried the coquette, using her eyes, which had remained idle so long, "this famous compact which you proposed to me, the right of always giving me your arm, of visiting me when you liked, did that give you no hope?" Cagliostro did not reply, but turned his eyes as if dazzled by her glances. "Let us return to Beausire," she said, piqued at his indifference. "Why have you not brought him here? It would have been a charity. He is free." "Because," replied Cagliostro, "Beausire has too much imagination, and has also embroiled himself with the police." "What has he done?" "Oh, a delightful trick, a most ingenious idea. I call it a joke, but matter-of-fact people, and you know how matter-of-fact Monsieur de Crosne can be, call it a theft." "A theft!" cried Oliva, frightened. "Is he arrested?" "No, but he is pursued." "And is he in danger?" "That I cannot tell you. He is well hunted for, and if you were together the chances of his being taken would be doubled." "Oh, yes, he must hide, poor fellow. I will hide too. Let me leave France, monsieur. Pray render me this service, for if I remain shut up here, I shall end by committing some imprudence." "What do you call imprudence?" "Oh, just getting some fresh air." "I do not want to prevent your getting fresh air. You would lose your beauty, and Monsieur Beausire would love you no longer. Open the windows as much as you like." "Oh, I see I have offended you. You care no more about me." "Offended me? How?" "Because you had taken a fancy to me, and I repulsed you. A man of your consequence, a handsome man like you, has a right to be angry at being rejected by a poor girl like me. But do not abandon me, sir, I entreat." And she put her arms round his neck. "Poor little thing," said he, kissing her forehead. "Do not be afraid. I am not angry or offended. Indeed, were you to offer me your love, I should refuse you, so much do I desire to inspire pure sentiments. Besides, I should think you influenced more by gratitude than love. So we will remain as we are, and I will continue to protect you." Oliva let his hand fall, humiliated, and duped by the pretended generosity of Cagliostro. "Oh, I shall say henceforth," she cried, "that there are men superior to what I ever thought." "All women are good," thought Cagliostro, "if you only touch the right chord." Aloud he said, "From this evening you shall move to other rooms, where the windows look on the Ménilmontant and the Bellevue. You need not fear to show yourself to the neighbors. They are all honest, simple people, who will never suspect you. Only keep a little back from the window, lest anyone passing through the street should see you. At least you will have air and sunshine." Oliva looked pleased. "Shall I conduct you there now?" "Oh, yes." He took a light, and she followed him up a staircase to the 3rd story, and entered a room completely furnished and ready for occupation. "One would think it was prepared for me," she said. "Not for you, but for myself. I like this place, and often come here to sleep. Nothing shall be wanting to make you comfortable, and your femme de chambre shall attend you in a quarter of an hour." And he left the room. The poor prisoner sat down by her elegant bed, murmuring, "I understand nothing of this." End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 62. The Lookout. Oliva went to bed and slept better. She admired the Count, whom she did not in the least understand. She could no longer think him timid. She did not suspect that he was only cold and insensible. She felt pleased at the perfect safety in which he assured her she was, and in the morning she examined her new rooms, and found them nobly and luxuriously furnished, and enjoyed immensely her privilege of going out into the balcony filled with flowers, and where she got sunshine and fresh air, although she drew back whenever she saw anyone approaching, or heard a carriage coming. There were not many, however, in the Rue Saint-Claude. She could see the chateau of Ménilmontant, the great trees in the cemetery, myriads of houses of all colours, and she could see the fields beyond full of children at play, and the peasants trotting along the roads on their donkeys. All this charmed Oliva, who had always a heart of love for the country since she had left Taverny-Maison-Rouge. At last, getting tired of this distant view, she began to examine the houses opposite to her. In some she saw birds in cages, and in one, hung with yellow silk curtains and ornamented with flowers, she thought she could distinguish a figure moving about. She called her femme de chambre to make inquiries about them, but the woman could only show her mistress all the churches and tell her the names of the streets. She knew nothing of the neighbours. Oliva therefore sent her away again, and determined to watch for herself. She saw some open their doors and come out for a walk, and others variously occupied. At last she saw the figure of a woman seat herself in an armchair in the room with the yellow curtains, and abandon her head for an hour and a half to a hairdresser, while he built up one of those immense edifices worn at that time, in which minerals, vegetables, and even animals were introduced. At last it was complete. Oliva thought she looked pretty, and admired her little foot, encased in a rose-colored slipper, which rested on another chair. She began to construct all sorts of romances about this lady, and made various movements to attract her attention. But she never turned her eyes that way, as that room had never before been occupied, and she began to despair. The lady was of course Jeanne de Valois, who was deeply absorbed in devising some scheme for preventing the Queen and the Cardinal from meeting. At last Oliva, turning suddenly round, knocked over a flower-pot, which fell from the balcony with a crash. At the sound the lady turned and saw her, and clasping her hands she called out, "The Queen!" But looking again she murmured, "Oh, I sought for a means to gain my end, and I have found one." Then hearing a sound behind her, Oliva turned and saw Cagliostro, and came in directly. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 63. The Two Neighbours. Cagliostro recommended her using the greatest circumspection and, above all, not to make friends with her neighbours, but she did not feel disposed to relinquish the intercourse which she hoped for with her fair neighbour opposite. She, however, promised to obey him, but he was no sooner gone than she returned to her balcony, hoping to attract her attention again. Nor was she disappointed, for Jeanne, who was watching for her, acknowledged her with a bow and by kissing her hand. This went on for 2 days. Jeanne was ever ready to wave her a good morning or an adieu when she went out. Cagliostro, at his next visit, informed Oliva that an unknown person had paid a visit to her hotel. "What do you mean?" cried Oliva. "A very pretty and elegant lady presented herself here, and asked the servant who inhabited this story, and wished to see you. I fear you are discovered. You must take care. The police have female spies, as well as male, and I warn you that if Monsieur de Cosne claims you, I cannot refuse to give you up." Oliva was not at all frightened. She recognized the portrait of her opposite neighbor, and felt delighted at this advance. But she dissembled with the Count, and said, "Oh, I am not at all frightened. No one has seen me. She could not have meant me. But she said a lady in these rooms. Well, I will be more careful than ever, and besides, this house is so impenetrable." "Yes, without climbing the wall, which is not easy, or opening the little door with a key like mine, which I never lend, no one can come in, so I think you are safe." Oliva overwhelmed the Count with thanks and protestations. But at 6 o'clock the next morning she was out in the balcony. She had not long to wait before Jeanne appeared, who, after looking cautiously up and down the street, and observing that all the doors and windows were still closed, and that everything was quiet, called across, "I wish to pay you a visit, madame. Is it impossible to see you?" "Alas, yes," said Oliva. "Can I send a letter?" "Oh, no." Jeanne, after a moment's thought, left her balcony, but soon returned with a crossbow, with which she shot a little wooden ball right through the open window of Oliva's room. Oliva picked it up and found wrapped around it the following note: "You interest me, beautiful lady. I find you charming, and love you, having only seen you. Are you a prisoner? I vainly tried to obtain admission to you. Does the enchanter who guards you never let anyone approach you? Will you be my friend? If you cannot go out, you can at least write, and as I go out when I please, wait till you see me pass, and then throw out your answer. Tie a thread to your balcony and attach your note to it. I will take it off and fasten mine on, and in the dark no one will observe us. If your eyes have not deceived me, I count on a return of my affection and esteem, and between us we will outwit anyone. Friend." Oliva trembled with joy when she read this note. She replied as follows: "I love you, as you love me. I am a victim of the wickedness and cruelty of men, but he who keeps me here is a protector and not a tyrant. He comes to see me nearly every day. I will explain all this some day, but alas, I cannot go out. I am locked up. Oh, if I could but see you, there is so much that we cannot write, friend. Le Gay." Then when evening came, she let the thread fall over the balcony. Jeanne, who was below, caught it, and half an hour afterwards attached to it the following answer: "You seem generally alone. How is your house secured? With a key? Who has this key? Could you not borrow or steal it? It would be no harm, but would procure us a few hours of liberty, or a few walks with a friend, who would console you for all your misfortune." Oliva devoured this eagerly. She had remarked that when the Count came in, he put down his lantern and the key on a chiffonnier, so she prepared some wax to take the impression of the key at his first visit. This she accomplished without his once turning to look at her, and as soon as he was gone she put it into a little box and lowered it to Jeanne with a note. The next day she received the following answer: "My dearest, tonight at 11 o'clock you will descend and unlock the door, when you will find yourself in the arms of your faithful friend." Oliva felt more charmed than with the most tender love letter that she had ever received. At the appointed time she went down and met Jeanne, who embraced her tenderly and made her get into a carriage that waited a little way off. They remained out 2 hours and parted with kisses and protestations of affection. Jeanne learned the name of Oliva's protector. She feared this man and determined to preserve the most perfect mystery as to her plans. Oliva had confided everything to her about Beausire, the police, and all. Jeanne gave herself out for a young lady of rank, living here secretly, without the knowledge of her friends. One knew all, the other nothing. From this day then it was no longer necessary to throw out notes. Jeanne had her key, and carried off Oliva whenever she pleased. "Monsieur de Cagliostro suspects nothing?" she often asked Oliva. "Oh, no," she would reply. "I do not think he would believe it if I told him." A week passed thus. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 64. The Rendezvous. When Charny arrived at his estates, the doctor ordered him to keep within doors and not receive visitors, orders which he rigorously obeyed, to the great disappointment of all the young ladies in the neighbourhood, who were most anxious to see this young man, reputed to be at once so brave and so handsome. His malady, however, was more mental than bodily. He was devoured by regrets, by longings, and by ennui. So after a week he set off one night on horseback, and before the morning was at Versailles. He found a little house there outside the park, which had been empty for some time. It had been inhabited by one of the king's huntsmen, who had cut his throat, and since then the place had been deserted. There Jeanne lived in profound solitude, but he could see the queen from afar when she walked in the park with her ladies, and when she again went in, he could see her windows from his own, and watch her lights every evening until they disappeared, and he even fancied he could see her shadow pass before the window. One evening he had watched all this as usual, and after sitting 2 hours longer at his window was preparing to go to bed, for midnight was striking from a neighbouring clock, when the sound of a key turning in a lock arrested his attention. It was that of a little door leading into the park, only 20 paces from his cottage, and which was never used, except sometimes on hunting days. Whoever it was that entered did not speak, but closed it again quietly and entered an avenue under his windows. At first, Jeanne could not distinguish them through the thick wood, though he could hear the rustling of dresses. But as they emerged into an open space and bright moonlight, he almost uttered a cry of joy in recognizing the tournure of Marie Antoinette and a glimpse of her face. She held in her hand a beautiful rose. Stifling his emotion, he stepped down as quickly as possible into the park, and hid behind a clump of trees where he could see her better. Oh, thought he, were she but alone, I would brave tortures or death itself, that I might once fall on my knees before her and tell her, I love you. Oh, were she but menaced by some danger, how gladly he would have risked his life to save hers. Suddenly the 2 ladies stopped, and the shortest, after saying a few words to her companion in a low voice, left her. The queen therefore remained alone, and Jeanne felt inclined to run towards her. But he reflected that the moment she saw him, she would take fright and call out, and that her cries would first bring back her companion, and then the guards, that his retreat would be discovered, and he should be forced to leave it. In a few minutes the other lady reappeared, but not alone. Behind her came a man muffled up in a large cloak, and whose face was concealed by a slouch hat. This man advanced with an uncertain and hesitating step to where the queen stood, when he took off his hat and made a low bow. The surprise which Jeanne felt at first soon changed into a more painful feeling. Why was the queen in the park at this time of night? Who was this man who was waiting for her, and whom she had sent her companion to fetch? Then he remembered that the queen often occupied herself with foreign politics, much to the annoyance of the king. Was this a secret messenger from Schönbrunn or from Berlin? This idea restored him to some degree of composure. The queen's companion stood a few steps off, anxiously watching lest they should be seen. But it was as necessary to guard against spies in a secret political rendezvous as in one of love. After a short time, Jeanne saw the gentleman bow to the ground and turn to leave, when the companion of the queen said to him, "Stop." He stopped, and the 2 ladies passed close to Jeanne, who could even recognize the queen's favorite scent, verveine, mixed with mignonette. They passed on and disappeared. A few moments after the gentleman passed, he held in his hand a rose, which he pressed passionately to his lips. Did this look political? Jeanne's head turned. He felt a strong impulse to rush on this man and tear the flower from him, when the queen's companion reappeared and said, "Come, monseigneur." He joined her quickly, and they went away. Jeanne remained in a distracted state, leaning against the tree. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 65. The Queen's Hand. When Jeanne re-entered the house, he felt overwhelmed by what he had seen. That he should have discovered this retreat, which he had thought so precious, only to be the witness of a crime committed by the Queen against her conjugal duty and royal dignity. This man must be a lover. In vain did he try to persuade himself that the rose was the pledge of some political compact, given instead of a letter, which might have been too compromising. The passionate kiss which he had seen imprinted on it forbade this supposition. These thoughts haunted him all night and all the next day, through which he waited with a feverish impatience, fearing the new revelations which the night might bring forth. He saw her taking her ordinary walk with her ladies, then watched the lights extinguished one by one, and he waited nervously for the stroke of midnight, the hour of the rendezvous of the preceding night. It struck, and no one had appeared. He then wondered how he could have expected it. She surely would not repeat the same imprudence 2 nights following. But as these thoughts passed through his mind, he heard the key turn again, and saw the door open. Charny grew deadly pale when he recognized the same 2 figures enter the park. "Oh, it is too much," he said to himself, and then repeated his movements of the night before, swearing that whatever happened, he would restrain himself and remember that she was his queen. All passed exactly as the night before. The confidant left and returned with the same man, only this time, instead of advancing with his former timid respect, he almost ran up to the queen and kneeled down before her. Charny could not hear what he said, but he seemed to speak with passionate energy. She did not reply, but stood in a pensive attitude. Then he spoke again, and at last she said a few words in a low voice, when the unknown cried out in a loud voice, so that Charny could hear, "Oh, thanks, your majesty. Till tomorrow, then." The queen drew her hood still more over her face, and held out both her hands to the unknown, who imprinted on them a kiss so long and tender that Charny gnashed his teeth with rage. The queen then took the arm of her companion and walked quickly away. The unknown passed also. Charny remained in a state of fury not to be described. He ran about the park like a madman. At last he began to wonder where this man came from. He traced his steps to the door behind the baths of Apollo. "He comes not from Versailles, but from Paris," thought Charny, "and tomorrow he will return, for he said, tomorrow. Till then, let me devour my tears in silence, but tomorrow shall be the last day of my life, for we will be 4 at the rendezvous." End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 66. Woman and Queen. The next night the door opened at the same time, and the 2 ladies appeared. Charny had taken his resolution. He would find out who this lover was. But when he entered the avenue he could see no one. They had entered the baths of Apollo. He walked towards the door and saw the confidant, who waited outside. The queen, then, was in there alone with her lover. It was too much. Charny was about to seize this woman and force her to tell him everything, but the rage and emotion he had endured were too much for him. A mist passed over his eyes. Internal bleeding commenced, and he fainted. When he came to himself again, the clock was striking 2. The place was deserted, and there was no trace of what had passed there. He went home, and passed a night almost of delirium. The next morning he arose, pale as death, and went towards the castle of Trianon, just as the queen was leaving the chapel. All heads were respectfully lowered as she passed. She was looking beautiful, and when she saw Charny she coloured and uttered an exclamation of surprise. "I thought you were in the country, Monsieur de Charny," she said. "I have returned, madame," said he, in a brusque and almost rude tone. She looked at him in surprise, then turning to the ladies. "Good morning, Countess," she said to Madame de la Motte, who stood near. Charny started as he caught sight of her, and looked at her almost wildly. "He has not quite recovered his reason," thought the queen, observing his strange manner. Then turning to him again, "How are you now, Monsieur de Charny?" she said, in a kind voice. "Very well, madame." She looked surprised again, and then said, "Where are you living?" "At Versailles, madame." "Since when?" "For 3 nights," replied he, in a marked manner. The queen manifested no emotion, but Jeanne trembled. "Have you not something to say to me?" asked the queen again, with kindness. "Oh, madame, I should have too much to say to your majesty." "Come," said she, and she walked towards her apartments. But to avoid the appearance of a tete-a-tete, she invited several ladies to follow her. Jeanne, unquiet, placed herself among them. But when they arrived, she dismissed Madame de Misery, and the other ladies, understanding that she wished to be alone, left her. Charny stood before her. "Speak," said the queen. You appear troubled, sir. How can I begin? Said Charny, thinking aloud. How can I dare to accuse honor and majesty? Sir, cried Marie Antoinette, with a flaming look. And yet I should only say what I have seen. The queen rose. Sir, said she, it is very early in the morning for me to think you intoxicated, but I can find no other solution for this conduct. Charny, unmoved, continued. After all, what is a queen? A woman. And am I not a man as well as a subject? Monsieur! Madame, anger is out of place now. I believe I have formerly proved that I had respect for your royal dignity. I fear I proved that I had an insane love for yourself. Choose, therefore, to whom I shall speak. Is it to the queen or the woman that I shall address my accusation of dishonor and shame? Monsieur de Charny, cried the queen, growing pale, if you do not leave this room, I must have you turned out by my guards. But I will tell you first, cried he passionately, why I call you an unworthy queen and woman. I have been in the park these 3 nights. Instead of seeing her tremble, as he believed she would on hearing these words, the queen rose, and approaching him said, Monsieur de Charny, your state excites my pity. Your hands tremble, you grow pale, you are suffering. Shall I call for help? I saw you, cried he, saw you with that man to whom you gave the rose, saw you when he kissed your hands, saw you when you entered the baths of Apollo with him. The queen passed her hands over her eyes, as if to make sure that she was not dreaming. Sit down, said she, or you will fall. Charny, indeed, unable to keep up, fell upon the sofa. She sat down by him. Be calm, said she, and repeat what you just said. Do you want to kill me? He murmured. Let me question, then, she said. How long have you returned from the country? A fortnight. Where do you live? In the huntsman's house, which I have hired. At the end of the park? Yes. You speak of someone whom you saw with me? Yes. Where? In the park. When? At midnight Tuesday, for the first time. I saw you and your companion. Oh, I had a companion. Do you know her also? I thought just now I recognized her, but I could not be positive, because it was only the figure. She always hid her face, like all who commit crimes. And this person to whom you say I gave a rose? I have never been able to meet him. You do not know him, then? Only that he is called Monseigneur. The queen stamped her foot. Go on, she said. Tuesday, I gave him a rose. Wednesday, you gave him your hands to kiss. And yesterday you went alone with him into the baths of Apollo, while your companion waited outside. And you saw me, said she, rising. He lifted his hands to heaven and cried, I swear it. Oh, he swears. Yes. On Tuesday you wore your green dress, moiré with gold. Wednesday, the dress with the great blue and brown leaves, and yesterday, the same dress that you wore when I last kissed your hand. Oh, madame, I am ready to die with grief and shame, while I repeat that on my life, my honor, it was really you. What can I say? Cried the queen, dreadfully agitated. If I swore, he would not believe me. Charny shook his head. Madman, cried she, thus to accuse your queen, to dishonor thus an innocent woman. Do you believe me when I swear, by all I hold sacred, that I was not in the park on either of those days after 4 o'clock? Do you wish it to be proved by my women? By the king? No, he does not believe me. I saw you, replied he. Oh, I know, cried she. Did they not see me at the ball at the opera, at Mesmer's, scandalizing the crowd? You know it, you who fought for me. Madame, then I fought, because I did not believe it. Now I might fight, but I believe. The queen raised her arms to heaven, while burning tears rolled down her cheeks. My God, she cried, send me some thought which will save me. I do not wish this man to despise me. Charny, moved to the heart, hid his face in his hands. Then, after a moment's silence, the queen continued. Sir, you owe me reparation. I exact this from you. You say you saw me 3 nights with a man. I have been already injured through the resemblance of me to some woman, I know not whom, but who is like her unhappy queen. But you are pleased to think it was me. Well, I will go with you into the park, and if she appears again, will you be satisfied? Perhaps we shall see her together. Then, sir, you will regret the suffering you have caused me." Charny pressed his hands to his heart. "Oh, madame, you overwhelm me with your kindness." "I wish to overwhelm you with proofs. Not a word to anyone, but this evening at 10 o'clock, wait alone at the door of the park. Now, go, sir." Charny kneeled and went away without a word. Jeanne, who was awaiting in the antechamber, examined him attentively as he came out. She was soon after summoned to the Queen. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 67. Woman and Demon. Jeanne had remarked the trouble of Charny, the solicitude of the Queen, and the eagerness of both for a conversation. After what we have already told of the meetings between Jeanne and OLIVA, our readers will have been at no loss to understand the scenes in the park. Jeanne, when she came in to the Queen, watched her closely, hoping to gather something from her. But Marie Antoinette was beginning to learn caution, and she guarded herself carefully. Jeanne was, therefore, reduced to conjectures. She had already ordered one of her footmen to follow Monsieur de Charny. The man reported that he had gone into a house at the end of the park. There is then no more doubt, thought Jeanne. It is a lover who has seen everything, it is clear. I should be a fool not to understand. I must undo what I have done. On leaving Versailles, she drove to the Rue Saint-Claude. There she found a superb present of plate sent to her by the Cardinal. She then drove to his house and found him radiant with joy and pride. On her entrance he ran to meet her, calling her "dear Countess," and full of protestations and gratitude. "Thank you also for your charming present. You are more than a happy man. You are a triumphant victor." "Countess, it frightens me. It is too much." Jeanne smiled. "You come from Versailles," continued he. "Yes." "You have seen her." "I have just left her." "And she said nothing?" "What do you expect that she said?" "Oh, I am insatiable." "Well, you had better not ask." "You frighten me. Is anything wrong? Have I come to the height of my happiness, and is the descent to begin?" "You are very fortunate not to have been discovered." "Oh, with precautions and the intelligence of 2 hearts and 1 mind. That will not prevent eyes seeing through the trees." "We have been seen?" "I fear so, and recognized." "Oh, monseigneur, if this secret had been known to anyone, Jean de Valois would be out of the kingdom and you would be dead." "True, but tell me quickly. They have seen people walking in the park. Is there any harm in that?" "Ask the king." "The king knows?" "I repeat to you, if the king knew, you would be in the Bastille. But I advise you not to tempt Providence again." "What do you mean, dear Countess?" "Do you not understand?" "I fear to understand," he replied. "I shall fear if you do not promise to go no more to Versailles." "By day or by night?" "Impossible." "Why so, monseigneur?" "Because I have in my heart a love which will end only with my life." "So I perceive," replied she ironically. "And it is to arrive more quickly at this result that you persist in returning to the park, for most assuredly, if you do, your love and your life will end together." "Oh, Countess, how fearful you are, you who were so brave yesterday." "I am always brave when there is no danger." "But I have the bravery of my race, and am happier in the presence of danger." "But permit me to tell you—" "No, Countess, the die is cast. Death, if it comes, but first, love. I shall return to Versailles." "Alone, then?" "You abandon me?" "And not I alone." "She will come?" "You deceive yourself. She will not come." "Is that what you were sent to tell me?" "It is what I have been preparing you for." "She will see me no more." "Never, and it is I who have counselled it." "Madame, do not plunge the knife into my heart," cried he, in a doleful voice. "It would be much more cruel, monseigneur, to let 2 foolish people destroy themselves for want of a little good advice." "Countess, I would rather die." "As regards yourself, that is easy, but subject, you dare not dethrone your queen. Man, you will not destroy a woman." "But confess that you do not come in her name, that she does not throw me off." "I speak in her name." It is only a delay she asks. Take it as you wish, but obey her orders. The park is not the only place of meeting. There are 100 safer spots. The Queen can come to you, for instance. Monseigneur, not a word more. The weight of your secret is too much for me, and I believe her capable, in a fit of remorse, of confessing all to the king. Good God, impossible! If you saw her, you would pity her. What can I do, then? Ensure your safety by your silence. But she will think I have forgotten her and accuse me of being a coward. To save her. Can a woman forgive him who abandons her? Do not judge her like others. I believe her great and strong. I love her for her courage and her noble heart. She may count on me as I do on her. Once more I will see her, lay bare my heart to her, and whatever she then commands, I will sacredly obey. Jeanne rose. Go then, said she, but go alone. I have thrown the key of the park into the river. You can go to Versailles. I shall go to Switzerland or Holland. The further off I am when the shell bursts, the better. Countess, you abandon me. With whom shall I talk of her? Oh, you have the park and the echoes. You can teach them her name. Countess, pity me. I am in despair. Well, but do not act in so childish and dangerous a manner. If you love her so much, guard her name. And if you are not totally without gratitude, do not involve in your ruin those who have served you through friendship. Swear to me not to attempt to see or speak to her for a fortnight, and I will remain, and may yet be of service to you. But if you decide to brave all, I shall leave at once, and you must extricate yourself as you can. It is dreadful, murmured the cardinal. The fall from so much happiness is overwhelming. I shall die of it. Suffering is always the consequence of love. Come, Monseigneur, decide. Am I to remain here or start for Lausanne? Remain, Countess. You swear to obey me? On the faith of a Rohan. Good. Well, then, I forbid interviews, but not letters. Really, I may write? Yes. And she will answer. Try. The cardinal kissed Jeanne's hand again and called her his guardian angel. The demon within her must have laughed. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 68. The Night. That day at 4 o'clock a man on horseback stopped in the outskirts of the park, just behind the baths of Apollo, where Monsieur de Rohan used to wait. He got off and looked at the places where the grass had been trodden down. Here are the traces, thought he. It is as I supposed. Monsieur de Charny has returned for a fortnight, and this is where he enters the park. And he sighed. Leave him to his happiness. God gives to one and denies to the other. But I will have proof tonight. I will hide in the bushes and see what happens. As for Charny, obedient to the Queen's commands, he waited for orders. But it was 10:30, and no one appeared. He waited with impatient anxiety. Then he began to think she had deceived him, and had promised what she did not mean to perform. How could I be so foolish, I who saw her, to be taken in by her words and promises? At last he saw a figure approaching, wrapped in a large black mantle, and he uttered a cry of joy, for he recognized the Queen. He ran to her and fell at her feet. Ah, here you are, sir. It is well. Ah, madame, I scarcely hoped you were coming. Have you your sword? Yes, madame. Where did you say those people came in? By this door. At what time? At midnight each time. There is no reason why they should not come again tonight. You have not spoken to anyone? To no one. Come into the thick wood and let us watch. I have not spoken of this to Monsieur de Crosne. I have already mentioned this creature to him, and if she be not arrested, he is either incapable or in league with my enemies. It seems incredible that anyone should dare to play such tricks under my eyes, unless they were sure of impunity. And therefore, I think it is time to take the care of my reputation on myself. What do you think? Oh, madame, allow me to be silent. I am ashamed of all I have said. At least you are an honest man, replied the Queen, and speak to the accused face to face. You do not stab in the dark. Oh, madame, it is 11 o'clock. I tremble. Look about that no one is here." Charny obeyed. "No one," said he. "Where did the scenes pass that you have described?" "Oh, madame, I had a shock when I returned to you, for she stood just where you are at this moment." "Here!" cried the queen, leaving the place with disgust. "Yes, madame, under the chestnut tree." "Then, sir, let us move, for they will most likely come here again." He followed the queen to a different place. She, silent and proud, waited for the proof of her innocence to appear. Midnight struck. The door did not open. Half an hour passed, during which the queen asked 10 times if they had always been punctual. 3/4 struck. The queen stamped with impatience. "They will not come," she cried. "These misfortunes only happen to me." And she looked at Charny, ready to quarrel with him if she saw any expression of triumph or irony. But he, as his suspicions began to return, grew so pale and looked so melancholy that he was like the figure of a martyr. At last she took his arm and led him under the chestnut tree. "You say," she murmured, "that it was here you saw her?" "Yes, madame." "Here that she gave the rose." And the queen, fatigued and wearied with waiting and disappointment, leaned against the tree and covered her face with her hands, but Charny could see the tears stealing through. At last she raised her head. "Sir," said she, "I am condemned. I promised to prove to you today that I was calumniated. God does not permit it, and I submit. I have done what no other woman, not to say queen, would have done. What a queen, who cannot reign over one heart, who cannot obtain the esteem of one honest man. Come, sir, give me your arm, if you do not despise me too much." "Oh, madame," cried he, falling at her feet, "if I were only an unhappy man who loves you, could you not pardon me?" "You!" cried she, with a bitter laugh. "You love me, and believe me infamous." "Oh, madame." "You accuse me of giving roses, kisses, and love." "No, sir, no falsehoods. You do not love me." "Madame, I saw these phantoms. Pity me, for I am on the rack." She took his hands. "Yes, you saw, and you think it was I. Well, if here under this same tree, you at my feet, I press your hands and say to you, Monsieur de Charny, I love you, I have loved you, and shall love no one else in this world. May God pardon me. Will that convince you? Will you believe me then?" As she spoke, she came so close to him that he felt her breath on his lips. "Oh," cried Charny, "now I am ready to die." "Give me your arm," said she, "and teach me where they went and where she gave the rose." And she took from her bosom a rose and held it to him. He took it and pressed it to his heart. Then, continued she, the other gave him her hand to kiss. "Both her hands," cried Charny, pressing his burning lips passionately on hers. "Now they visited the baths, so will we. Follow me to the place." He followed her, like a man in a strange happy dream. They looked all round, then opened the door and walked through. Then they came out again. 2 o'clock struck. "Adieu," she said. "Go home until tomorrow." And she walked away quickly towards the chateau. When they were gone, a man rose from among the bushes. He had heard and seen all. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 69. The Congé. The Queen went to Mass the next day, which was Sunday, smiling and beautiful. When she woke in the morning, she said, "It is a lovely day. It makes me happy only to live." She seemed full of joy and was generous and gracious to everyone. The road was lined, as usual, on her return, with ladies and gentlemen. Among them were Madame de la Motte and Monsieur de Charny, who was complimented by many friends on his return, and on his radiant good looks. Glancing round, he saw Philippe standing near him, whom he had not seen since the day of the duel. "Gentlemen," said Charny, passing through the crowd, "allow me to fulfill an act of politeness." And advancing toward Philippe, he said, "Allow me, Monsieur de Tavernet, to thank you now for the interest you have taken in my health. I shall have the honour to pay you a visit tomorrow. I trust you preserve no enmity towards me?" "None, sir," replied Philippe. Charny held out his hand, but Philippe, without seeming to notice it, said, "Here comes the Queen, sir." As she approached, she fixed her looks on Charny, with that rash openness which she always showed in her affections, while she said to several gentlemen who were pressing around her, "Ask me what you please, gentlemen, for today. I can refuse nothing." A voice said, "Madame." She turned round and saw Philippe, and thus found herself between two men of whom she almost reproached herself with loving one too much and the other too little. "Monsieur de Tavernet, you have something to ask me. Pray speak." "Only 10 minutes' audience at your Majesty's leisure," replied he, with grave solemnity. "Immediately, sir, follow me." A quarter of an hour after, Philippe was introduced into the library, where the Queen waited for him. "Ah, Monsieur de Tavernet, enter," said she in a gay tone, "and do not look so sorrowful. Do you know, I feel rather frightened whenever a Tavernet asks for an audience. Reassure me quickly, and tell me that you are not also come to announce a misfortune." "Madam, this time I bring only good news." "Oh, some news." "Alas, yes, your Majesty." "There, and alas, again." "Madame, I am about to assure your Majesty that you need never again fear to be saddened by the sight of a Tavernet, for Madame, the last of this family, to whom you once deigned to show some kindness, is about to leave the court of France forever." The Queen, dropping her gay tone, said, "You leave us?" "Yes, your Majesty." "You also?" Philippe bowed. "My sister, Madame, has already had that grief. I am much more useless to your Majesty." The Queen started as she remembered that Andree had asked for her congé on the day following her first visit to Charny, in the doctor's apartments. "It is strange," she murmured, as Philippe remained motionless as a statue, waiting his dismissal. At last she said abruptly, "Where are you going?" "To join Monsieur de la Pérouse, Madame." "He is at Newfoundland." "I have prepared to join him there." "Do you know that a frightful death has been predicted for him?" "A speedy one," replied Philippe. "That is not necessarily a frightful one." "And you are really going?" "Yes, Madame, to share his fate." The Queen was silent for a time, and then said, "Why do you go?" "Because I am anxious to travel." "But you have already made the tour of the world." "Of the new world, Madame, but not of the old." "A race of iron with hearts of steel are you Tavernets. You and your sister are terrible people. You go not for the sake of travelling, but to leave me. Your sister said she was called by religious duty. It was a pretext. However, she wished to go, and she went. May she be happy. You might be happy here, but you also wish to go away. Spare us, I pray, Madame. If you could read our hearts, you would find them full of unlimited devotion towards you." "Oh," cried the Queen, "you are too exacting. She takes the world for a heaven where one should only live as a saint, and you look upon it as a hell, and both fly from it. She because she finds what she does not seek, and you because you do not find what you do seek. Am I not right? Ah, Monsieur de Tavernet, allow human beings to be imperfect, and do not expect royalty to be superhuman. Be more tolerant, or rather, less egotistical." She spoke earnestly and continued, "All I know is that I loved Andree, and that she left me, that I valued you, and you are about to do the same. It is humiliating to see two such people abandon my court. Nothing can humiliate persons like your Majesty. Shame does not reach those placed so high." "What has wounded you?" asked the Queen. "Nothing, Madame." "Your rank has been raised, your fortune was progressing. I can but repeat to your Majesty that the court does not please me." "And if I ordered you to stay here?" "I should have the grief of disobeying your Majesty." "Oh, I know," cried she impatiently. "You bear malice. You quarrelled with a gentleman here, Monsieur de Charny, and wounded him, and because you see him return today, you are jealous and wish to leave." Philippe turned pale, but replied, "Madame, I saw him sooner than you imagine, for I met him at 2 o'clock this morning, by the baths of Apollo." It was now the Queen's time to grow pale, but she felt a kind of admiration for one who had retained so much courtesy and self-command in the midst of his anger and grief. "Go," murmured she at length, in a faint voice. "I will keep you no longer." Philippe bowed and left the room, while the Queen sank, terrified and overwhelmed, on the sofa. End of chapter 69.
Chapter 70 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 70. The Jealousy of the Cardinal. The Cardinal passed 3 nights very different to those when he went to the park, and which he constantly lived over again in his memory. No news of anyone, no hope of a visit, nothing but a dead silence and perfect darkness, after such brightness and happiness. He began to fear that, after all, his sacrifice had been displeasing to the Queen. His uneasiness became insupportable. He sent 10 times in one day to Madame de la Motte. The 10th messenger brought Jeanne to him. On seeing her, he cried out, "How? You live so tranquilly. You know my anxiety, and you, my friend, never come near me. Oh, Monseigneur, patience, I beg. I have been far more useful to you at Versailles than I could have been here." "Tell me," replied he, "what does she say? Is she less cruel?" "Absence is equal pain, whether born at Versailles or at Paris." "Oh, I thank you, but the proofs." "Proofs? Are you in your senses, Monseigneur, to ask a woman for proofs of her own infidelity?" "I'm not speaking of proofs for a lawsuit, Countess, only a token of love." "It seems to me that you are either very exacting or very forgetful." "Oh, I know you will tell me that I might be more than satisfied, but judge by yourself, Countess. Would you like to be thrown on one side after having received assurances of favour?" "Assurances?" "Oh, certainly I have nothing to complain of, but still, I cannot be answerable for unreasonable discontents." "Countess, you treat me ill. Instead of reproaching me for my folly, you should try to aid me." "I cannot aid you. I see nothing to do." "Nothing to do?" "No." "Well, madame, I do not say the same." "Ah, Monseigneur, anger will not help you, and besides, you are unjust." "No, Countess, if you do not assist me any longer, I know it is because you cannot. Only tell me the truth at once." "What truth?" "That the Queen is a perfidious coquette who makes the people adore her and then drives them to despair." Jeanne looked at him with an air of surprise, although she had expected him to arrive at this state, and she felt really pleased, for she thought that it would help her out of her difficult position. "Explain yourself," she said. "Confess that the Queen refuses to see me." "I do not say so, Monseigneur." "She wishes to keep me away lest I rouse the suspicions of some other lover." "Ah, Monseigneur," cried Jeanne in a tone which gave him liberty to suspect anything. "Listen," continued he. "The last time I saw her, I thought I heard steps in the wood." "Folly." "And I suspect—" "Say no more, Monseigneur. It is an insult to the Queen. Besides, even if it were true that she fears the surveillance of another lover, why should you reproach her with a past which she has sacrificed to you? But if this past be again a present, and about to be a future—" "Fie, Monseigneur, your suspicions are offensive both to the Queen and to me." "Then, Countess, bring me a proof. Does she love me at all?" "It is very simple," replied Jeanne, pointing to his writing-table. "To ask her. You will give her a note?" "Who else would, if not I?" "And you will bring me an answer?" "If possible." "Ah, now you are a good creature, Countess." He sat down, but though he was an eloquent writer, he commenced and destroyed a dozen sheets of paper before he satisfied himself. "If you go on so, you will never have done," said Jeanne. "You see, Countess, I fear my own tenderness, lest I displease the Queen." "Oh," replied Jeanne, "if you write a business letter, you will get one in reply. That is your own affair." "You are right, Countess. You always see what is best." He then wrote a letter so full of loving reproaches and ardent protestations that Jeanne, when he gave it to her to read, thought, "He has written of his own accord what I never should have dared to dictate." "Will it do?" asked he. "If she loves you, you will see tomorrow. Till then, be quiet." "Till tomorrow, then." On her return home, Jeanne gave way to her reflections. This letter was just what she wanted. How could the Cardinal ever accuse her when he was called on to pay for the necklace? Even admitting that the Queen and the Cardinal met, and that everything was explained, how could they turn against her, while she held in her hands such proofs of a scandalous secret? No, they must let her go quietly off with her fortune of 1.5 millions of francs. They would know she had stolen the diamonds,
But they never would publish all this affair, and if one letter was not enough, she would have 7 or 8. The first explosion would come from the jewellers, who would claim their money. Then she must confess to Monsieur de Rohan, and make him pay by threatening to publish his letters. Surely they would purchase the honour of a queen and a prince at the price of $1.5 million. The jewellers once paid, that question was at an end. Jeanne felt sure of her fortune. She knew that the cardinal had a conviction so firm that nothing could shake it, that he had met the queen. There was but one living witness against her, and that one she would soon cause to disappear. Arrived at this point, she went to the window and saw Oliva, who was watching in her balcony. She made the accustomed sign for her to come down, and Oliva replied joyfully. The great thing now was to get rid of her, to destroy the instrument that has served them in the constant endeavour of those who intrigue. But here it is that they generally fail. They do not succeed in doing so before there has been time to disclose the secret. Jeanne knew that Oliva would not be easy to get rid of, unless she could think of something that would induce her to fly willingly. Oliva, on her part, much as she enjoyed her nocturnal promenades at first, after so much confinement, was already beginning to weary of them, and to sigh once more for liberty and Beausire. The night came, and they went out together. Oliva disguised under a large cloak and hood, and Jeanne dressed as a grisette. Besides which the carriage bore the respectable arms of Valois, which prevented the police, who alone might have recognized Oliva, from searching it. "Oh, I have been so ennuyée," cried Oliva. "I have been expecting you so long. It was impossible to come and see you. I should have run, and made you run, a great danger." "How so?" said Oliva, astonished. "A terrible danger at which I still tremble. You know how ennuyée you were, and how much you wished to go out?" "Yes, and you assisted me like a friend." "Certainly. I proposed that we should have some amusement with that officer who is rather mad and in love with the queen, whom you resemble a little, and endeavoured to persuade him that it was the queen he was walking with." "Yes," said Oliva. "The first 2 nights you walked in the park, and you played your part to perfection. He was quite taken in." "Yes," said Oliva, "but it was almost a pity to deceive him, poor fellow. He was so delighted." "Yes, but the evil is not there. To give a man a rose, to let him kiss your hands, and call you your Majesty, was all good fun. But, my little Oliva, it seems you did not stop there." Oliva coloured. "How?" stammered she. "There was a 3rd interview." "Yes," replied Oliva hastily. "You know, for you were there." "Excuse me, dear friend, I was there, but at a distance. I neither saw nor heard what passed within. I only know what you told me, that he talked and kissed your hands." "Oh, mon Dieu," murmured Oliva. "You surely could not have exposed us both to such a terrible danger without telling me of it." Oliva trembled from head to foot. Jeanne continued. "How could I imagine that you, who said you loved Monsieur Beausire, and were courted by a man like Count Cagliostro, whom you refused? Oh, it cannot be true." "But where is the danger?" asked Oliva. "The danger? Have we not to manage a madman, one who fears nothing and will not be controlled? It was no great thing for the queen to give him her hand to kiss, or to give him a rose. Oh, my dear child, I have not smiled since I heard this." "What do you fear?" asked Oliva, her teeth chattering with terror. "Why, as you are not the queen, and have taken her name, and in her name have committed a folly of this kind, that is unfortunately treason. He has no proof of this. They may be satisfied with a prison or banishment." "A prison? Banishment?" shrieked Oliva. "I at least intend to take precautions and hide myself." "You fear also?" "Oh, will not this madman divulge my share also? My poor Oliva, this trick of yours will cost us dear." Oliva burst into tears. "Oh," she cried, "I think I am possessed of a demon, that I can never rest. Just saved from one danger, I must rush into another. Suppose I confess all to my protector. A fine story to confess to him, whose advantage you refused, that you have committed this imprudence with a stranger. Mon Dieu, you are right. Soon this report will spread and will reach his ears. Then do you not think he will give you up to the police? Even if he only send you away, what will become of you? Oh, I am lost. And Monsieur Beausire, when he shall hear of this?" Oliva started, and wringing her hands violently, cried out, "Oh, he would kill me. But no, I will kill myself. You cannot save me, since you are compromised also." "I have," replied Jeanne, "in the farthest part of Picardy a little farm. If you can gain this refuge, you might be safe." "But you?" "Oh, once you were gone, I should not fear him. I will go whenever you like." "I think you are wise." "Must I go at once?" "Wait till I have prepared everything to ensure safety. Meanwhile, hide yourself, and do not come near the window." "Oh, yes, dear friend." "And to begin, let us go home, as there is no more to say." "How long will your preparations take?" "I do not know, but remember henceforth, until the day of your departure, I shall not come to the window. When you see me there, you will know that the day has arrived, and be prepared." They returned in silence. On arriving, Oliva begged pardon humbly of her friend for bringing her into so much danger through her folly. "I am a woman," replied Jeanne, "and can pardon a woman's weakness." End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 71. The Flight. Oliva kept her promise, and Jeanne also. Oliva hid herself from everyone, and Jeanne made her preparations, and in a few days made her appearance at the window, as a sign to Oliva to be ready that evening for flight. Oliva, divided between joy and terror, began immediately to prepare. Jeanne went to arrange about the carriage that was to convey her away. 11 o'clock at night had just struck when Jeanne arrived with a post-chaise, to which 3 strong horses were harnessed. A man, wrapped in a cloak, sat on the box, directing the postilions. Jeanne made them stop at the corner of the street, saying, "Remain here, half an hour will suffice, and then I will bring the person whom you are to conduct with all possible speed to Amiens. There you will give her into the care of the farmer who is my tenant. He has his instructions." "Yes, madame." "I forgot. Are you armed? This lady is menaced by a madman. He might, perhaps, try to stop her on the road." "What should I do?" "Fire on anyone who tries to impede your journey." "Yes, madame." "You asked me 70 louis. I will give you 100, and will pay the expenses of the voyage, which you had better make to London. Do not return here. It is more prudent for you to go to Saint-Valery, and embark at once for England." "Rely on me, madame." "Will I go and bring the lady?" All seemed asleep in that quiet house. Jeanne lighted the lamp, which was to be the signal to Oliva, but received no answering sign. She will come down in the dark, thought Jeanne, and she went to the door, but it did not open. Oliva was perhaps bringing down her packages. "The fool," murmured the countess. "How much time is she wasting over her rubbish?" She waited a quarter of an hour. No one came. Then 11:30 struck. "Perhaps she did not see my signal," thought Jeanne, and she went up and lighted it again, but it was not acknowledged. "She must be ill," cried Jeanne in a rage, "and cannot move." Then she took a key which Oliva had given her, but just as she was about to open the door, she thought, "Suppose someone should be there, but I should hear voices on the staircase, and could return. I must risk something." She went up, and on arriving outside Oliva's door, she saw a light inside and heard footsteps, but no voices. "It is all right," she thought. She was only a long time getting ready. "Oliva," she said softly, "open the door." The door opened, and Jeanne found herself face to face with a man holding a torch in his hand. "Oliva," said he, "is this you?" Then, with a tone of admirably feigned surprise, cried, "Madame de la Motte!" "Monsieur de Cagliostro," said she in terror, feeling half inclined to run away, but he took her hand politely and begged her to sit down. "To what do I owe the honour of this visit, madame?" "Monsieur," said she, stammering, I sought... Allow me, madame, to inquire which of my servants was guilty of the rudeness of letting you come up unattended." Jeanne trembled. "You must have fallen to the lot of my stupid German porter, who is always tipsy." "Do not scold him, I beg you, sir," replied Jeanne, who could hardly speak. "But was it he?" "I believe so, but you promised me not to scold him." "I will not, only, madame, will you now explain to me?" Jeanne began to gather courage. "I came to consult you, sir, about certain reports." "What reports?" "Do not hurry me, sir, it is a delicate subject." "Ah, you want time to invent," thought he. "Are you a friend of Monsieur le Cardinal de Rohan?" "I am acquainted with him, madame." "Well, I came to ask you—" "What?" "Oh, sir, You must know that he has shown me much kindness, and I wish to know if I may rely upon it. You understand me, sir? You read all hearts. You must be a little more explicit before I can assist you, madame. Monsieur, they say that his eminence loves elsewhere in a high quarter. Madame, allow me first to ask you one question. How did you come to seek me here, since I do not live here? Jeanne trembled. How did you get in? For there are neither porter nor servants in this part of my hotel. It could not be me you sought here. Who was it? You do not reply. I must aid you a little. You came in by the help of a key, which you have now in your pocket. You came to see a young woman, whom from your kindness I had concealed here. Jeanne trembled visibly, but replied, If it were so, it is no crime. One woman is permitted to visit another. Call her. She will tell you if my friendship is a hurtful one. Madame, you say that because you know she is not here. Not here? Oliva not here? Oh, you do not know that? You, who helped her to escape? I, cried Jeanne. You accuse me of that? I convict you, replied Cagliostro, and he took a paper from the table and showed her the following words addressed to himself. Monsieur and my generous protector, forgive me for leaving you, but above all things I love Monsieur Beausire. He came, and I follow him. Adieu. Believe in my gratitude. Beausire, cried Jeanne, petrified. He who did not even know her address? Oh, madame, here is another paper, which was doubtless dropped by Monsieur Beausire. The countess read, shuddering. Monsieur Beausire will find Mademoiselle Oliva, Rue Saint-Claude, at the corner of the boulevard. He had better come for her at once. It is time. It is the advice of a sincere friend. Oh, groaned the countess. And he has taken her away, said Cagliostro. But who wrote this note? Doubtless yourself. But how did he get in? Probably with your key. But as I have it here, he could not have it. Whoever has one can easily have two. You are convinced, replied she, while I can only suspect. She turned and went away, but found the staircase lighted and filled with men servants. Cagliostro called out loudly before them, Madame la Comtesse de la Motte. She went out full of rage and disappointment. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 72. The Letter and the Receipt. The day arrived for the payment of the first 500,000 francs. The jewelers had prepared a receipt, but no one came with the money in exchange for it. They passed the day and night in a state of cruel anxiety. The following day, Monsieur BOEHMER went to Versailles and asked to see the Queen. He was told that he could not be admitted without a letter of audience. However, he begged so hard, and urged his solicitations so well among the servants, that they consented to place him in the Queen's way when she went out. Marie Antoinette, still full of joy from her interview with Charny, came along looking bright and happy when she caught sight of the somewhat solemn face of Monsieur BOEHMER. She smiled at him, which he took for a favourable sign, and asked for an audience, which was promised him for 2 o'clock. On his return to BOSSANGE, they agreed that no doubt the money was all right, only the Queen had been unable to send it the day before. At 2 o'clock, BOEHMER returned to Versailles. What is it now, Monsieur BOEHMER? Asked the Queen as he entered. BOEHMER thought someone must be listening, and looked cautiously around him. Have you any secret to tell? Asked the Queen in surprise. The same as before, I suppose, some jewels to sell? But make yourself easy, no one can hear you. Ahem, murmured BOEHMER, startled at his reception. Well, what? Then I may speak out to your Majesty. Anything, only be quick. I only wish to say that your Majesty probably forgot us yesterday. Forgot you? What do you mean? Yesterday the sum was due. What sum? Pardon me, your Majesty, if I'm indiscreet. Perhaps your Majesty is not prepared. It would be a misfortune, but still. But, interrupted the Queen, I do not understand a word of what you are saying. Pray explain yourself. Yesterday the purse payment for the necklace was due. Have you sold it then? Certainly, your Majesty, replied BOEHMER, looking stupefied. And those to whom you have sold it have not paid, my poor BOEHMER? So much the worse, but they must do as I did, and if they cannot pay, send it back to you again. The jeweller staggered like a man who had just had a sunstroke. "I do not understand, your Majesty," he said. "Why, Beaumet, if 10 purchasers were each to send it back and give you 100,000 francs as I did, you would make 1,000,000 and keep your necklace also." "Your Majesty says," cried Beaumet, ready to drop, "that you sent me back the necklace." "Certainly. What is the matter?" "What? Your Majesty denies having bought the necklace?" "Ah, what comedy is this, sir?" said the Queen severely. "Is this unlucky necklace destined to turn someone's brain? But did your Majesty really say that you had returned the necklace?" "Happily," replied the Queen. "I can refresh your memory, as you are so forgetful, to say nothing more." She went to her secrétaire, and taking out the receipt, showed it to him, saying, "I suppose this is clear enough?" Beaumet's expression changed from incredulity to terror. "Madame," cried he, "I never signed this receipt." "You deny it," said the Queen with flashing eyes. "Positively, if I lose my life for it. I never received the necklace. I never signed the receipt. Were the headsman here or the gallows, I would repeat the same thing." "Then, sir," said the Queen, "do you think I have robbed you? Do you think I have your necklace?" Beaumet drew out a pocket-book and in his turn produced a letter. "I do not believe," said he, "that if your Majesty had wished to return the necklace, you would have written this." "I write? I never wrote to you. That is not my writing." "It is signed," said Beaumet. "Yes, Marie Antoinette of France. You are mad. Do you think that is the way I sign? I am of Austria. Go, Monsieur Beaumet, you have played this game unskilfully. Your forgers have not understood their work." "My forgers!" cried the poor Beaumet, ready to faint at this new blow. "You suspect me?" "You accuse me, Marie Antoinette?" replied she. "But this letter, this receipt? Give it me back and take your letter. The first lawyer you ask will tell you how much that is worth." And taking the receipt from his trembling hands and throwing the letter indignantly down, she left the room. The unfortunate man ran to communicate this dreadful blow to his partner, who was waiting in the carriage for him, and on their way home their gestures and cries of grief were so frantic as to attract the attention of every passer-by. At last they decided to return to Versailles. Immediately they presented themselves, they were admitted by the order of the Queen. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 73. Roi ne puis, prince ne daigne, Rohan je suis. "Ah," cried the Queen immediately they entered. "You have brought a reinforcement, Monsieur Beaumet. So much the better." Beaumet kneeled at her feet, and Bossange followed his example. "Gentlemen," said she, "I have now grown calm, and an idea has come into my head which has modified my opinion with regard to you. It seems to me that we have both been duped." "Ah, madame, you suspect me no longer. Forger was a dreadful word." "No, I do not suspect you now." "Does your Majesty suspect anyone else?" "Reply to my questions. You say you have not these diamonds?" "No, madame, we have not." "It then matters little to you that I sent them. That is my affair. Did you not see Madame de la Motte?" "Yes, madame." "And she gave you nothing for me?" "No, madame. She only said to us, 'Wait.'" "But this letter, who brought it?" "An unknown messenger during the night." She rang, and a servant entered. "Send for Madame de la Motte, and," continued the Queen to Monsieur Beaumet, "did you see Monsieur de Rohan?" "Yes, madame. He paid us a visit in order to ask." "Good," said the Queen. "I wish to hear no more now, but if he be mixed up with this affair, I think you need not despair. I think I can guess what Madame de la Motte meant by saying 'wait.' Meanwhile, go to Monsieur de Rohan and tell him all you have told us, and that I know it." The jewellers had a renewed spark of hope. Only Bossange said that the receipt was a false one, and that was a crime. "True," replied Marie Antoinette. "If you did not write it, it is a crime. But to prove this, I must confront you with the person whom I charge to return you the jewels." "Whenever your Majesty pleases. We do not fear the test." "Go first to Monsieur de Rohan. He alone can enlighten you." "And will your Majesty permit us to bring you his answer?" "Yes, but I dare say I shall know all before you do." When they were gone, she was restless and unquiet,
and dispatched courier after courier for Madame de la Motte. We will, however, leave her for the present and follow the jewellers in their search after the truth. The cardinal was at home, reading, with a rage impossible to describe, a little note which Madame de la Motte had just sent him, as she said, from Versailles. It was harsh, forbidding any hope, ordering him to think no more of the past, not to appear again at Versailles, and ending with an appeal to his loyalty not to attempt to renew relations which were become impossible. "Coquette, capricious, perfidious!" cried he. "Here are 4 letters which she has written to me, each more unjust and tyrannical than the other. She encouraged me only for a caprice, and now sacrifices me to a new one." It was at this moment that the jewellers presented themselves. 3 times he refused them admittance, and each time the servant came back saying that they would not go without an audience. "Let them come in, then," said he. "What means this rudeness, gentlemen? No one owes you anything here." The jewellers, driven to despair, made a half-menacing gesture. "Are you mad?" asked the cardinal. "Monseigneur," replied Beaumet, with a sigh, "do us justice, and do not compel us to be rude to an illustrious prince. Either you are not mad, in which case my servants shall throw you out of the window, or you are mad, and they shall simply push you out of the door. Monseigneur, we are not mad, but we have been robbed. What is that to me? I am not lieutenant of police. But you have had the necklace in your hands, and in justice." "The necklace! Is it the necklace that is stolen?" "Yes, monseigneur." "Well, what does the queen say about it?" "She sent me to you. She is very amiable, but what can I do, my poor fellows? You can tell us, monseigneur, what has been done with it." "I? Doubtless. Do you think I stole the necklace from the queen?" "It is not the queen from whom it was stolen." "Mon Dieu! From whom, then?" "The queen denies having had it in her possession." "How? She denies it? But I thought you had an acknowledgment from her." "She says it is a forged one." "Decidedly you are mad," cried the cardinal. "We simply speak the truth." "Then she denied it because someone was there." "No, monseigneur. And this is not all. Not only does the queen deny her own acknowledgment, but she produced a receipt from us, purporting that we had received back the necklace." "A receipt from you?" "Which is also a forgery, monsieur le cardinal. You know it." "A forgery, and I know it." "Assuredly, for you came to confirm what Madame de la Motte had said, and you knew that we had sold the necklace to the queen." "Come," said the cardinal, "this seems a serious affair. This is what I did. First, I bought the necklace of you for her majesty, and paid you 100,000 francs. "True, monseigneur." "Afterwards, you told me that the queen had acknowledged the debt in writing, and fixed the periods of payment." "We said so. Will your eminence look at this signature?" He looked at it and said directly, "Marie Antoinette of France. You have been deceived, gentlemen. This is not her signature. She is of the House of Austria." "Then," cried the jewellers, "Madame de la Motte must know the forger and the robber." The cardinal appeared struck with this. He acted like the queen. He rang and said, "Send for Madame de la Motte." His servants went after Jeanne's carriage, which had not long left the hotel. M. Beaumet continued, "But where is the necklace?" "How can I tell?" cried the cardinal. "I gave it to the queen. I know no more." "We must have our necklace or our money," cried the jewellers. "Gentlemen, this is not my business." "It is Madame de la Motte," cried they in despair, "who has ruined us." "I forbid you to accuse her here. Someone must be guilty. Someone wrote the forged papers." "Was it I?" asked M. de Rohan haughtily. "Monseigneur, we do not wish to say so." "Well, who then?" "Monseigneur, we desire an explanation." "Wait till I have one myself." "But, monseigneur, what are we to say to the queen? For she accused us at first." "What does she say now?" "She says that either you or Madame de la Motte has the necklace, for she has not." "Well," replied the cardinal, pale with rage and shame, "go and tell her." "No, tell her nothing. There is scandal enough, but tomorrow I officiate at the chapel at Versailles. When I approach the queen, come to us. I will ask her again if she has the necklace, and you shall hear what she replies. If she denies it before me, then, gentlemen, I am a Rohan, and will pay." And with these words, pronounced with an indescribable dignity, he dismissed them. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 74. Love and Diplomacy. The next morning about 10 o'clock, a carriage bearing the arms of M. de Breteuil entered Versailles. Our readers will not have forgotten that this gentleman was a personal enemy of M. de Rohan, and had long been on the watch for an opportunity of injuring him. He now requested an audience from the king, and was admitted. "It is a beautiful day," said Louis to his minister. "There is not a cloud in the sky." "Sire, I am sorry to bring with me a cloud on your tranquillity." "So am I," replied the king, "but what is it?" "I feel very much embarrassed, sire, more especially as perhaps this affair naturally concerns the lieutenant of police rather than myself, for it is a sort of theft." "A theft? Well, speak out." "Sire, your Majesty knows the diamond necklace? Monsieur Beaumet's, which the Queen refused?" "Precisely, sire," said Monsieur de Breteuil, and ignorant of all the mischief he was about to do, he continued, "And this necklace has been stolen." "Ah, so much the worse, but diamonds are very easy to trace." "But, sire, this is not an ordinary theft. It is pretended that the Queen has kept the necklace." "Why, she refused it in my presence." "Sire, I did not use the right word. The calumnies are too gross." "Ah," said the king with a smile, "I suppose they say now that the Queen has stolen the necklace." "Sire," replied Monsieur Breteuil, "they say that the Queen recommenced the negotiation for the purchase privately, and that the jewellers hold a paper signed by her, acknowledging that she kept it. I need not tell your Majesty how much I despise all such scandalous falsehoods." "They say this," said the king, turning pale. "What do they not say? Had the Queen really bought it afterwards, I should not have blamed her. She is a woman, and the necklace is marvellously beautiful, and thank God she could still afford it if she wished for it. I shall only blame her for one thing, for hiding her wishes from me. But that has nothing to do with the king, only with the husband. A husband may scold his wife if he pleases, and no one has a right to interfere. But then," continued he, "what do you mean by a robbery?" "Oh, I fear I have made your Majesty angry." The king laughed. "Come, tell me all. Tell me even that the Queen sold the necklace to the Jews. Poor woman, she is often in want of money, oftener than I can give it to her." "Exactly so. About 2 months ago the Queen asked for 500,000 francs, and your Majesty refused it." "True." "Well, sire, they say that this money was to have been the first payment for the necklace. The Queen, being denied the money, could not pay." "Well?" "Well, sire, they say the Queen applied to someone to help her." "To a Jew?" "No, sire, not to a Jew." "Oh, I guess some foreign intrigue. The Queen asked her mother or some of her family for money." "It would have been better if she had, sire." "Well, to whom then did she apply?" "Sire, I dare not." "Monsieur, I am tired of this. I order you to speak out at once. Who lent this money to the Queen?" "Monsieur de Rohan." "Monsieur de Rohan? Are you not ashamed to name to me the most embarrassed man in my kingdom?" "Sire," said Monsieur de Breteuil, lowering his eyes. "Monsieur de Breteuil, your manner annoys me. If you have anything to say, speak at once." "Sire, I cannot bring myself to utter things so compromising to the honour of my king and queen." "Speak, sir. If there be calumnies, they must be refuted." "Then, sire, Monsieur de Rohan went to the jewellers and arranged for the purchase of the necklace and the mode of payment." "Really?" cried the king, annoyed and angry. "It is a fact, sire, capable of being proved with the greatest certainty. I pledge my word for this." "This is most annoying," said the king. "But still, sir, we have not heard of a theft." "Sire, the jewellers say that they have a receipt signed by the Queen, and she denies having the necklace." "Ah," cried the king with renewed hope, "she denies it, you see, Monsieur de Breteuil." "Oh, sire, I never doubted her Majesty's innocence. I am indeed unfortunate if your Majesty does not see all my respect for the purest of women." "Then you only accuse Monsieur de Rohan?" "Yes, sire, and appearances demand some inquiry into his conduct. The Queen says she has not the necklace. The jewellers say they sold it to her. It is not to be found, and the word theft is used as connected both with the Queen and Monsieur de Rohan." "You are right, Monsieur de Breteuil. This affair must be cleared up. But who is that passing below? Is it not Monsieur de Rohan going to the chapel?" "Not yet, sire. He does not come till 11 o'clock. and he will be dressed in his robes, for he officiates today. Then I will send for him and speak to him. Permit me to advise your majesty to speak first to the queen. Yes, she will tell me the truth. Doubtless, sire. But first tell me all you know about it. Monsieur de Breteuil, with ingenious hate, mentioned every particular which he thought could injure Monsieur de Rohan. They were interrupted by an officer who approached the king and said, Sire, the queen begs you will come to her. What is it? Asked the king, turning pale. Wait here, Monsieur de Breteuil. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 75. Charny, Cardinal, and Queen. At the same moment as Monsieur de Breteuil asked for an audience of the king, Monsieur de Charny, pale and agitated, begged one of the queen. He was admitted, and touching tremblingly the hand she held out to him, said in an agitated voice, Oh, madame, what a misfortune! What is the matter? Do you know what I have just heard? What the king has perhaps already heard, or will hear tomorrow? She trembled, for she thought of her night with Charny, and fancied they had been seen. Speak, said she, I am strong. They say, madame, that you bought a necklace from Monsieur BOEHMER. I returned it, she said quickly. But they say that you only pretended to do so when the king prevented you from paying for it by refusing you the money, and that you went to borrow the amount from someone else who was your lover. And, cried the queen, with her usual impetuous confidence, you, monsieur, you let them say that. Madame, yesterday I went to Monsieur BOEHMER's with my uncle, who had brought some diamonds from the Indies and wished to have them valued. There we heard this frightful story now being spread abroad by your majesty's enemies. Madame, I am in despair. If you bought the necklace, tell me. If you have not paid, tell me, but do not let me hear that Monsieur de Rohan paid for you. Monsieur de Rohan? Yes, Monsieur de Rohan, whom they call your lover, whom they say lent the money, and whom an unhappy man called Charny saw in the park in Versailles kneeling before the queen and kissing her hand. Monsieur, cried Marie Antoinette, if you believe these things when you leave me, you do not love me. Oh, cried the young man, the danger presses. I come to beg you to do me a favor. What danger? Oh, madame, the cardinal paying for the queen dishonors her. I do not speak now of the grief such a confidence in him causes me. No, of these things one dies, but one does not complain. You are mad, cried Marie Antoinette, in anger. I am not mad, madame, but you are unhappy and lost. I saw you in the park, I told you so. I was not deceived. Today, all the horrible truth has burst out. Monsieur de Rohan boasts, perhaps. The queen seized his arm. You are mad, repeated she, with inexpressible anguish. Believe anything, believe the impossible, but in the name of heaven, after all I have said to you, do not believe me guilty. I, who never even thought of you, without praying to God to pardon me for my fault. Oh, Monsieur de Charny, if you do not wish to kill me, do not tell me that you think me guilty. Charny wrung his hands with anguish. Listen, said he, if you wish me to serve you efficaciously. A service from you, more cruel than my enemies? A service from a man who despises me? Never, sir, never. Charny approached and took her hands in his. This evening it will be too late. Save me from despair by saving yourself from shame. Monsieur! Oh, I cannot pick my words with death before me. If you do not listen to me, we shall both die, you from shame and I from grief. You want money to pay for this necklace. I? Do not deny it. I tell you. Do not tell me that you have not the necklace. I swear. Do not swear if you wish me to love you. There remains one way to save at once your honor and my love. The necklace is worth 1,600,000 francs. You have paid 100,000. Here is the remainder. Take it and pay. You have sold your possessions. You have ruined yourself for me. Good and noble heart, I love you. Then you accept? No, but I love you. Let Monsieur de Rohan pay. Remember, madame, this would be no generosity towards me, but the refinement of cruelty. Monsieur de Charny, I am queen. I give to my subjects, but I do not accept from them. What do you mean to do, then? You are frank. What do the jewelers say? That as you cannot pay, Monsieur de Rohan will pay for you. What does the public say? That you have the necklace hidden, and will produce it when it shall have been paid for either by the cardinal in his love for you, or by the king to prevent scandal. And you, Charny, in your turn, I ask, what do you say? I think, madame, that you have need to prove your innocence to me. The Prince Louis, Cardinal de Rohan, was at that moment announced by an usher. You shall have your wish, said the queen. You are going to receive him? Yes. And I? Go into my boudoir and leave the door ajar, that you may hear. Be quick, here he is. Monsieur de Rohan appeared in his robes of office. The queen advanced toward him, attempting a smile, which died away on her lips. He was serious and said, Madame, I have several important things to communicate to you, although you shun my presence. I shun you so little, monsieur, that I was about to send for you. Am I alone with your majesty? Said he in a low voice. May I speak freely? Perfectly, monseigneur. Do not constrain yourself, she said aloud, for Monsieur de Charny to hear. The king will not come. Have no fear of the king or anyone else. Oh, it is yourself I fear, said he in a moved voice. Well, I am not formidable. Say quickly and openly what you have to say. I like frankness and want no reserve. They say you complain of me. What have you to reproach me with? The cardinal sighed. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 76. Explanations. Madame, said the cardinal, bowing, you know what is passing concerning the necklace? No, monsieur, I wish to learn it from you. Why has your majesty for so long deigned to communicate with me through another? If you have any reason to hate me, why not explain it? I do not know what you mean. I do not hate you, but that is not, I think, the subject of our interview. I wish to hear all about this unlucky necklace. But first, where is Madame de la Motte? I was about to ask your majesty the same question. Really, monsieur, if anyone knows, I think it ought to be you. I, madame, why? Oh, I do not wish to receive your confessions about her, but I wish to speak to her, and have sent for her 10 times without receiving an answer. And I, madame, am astonished at her disappearance, for I also sent to ask her to come, and like your majesty received no answer. Then let us leave her, monsieur, and speak of ourselves. Oh no, madame, let us speak of her first, for a few words of your majesty's gave me a painful suspicion. It seemed to me that your majesty reproached me with my assiduities to her. I have not reproached you at all, sir. Oh, madame, such a suspicion would explain all to me. Then I should understand all the rigor towards me, which I have hitherto found so inexplicable. Here we cease to understand each other, and I beg of you not to still further involve in obscurity what I wished you to explain to me. Madame, cried the cardinal, clasping his hands, I entreat you not to change the subject. Allow me only 2 words more, and I am sure we shall understand each other. Really, sir, you speak in language that I do not understand. Pray, return to plain French. Where is the necklace that I returned to the jewelers? The necklace that you sent back? Yes, what have you done with it? I do not know, madame. Listen, and one thing is simple. Madame de la Motte took away the necklace and returned it to the jewelers in my name. The jewelers say they never had it, and I hold in my hands a receipt which proves the contrary. But they say the receipt is forged. Madame de la Motte, if sincere, could explain all, but as she is not to be found, I can but conjecture. She wished to return it, but you, who had always the generous wish to present me with the necklace, you, who brought it to me with the offer to pay for it, which your majesty refused. Yes, well, you have persevered in your idea, and you kept back the necklace, hoping to return it to me at some other time. Madame de la Motte was weak. She knew my inability to pay for it, and my determination not to keep it when I could not pay. She therefore entered into a conspiracy with you. Have I guessed right? Say yes. Let me believe in this slight disobedience to my orders, and I promise to pardon you both. So let Madame de la Motte come out of her hiding-place, but for pity's sake, Let there be perfect clearness and openness, monsieur. A cloud rests over me. I will have it dispersed." "Madame," replied the cardinal with a sigh, "unfortunately it is not true. I did not persevere in my idea, for I believed the necklace was in your own hands. I never conspired with Madame de la Motte about it, and I have it no more than you say you or the jewellers have it." "Impossible! You have not got it?" "No, madame." "It is not you who hide it?" "No, madame." "You do not know what has become of it?" "No, madame." "But then how do you explain its disappearance?" "I do not pretend to explain it, madame, and moreover, it is not the first time that I have had to complain that your majesty did not understand me." "How, sir?" "Pray, madame, have the goodness to retrace my letters in your memory." "Your letters? You have written to me?" "Too seldom, madame, to express all that was in my heart." The queen rose. "Terminate this jesting, sir. What do you mean by letters? How can you dare to say such things?" "Ah, madame, perhaps I have allowed myself to speak too freely the secret of my soul." "What secret? Are you in your senses, monsieur?" "Madame." "Oh, speak out. You speak now like a man who wishes to embarrass one before witnesses." "Madame, is there really anyone listening to us?" "No, monsieur, explain yourself and prove to me, if you can, that you are in your right senses." "Oh, why is not Madame de la Motte here? She could aid me to reawaken, if not your majesty's attachment, at least your memory." "My attachment, my memory!" "Ah, madame," cried he, growing excited, "spare me, I beg. It is free for you to love no longer, but do not insult me." "Ah, mon Dieu!" cried the queen, turning pale. "Hear what this man says." "Well, madame," said he, getting still more excited, "I think I have been sufficiently discreet and reserved not to be ill-treated. But I should have known that when a queen says, 'I will not any longer,' it is as imperious as when a woman says, 'I will.' But, sir, to whom or when have I said either the one or the other?" "Both, to me." "To you? You are a liar, Monsieur de Rohan, a coward, for you calumniate a woman, and a traitor, for you insult the queen. And you are a heartless woman and a faithless queen. You led me to feel for you the most ardent love. You let me drink my fill of hopes." "Of hopes? My God! Am I mad, or what is he? Should I have dared to ask you for the midnight interviews which you granted me?" The queen uttered a cry of rage as she fancied she heard a sigh from the boudoir. "Should I," continued Monsieur de Rohan, "have dared to come into the park if you had not sent Madame de la Motte for me? Mon Dieu! Should I have dared to seal the key? Should I have ventured to ask for this rose, which since then I have worn here on my heart, and burned up with my kisses? Should I have dared to kiss your hands, and above all, should I have dared even to dream of sweet but perfidious love?" "Monsieur," cried she, "you blaspheme." "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed the cardinal. "Heaven knows that to be loved by this deceitful woman, I would have given my all, my liberty, my life. Monsieur de Rohan, if you wish to preserve either, you will confess immediately that you invented all these horrors, that you did not come to the park at night." "I did come," he replied. "You are a dead man if you maintain this." "A Rohan cannot lie, madame. I did come. Monsieur de Rohan, in heaven's name, say that you did not see me there." "I will die, if you wish it, and as you threatened me, but I did come to the park at Versailles, where Madame de la Motte brought me." "Once more confess it is a horrible plot against me." "No." "Then believe that you were mistaken, deceived, that it was all a fancy." "No." "Then we will have recourse," said she solemnly, "to the justice of the king." The cardinal bowed. The queen rang violently. "Tell his majesty that I desire his presence." The cardinal remained firm. Marie Antoinette went 10 times to the door of the boudoir, and each time returned without going in. At last the king appeared. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 77. The Arrest. "Sire," cried the queen, "here is Monsieur de Rohan, who says incredible things which I wish him to repeat to you." At these unexpected words, the cardinal turned pale. Indeed, it was a strange position to hear himself called upon to repeat to the king and the husband all of the claims which he believed he had over the queen and the wife. But the king, turning towards him, said, "About a certain necklace, is it not, sir?" Monsieur de Rohan took advantage of the king's question and chose the least of two evils. "Yes, sire," he murmured, "about the necklace." "Then, sir, you have brought the necklace?" "Sire." "Yes or no, sir?" The cardinal looked at the queen and did not reply. "The truth, sir," said the queen, answering his look. "We want nothing but the truth." Monsieur de Rohan turned away his head and did not speak. "If Monsieur de Rohan will not reply, will you, madame, explain?" said the king. "You must know something about it. Did you buy it?" "No." Monsieur de Rohan smiled rather contemptuously. "You say nothing, sir," said the king. "Of what am I accused, sire?" "The jewelers say they sold the necklace either to you or the queen. They show a receipt from Her Majesty." "A forged one?" interrupted the queen. "The jewelers," continued the king, "say that in case the queen does not pay, you are bound to do so by your engagements." "I do not refuse to pay, sire. It must be the truth, as the queen permits it to be said." And a second look, still more contemptuous than the first, accompanied this speech. The queen trembled, for she began to think his behavior like the indignation of an honest man. "Well, Monsieur le Cardinal, someone has imitated the signature of the Queen of France," said the king. "The queen, sire, is free to attribute to me whatever crimes she pleases." "Sir," said the king, "instead of justifying yourself, you assume the air of an accuser." The cardinal paused a moment and then cried, "Justify myself? Impossible. Monsieur, these people say that this necklace has been stolen under a promise to pay for it. Do you confess the crime?" "Who would believe it, if I did?" asked the cardinal with a haughty disdain. "Then, sir, I think they will believe." "Sire, I know nothing of what is said," interrupted the cardinal. "All that I can affirm is that I have not the necklace. Someone has it who will not produce it, and I can but say, let the shame of the crime fall on the person who knows himself guilty." "The question, madame, is between you two," said the king. "Once more, have you the necklace?" "No, by the honor of my mother, by the life of my son." The king joyfully turned towards the cardinal. "Then, sir, the affair lies between you and justice, unless you prefer trusting to my clemency." "The clemency of kings is for the guilty, sire. I prefer the justice of men." "You will confess nothing?" "I have nothing to say." "But, sir, your silence compromises my honor," cried the queen. The cardinal did not speak. "Well, then, I will speak," cried she. "Learn, sire, that Monsieur de Rohan's chief crime is not the theft of this necklace." Monsieur de Rohan turned pale. "What do you mean?" cried the king. "Madame," murmured the cardinal. "Oh, no reasons, no fear, no weakness shall close my mouth. I would proclaim my innocence in public if necessary." "Your innocence?" said the king. "Oh, madame, who would be rash enough or base enough to compel you to defend that?" "I beg you, madame," said the cardinal. "Ah, you begin to tremble. I was right. Such plots bear not the light. Sire, will you order Monsieur de Rohan to repeat to you what he has just said to me?" "Madame," cried the cardinal, "take care. You pass all bounds." "Sir," said the king, "do you dare to speak thus to the queen?" "Yes, sire," said Marie Antoinette. "This is the way he speaks to me, and pretends he has the right to do so." "You, sir!" cried the king, livid with rage. "Oh, he says he has letters." "Let us see them, sir," said the king. "Yes, produce them," cried the queen. The cardinal passed his hands over his burning eyes, and asked himself how heaven could ever have created a being so perfidious and so audacious. But he remained silent. "But that is not all," continued the queen, getting more and more excited. "Monsieur le Cardinal says he has obtained interviews." "Madame, for pity's sake," cried the queen. "For modesty's sake," murmured the cardinal. "One word, sir. If you are not the basest of men, if you hold anything sacred in this world, if you have proofs, produce them." "No, madame," replied he at length, "I have not." "You said you had a witness." "Who?" asked the king. "Madame de la Motte." "Ah!" cried the king, whose suspicions against her were easily excited. "Let us see this woman." "Yes," said the queen, "but she has disappeared. Ask monsieur what he has done with her." "Others have made her disappear who had more interest in doing so than I had." But, sir, if you are innocent, help us to find the guilty." The cardinal crossed his hands and turned his back. "Monsieur," cried the king, "you shall go to the Bastille." "As I am, sire, in my robes, consider, sire, the scandal will commence, and will fall heavily on whomsoever it rests." "I wish it to do so, sir." "It is an injustice, sire." "It shall be so," and the king looked round for someone to execute his orders. Monsieur de Breteuil was near, anticipating the fall of his rival. The king spoke to him, and he cried immediately, "Guards, arrest Monsieur le Cardinal de Rohan." The cardinal passed by the queen without saluting her, then bowing to the king, went towards the lieutenant of the guards, who approached timidly, seeming to wait for a confirmation of the order he had received. "Yes, sir," said Monsieur de Rohan, "it is I whom you are to arrest." "Conduct Monsieur to his apartment until I have written the order," said the king. When they were alone, the king said, "Madame, you know this must lead to a public trial, and that scandal will fall heavily on the heads of the guilty." "I thank you, sire. You have taken the only method of justifying me." "You thank me." "With all my heart. Believe me, you have acted like a king, and I as a queen." "Good," replied the king joyfully. "We shall find out the truth at last, and when once we have crushed the serpent, I hope we may live in more tranquillity." He kissed the queen and left her. "Monsieur," said the cardinal to the officer who conducted him, "can I send word to home that I have been arrested?" "If no one sees, monseigneur." The cardinal wrote some words on a page of his missal, then tore it out, and let it fall at the feet of the officer. "She ruins me," murmured the cardinal, "but I will save her for your sake, oh, my king, and because it is my duty to forgive." End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 78. The Procès-Verbal. When the king re-entered his room, he signed the order to consign Monsieur de Rohan to the Bastille. The Comte de Provence soon came in and began making a series of signs to Monsieur de Breteuil, who, however willing, could not understand their meaning. This, however, the count did not care for, as his sole object was to attract the king's attention. He at last succeeded, and the king, after dismissing Monsieur de Breteuil, said to him, "What was the meaning of all those signs you were making just now? I suppose they meant something." "Undoubtedly, but—" "Oh, you are quite free to say or not." "Sire, I have just heard of the arrest of Monsieur de Rohan." "Well, and what then? Am I wrong to do justice even on him?" "Oh no, brother, I did not mean that." "I should have been surprised had you not taken part against the queen. I have just seen her, and am quite satisfied." "Oh, sire, God forbid that I should accuse her. The queen has no friend more devoted than myself." "Then you approve of my proceedings, which will, I trust, terminate all the scandals which have lately disgraced our court?" "Yes, sire, I entirely approve your majesty's conduct, and I think all is for the best as regards the necklace." "Pardieu! It is clear enough. Monsieur de Rohan has been making himself great on a pretended familiarity with the queen, and conducting in her name a bargain for the diamonds, and leaving it to be supposed that she had them. It is monstrous. And then these tales never stop at the truth, but add all sorts of dreadful details, which would end in a frightful scandal on the queen." "Yes, brother, I repeat, as far as the necklace is concerned, you are perfectly right." "What else is there, then?" "Sire, you embarrass me. The queen has not then told you?" "Oh, the other boastings of Monsieur de Rohan, the pretended correspondence and the interviews he speaks of. All that I know is that I have the most absolute confidence in the queen, which she merits by the nobleness of her character. It was easy for her to have told me nothing of all this, but she always makes an immediate appeal to me in all difficulties, and confides to me the care of her honor. I am her confessor and her judge." "Sire, you make me afraid to speak, lest I should be again accused of want of friendship for the queen. But it is right that all should be spoken, that she may justify herself from the other accusations." "Well, what have you to say?" "Let me first hear what she told you." "She said she had not the necklace, that she never signed the receipt for the jewels, that she never authorized Monsieur de Rohan to buy them, that she had never given him the right to think himself more to her than any other of her subjects, and that she was perfectly indifferent to him." Ah, she said that? Most decidedly. Then these rumors about other people? What others? Why, if it were not Monsieur de Rohan who walked with the Queen. How? Do they say he walked with her? The Queen denies it, you say, but how came she to be in the park at night? And with whom did she walk? The Queen in the park at night? Doubtless, there are always eyes ready to watch every movement of a queen. Brother, these are infamous things that you repeat. Take care. Sire, I openly repeat them that your Majesty may search out the truth. And they say that the Queen walked at night in the park? Yes, sire, tête-à-tête. I do not believe anyone says it. Unfortunately, I can prove it but too well. There are 4 witnesses. One is the captain of the hunt, who says he saw the Queen go out 2 following nights by the door near the kennel of the wolfhounds. Here is his declaration, signed. The king, trembling, took the paper. The next is the night watchman at Trianon, who says he saw the Queen walking arm in arm with a gentleman. The third is the porter of the west door, who also saw the Queen going through the little gate. He states how she was dressed, but that he could not recognize the gentleman, but thought he looked like an officer. He says he could not be mistaken, for that the Queen was accompanied by her friend, Madame de la Motte. Her friend, cried the king, furiously. The last is from the man whose duty it is to see that all doors are locked at night. He says that he saw the Queen go into the baths of Apollo with a gentleman. The king, pale with anger and emotion, snatched the paper from the hands of his brother. It is true, continued the count, that Madame de la Motte was outside, and that the Queen did not remain more than an hour. The name of the gentleman? Cried the king. This report does not name him, but here is one dated the next day, by a forester, who says it was Monsieur de Charny. Monsieur de Charny, cried the king. Wait here, I will soon learn the truth of all this. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 79. The Last Accusation. As soon as the king left the room, the Queen ran towards the boudoir and opened the door. Then, as if her strength failed her, sank down on a chair, waiting for the decision of Monsieur de Charny, her last and most formidable judge. He came out more sad and pale than ever. Well? Said she. Madame, replied he, you see everything opposes our friendship. There can be no peace for me, while such scandalous reports circulate in public, putting my private convictions aside. Then, said the Queen, all I have done, this perilous aggression, this public defiance of one of the greatest nobles in the kingdom, and my conduct being exposed to the test of public opinion, does not satisfy you? Oh, cried Charny, you are noble and generous, I know. But you believe me guilty? You believe the cardinal? I command you to tell me what you think. I must say then, madame, that he is neither mad nor wicked, as you called him, but a man thoroughly convinced of the truth of what he said. A man who loves you, and the victim of an error which will bring him to ruin. And you? Well? To dishonor. Mon Dieu! This odious woman, this Madame de la Motte, disappearing just when her testimony might have restored you to repose and honor. She is the evil genius, the curse of your reign. She whom you have, unfortunately, admitted to partake of your intimacy and your secrets. Oh, sir! Yes, madame, it is clear that you combined with her and the cardinal to buy this necklace. Pardon if I offend you. Stay, sir, replied the Queen, with a pride not unmixed with anger. What the king believes others might believe, and my friends not be harder than my husband. It seems to me that it can give no pleasure to any man to see a woman whom he does not esteem. I do not speak of you, sir. To you I am not a woman but a queen, as you are to me not a man but a subject. I had advised you to remain in the country, and it was wise. Far from the court, you might have judged me more truly. Too ready to condescend, I have neglected to keep up with those whom I thought loved me, the prestige of royalty. I should have been a queen and content to govern, and not have wished to be loved. I cannot express, replied Charny, how much your severity wounds me. I may have forgotten that you were a queen, but never that you were the woman most in the world worthy of my respect and love. Sire, I think your absence is necessary. Something tells me that it will end by your name being mixed up in all this. Impossible, madame. You say impossible. Reflect on the power of those who have for so long played with my reputation. You say that M. de Rohan is convinced of what he asserts. Those who cause such convictions would not be long in proving you a disloyal subject to the king, and a disgraceful friend to me. Those who invent so easily what is false will not be long in discovering the truth. Lose no time, therefore. The peril is great. Retire, and fly from the scandal which will ensue from the approaching trial. I do not wish that my destiny should involve yours, or your future be ruined. I, who am, thank God, innocent, and without a stain on my life, I, who would lay bare my feet to my enemies, could they thus read its purity, will resist to the last. For you might come ruin, defamation, and perhaps imprisonment. Take away the money you so nobly offered me, and the assurance that not one movement of your generous heart has escaped me, and that your doubts, though they have wounded, have not estranged me. Go, I say, and seek elsewhere what the Queen of France can no longer give you, hope and happiness. From this time to the convocation of Parliament and the production of witnesses must be a fortnight. Your uncle has vessels ready to sail. Go and leave me. I bring misfortunes on my friends. Saying this, the Queen rose and seemed to give Charny his congé. He approached quickly but respectfully. Your Majesty, cried he, in a moved voice, shows me my duty. It is here that danger awaits you, here that you are to be judged, and that you may have one loyal witness on your side. I remain here. Perhaps we may still make your enemies tremble before the majesty of an innocent queen, and the courage of a devoted man. And if you wish it, madame, I will be equally hidden and unseen, as though I went. During a fortnight that I lived within 100 yards of you, watching your every movement, counting your steps, living in your life, no one saw me. I can do so again, if it please you. As you please, replied she. I am no coquette, Monsieur de Charny, and to say what I please is the true privilege of a queen. One day, sir, I chose you from everyone. I do not know what drew my heart towards you, but I had need of a strong and pure friendship, and I allowed you to perceive that need. But now I see that your soul does not respond to mine, and I tell you so frankly. Oh, madame, cried Charny, I cannot let you take away your heart from me. If you have once given it to me, I will keep it with my life. I cannot lose you. You reproached me with my doubts. Oh, do not doubt me. Ah, said she, but you are weak, and I, alas, am so also. You are all I love you to be. What? Cried she passionately. This abused queen, this woman about to be publicly judged, that the world condemns, and that her king and husband may, perhaps, also in turn condemn, has she found one heart to love her? A slave who venerates her, and offers her his heart's blood in exchange for every pang he has caused her. Then, cried she, this woman is blessed and happy, and complains of nothing. Charny fell at her feet, and kissed her hands in transport. At that moment the door opened, and the king, surprised, at the feet of his wife, the man whom he had just heard accused by the Comte de Provence. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 80. The Proposal of Marriage. The Queen and Charny exchanged a look so full of terror that their most cruel enemy must have pitied them. Charny rose slowly and bowed to the king, whose heart might also have been seen to beat. Ah, cried he in a hoarse voice, Monsieur de Charny. The queen could not speak. She thought she was lost. Monsieur de Charny, repeated the king. It is little honourable for a gentleman to be taken in the act of theft. Of theft? Murmured Charny. Yes, sir. To kneel before the wife of another is a theft. And when this woman is a queen, his crime is called high treason. The count was about to speak, but the queen, ever impatient in her generosity, forestalled him. Sire, said she, you seem in the mood for evil suspicions and unfavourable suppositions, which fall falsely, I warn you. and if respect chains the Count's tongue, I will not hear him wrongfully accused without defending him." Here she stopped, overcome by emotion, frightened at the falsehood she was about to tell, and bewildered because she could not find one to utter. But these few words had somewhat softened the king, who replied more gently, "Will you not tell me, madame, that I did not see M. de Charny kneeling before you, and without your attempting to raise him? Therefore you might think," replied she, "that he had some favour to ask me." "A favour?" "Yes, sire, and one which I could not easily grant, or he would not have insisted with so much less warmth." Charny breathed again, and the king's look became calmer. Marie Antoinette was searching for something to say, with mingled rage at being obliged to lie, and grief at not being able to think of anything probable to say. She half hoped the king would be satisfied, and ask no more, but he said, "Let us hear, madame, what is the favour so warmly solicited, which made M. de Charny kneel before you? I may perhaps, more happy than you, be able to grant it." She hesitated. To lie before the man she loved was agony to her, and she would have given the world for Charny to find the answer, but of this he was incapable. "Sire, I told you that M. de Charny asked an impossible thing." "What is it?" "What can one ask on one's knees?" "I want to hear." "Sire, it is a family secret." "There are no secrets from the king. A father interested in all his subjects, who are his children, although, like unnatural children, they may sometimes attack the honour and safety of their father." This speech made the queen tremble anew. "M. de Charny asked," replied she, "permission to marry." "Really?" cried the king, reassured for a moment. Then after a pause he said, "But why should it be impossible for M. de Charny to marry? Is he not noble? Has he not a good fortune? Is he not brave and handsome? Really, to refuse him the lady ought to be a princess or already married. I can see no other reason for an impossibility. Therefore, madame, tell me the name of the lady who is loved by M. de Charny, and let me see if I cannot remove the difficulty." The queen, forced to continue her falsehood, replied, "No, sire, there are difficulties which even you cannot remove, and the present one is of this nature." "Still, I wish to hear," replied the king, his anger returning. Charny looked at the queen. She seemed ready to faint. He made a step towards her, and then drew back. How dared he approach her in the king's presence? "Oh," thought she, "for an idea, something that the king can neither doubt nor disbelieve." Then suddenly a thought struck her. She who has dedicated herself to heaven, the king cannot influence. "Sire," cried she whom M. de Charny wishes to marry is in a convent." "Oh, that is a difficulty, no doubt, but this seems a very sudden love of M. de Charny's. I have never heard of it from anyone. Who was the lady you love, M. de Charny?" The queen felt in despair, not knowing what he would say, and dreading to hear him name anyone. But Charny could not reply, so after a pause she cried, "Sire, you know her. It is Andree de Tavernay." Charny buried his face in his hands. The queen pressed her hand to her heart, and could hardly support herself. "Mademoiselle de Tavernay? But she has gone to Saint-Denis." "Yes, sire," replied the queen. "But she has taken no vows." "No, but she is about to do so." "We will see if we can persuade her. Why should she take the vows?" "She is poor," said the queen. "That I can soon alter, madame, if M. de Charny loves her." The queen shuddered, and cast a glance at the young man, as if begging him to deny it. He did not speak. "And I dare say," continued the king, taking his silence for consent, "that Mademoiselle de Tavernay loves M. de Charny. I will give her, as a dowry, the 500,000 francs which I refused the other day to you. Thank the queen, M. de Charny, for telling me of this and ensuring your happiness." Charny bowed like a pale statue which had received an instant's life. "Oh, it is worth kneeling for again," said the king. The queen trembled and stretched out her hand to the young man, who left on it a burning kiss. "Now," said the king, "come with me." M. de Charny turned once to read the anguish in the eyes of the queen. End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 81. Saint-Denis. The queen remained alone and despairing. So many blows had struck her that she hardly knew from which she suffered most. How she longed to retract the words she had spoken, to take from Andree even the chance of the happiness which she still hoped she would refuse. But if she refused, would not the king's suspicions reawaken, and everything seem only the worse for this falsehood? She dared not risk this. She must go to Andree and confess, and implore her to make this sacrifice, or if she would only temporize, the king's suspicions might pass away, and he might cease to interest himself about it. Thus the liberty of Mademoiselle de Tavernay would not be sacrificed, neither would that of M. de Charny, and she would be spared the remorse of having sacrificed the happiness of two people to her honor. She longed to speak again to Charny, but feared discovery, and she knew she might rely upon him to ratify anything she chose to say. 3 o'clock arrived, the state dinner and the presentations, and the queen went through all with a serene and smiling air. When all was over, she changed her dress and got into her carriage, and, without any guards, and only one companion, drove to Saint-Denis, and asked to see Andree. Andree was at that moment kneeling, dressed in her white peignoir, and praying with fervour. She had quitted the court voluntarily, and separated herself from all that could feed her love, but she could not stifle her regrets and bitter feelings. Had she not seen Charny apparently indifferent towards her, while the queen occupied all his thoughts? Yet, when she heard that the queen was asking for her, she felt a thrill of pleasure and delight. She threw a mantle over her shoulders and hastened to see her, but on the way she reproached herself with the pleasure that she felt, endeavouring to think that the queen and the court had alike ceased to interest her. "Come here, Andree," said the queen, with a smile, as she entered. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 82. A Dead Heart. "Andree," continued the queen, "it looks strange to see you in this dress. To see an old friend and companion already lost to life is like a warning to ourselves from the tomb. Madame, no one has a right to warn or counsel your majesty." "That was never my wish," said the queen. "Tell me truly, Andree, had you to complain of me when you were at court?" "Your majesty was good enough to ask me that question when I took leave, and I replied then as now, 'No, madame.'" "But often," said the queen, "a grief hurts us which is not personal. Have I injured anyone belonging to you? Andree, the retreat which you have chosen is an asylum against evil passions. Here God teaches gentleness, moderation, and forgiveness of injuries. I come as a friend, and ask you to receive me as such." Andree felt touched. "Your majesty knows," said she, "that the Tavernays cannot be your enemies." "I understand," replied the queen. "You cannot pardon me for having been cold to your brother, and perhaps he himself accuses me of caprice." "My brother is too respectful a subject to accuse the queen," said Andree coldly. The queen saw that it was useless to try and propitiate Andree on this subject, so she said only, "Well, at least I am ever your friend." "Your majesty overwhelms me with your goodness." "Do not speak thus. Cannot the queen have a friend?" "I assure you, madame, that I have loved you as much as I have ever loved anyone in this world." She coloured as she spoke. "You have loved me. Then you love me no more. Can a cloister so quickly extinguish all affection and all remembrance? If so, it is a cursed place." "Do not accuse my heart, madame. It is dead." "Your heart dead, Andree? You, so young and beautiful? I repeat to you, madame, nothing in the court, nothing in the world, is any more to me. Here I live like the herb or the flower, alone for myself. I entreat you to pardon me. This forgetfulness of the glorious vanities of the world is no crime. My confessor congratulates me on it every day." "Then you like the convent?" "I embrace with pleasure a solitary life." "Nothing remains which attracts you back to the world?" "Nothing." "Mon Dieu," thought the queen, "shall I fail? If nothing else will succeed, I must have recourse to entreaties, to beg her to accept M. de Charny. Heavens, how unhappy I am!" "Andree," she said. What you say takes from me the hope I had conceived. What hope, madame? Oh, if you are as decided as you appear to be, it is useless to speak. If your majesty would explain. You never regret what you have done? Never, madame. Then it is superfluous to speak, and I yet hoped to make you happy. Me? Yes, you ingrate, but you know best your inclinations. Still, if your majesty would tell me. Oh, it is simple. I wished you to return to court. Never. You refuse me? Oh, madame, why should you wish me? Sorrowful, poor, despised, avoided by everyone, incapable of inspiring sympathy in either sex. Ah, madame and dear mistress, leave me here to become worthy to be accepted by God, for even he would reject me at present. But, said the queen, what I was about to propose to you would have removed all these humiliations of which you complain. A marriage which would have made you one of our great ladies. A marriage? Stammered Andree. Yes. Oh, I refuse, I refuse. Andree, cried the queen in a supplicating voice. Ah, no, I refuse. Marie Antoinette prepared herself with a fearfully palpitating heart for her last resource. But as she hesitated, Andree said, But, madame, tell me the name of the man who is willing to think of me as his companion for life. Monsieur de Charny, said the queen with an effort. Monsieur de Charny? Yes, the nephew of Monsieur de Suffren. It is he, cried Andree with burning cheeks and sparkling eyes. He consents. He asks you in marriage. Oh, I accept, for I love him. The queen became livid and sank back trembling, whilst Andree kissed her hands, bathing them with her tears. Oh, I am ready, murmured she. Come then, cried the queen, who felt as though her strength was failing her with a last effort to preserve appearances. Andree left the room to prepare. Then Marie Antoinette cried, with bitter sobs, Oh, mon Dieu, how can one heart bear so much suffering? And yet I should be thankful, for does it not save my children and myself from shame? End of chapter 82. Chapter 83 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 83, in which it is explained why the Baron de Tavernay grew fat. Meanwhile, Philippe was hastening the preparations for his departure. He did not wish to witness the dishonor of the queen, his first and only passion. When he was all ready, he requested an interview with his father. For the last 3 months the Baron had been growing fat. He seemed to feed on the scandals circulating at the court. They were meat and drink to him. When he received his son's message, instead of sending for him, he went to seek him in his room, already full of the disorder consequent on packing. Philippe did not expect much sensibility from his father. Still, he did not think he would be pleased. Andree had already left him, and it was one less to torment, and he must feel a blank when his son went also. Therefore Philippe was astonished to hear his father call out, with a burst of laughter, Oh, mon Dieu! He is going away. I was sure of it. I would have bet upon it. Well played, Philippe. Well played. What is well played, sir? Admirable, repeated the old man. You give me praises, sir, which I neither understand nor merit, unless you are pleased at my departure, and glad to get rid of me. Oh, laughed the old man again. I am not your dupe. Do you think I believe in your departure? You do not believe? Really, sir, you surprise me. Yes, it is surprising that I should have guessed. You are quite right to pretend to leave. Without this ruse, all probably would have been discovered. Monsieur, I protest I do not understand one word of what you say to me. Where do you say you will go? I go first to Tavernay Maison Rouge. Very well, but be prudent. There are sharp eyes on you both, and she is so fiery and incautious that you must be prudent for both. What is your address, in case I want to send you any pressing news? Tavernay, monsieur. Tavernay, nonsense. I do not ask you for the address of your house in the park, but choose some third address near here. You, who have managed so well for your love, can easily manage this. Sir, you play at enigmas, and I cannot find the solution. Oh, you are discreet beyond all bounds. However, Keep your secrets, tell me nothing of the huntsman's house, nor the nightly walks with 2 dear friends, nor the rose, nor the kisses." "Monsieur," cried Philippe, mad with jealousy and rage, "will you hold your tongue? Well, I know it all. Your intimacy with the queen, and your meetings in the baths of Apollo. Mon Dieu, our fortunes are assured forever." "Monsieur, you cause me horror," cried poor Philippe, hiding his face in his hands. And indeed he felt it, at hearing attributed to himself all the happiness of another. All the rumours that the father had heard, he had assigned to his son, and believed that it was he that the queen loved and no one else, hence his perfect contentment and happiness. "Yes," he went on, "some said it was Rohan, others that it was Charny, not one that it was Tavernet. Oh, you have acted well." At this moment a carriage was heard to drive up, and a servant entering said, "Here is mademoiselle." "My sister!" cried Philippe. Then another servant appeared and said that Mademoiselle de Tavernet wished to speak to her brother in her boudoir. Another carriage now came to the door. "Who the devil comes now?" muttered the Baron. "It is an evening of adventures." "Monsieur le Comte de Charny," cried the powerful voice of the porter at the gate. "Conduct Monsieur le Comte to the drawing-room. My father will see him, and I will go to my sister. What can he want here?" thought Philippe as he went down. End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of the Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 84. The Father and the Fiancé. Philippe hastened to the boudoir where his sister awaited him. She ran to embrace him with a joyous air. "What is it, Andree?" cried he. "Something which makes me happy, oh, very happy, brother. And you come back to announce it to me." "I come back forever," said Andree. "Speak low, sister. There is, or is going to be, someone in the next room who might hear you." "Who?" "Listen." "Monsieur le Comte de Charny," announced the servant. "He! Oh, I know well what he comes for." "You know?" "Yes, and soon I shall be summoned to hear what he has to say." "Do you speak seriously, my dear Andree?" "Listen, Philippe. The queen has brought me suddenly back, and I must go and change my dress for one fit for a fiancé." And saying this with a kiss to Philippe, she ran off. Philippe remained alone. He could hear what passed in the adjoining room. Monsieur de Tavernet entered, and saluted the Count with a recherché, though stiff politeness. "I come, monsieur," said Charny, "to make a request and beg you to excuse my not having brought my uncle with me, which I know would have been more proper." "A request?" "I have the honour," continued Charny, in a voice full of emotion, "to ask the hand of Mademoiselle Andree, your daughter." The Baron opened his eyes in astonishment. "My daughter?" "Yes, Monsieur le Baron, if Mademoiselle de Tavernet feels no repugnance." "Oh," thought the old man, "Philippe's favour is already so well known that one of his rivals wishes to marry his sister." Then aloud he said, "This request is such an honour to us, Monsieur le Comte, that I accede with much pleasure, and as I should wish you to carry away a perfectly favourable answer, I will send for my daughter." "Monsieur," interrupted the Count, rather coldly, "the Queen has been good enough to consult Mademoiselle de Tavernet already, and her reply was favourable." "Ah," said the Baron, more and more astonished. "It is the Queen, then?" "Yes, monsieur, who took the trouble to go to Saint-Denis." "Then, sir, it only remains to acquaint you with my daughter's fortune. She is not rich, and before concluding—" "It is needless, Monsieur le Baron. I am rich enough for both." At this moment the door opened, and Philippe entered, pale and wild-looking. "Sir," he said, "my father was right to wish to discuss these things with you. While he goes upstairs to bring the papers, I have something to say to you." When they were left alone, "Monsieur de Charny," said he, "how dare you come here to ask for the hand of my sister?" Charny coloured. "Is it," continued Philippe, "in order to hide better your amours with another woman whom you love, and who loves you? Is it that by becoming the husband of a woman who is always near your mistress, you will have more facilities for seeing her? Sir, you pass all bounds. It is perhaps, and this is what I believe, that were I your brother-in-law, you think my tongue would be tied about what I know of your past amour?" "What you know?" "Yes," cried Philippe. "The huntsman's house hired by you, your mysterious promenades in the park at night, and the tender parting at the little gate. Monsieur, in heaven's name. Oh, sir, I was concealed behind the baths of Apollo when you came out, arm in arm with the Queen. Charny was completely overwhelmed for a time. Then after a few minutes he said, Well, sir, even after all this, I reiterate my demand for the hand of your sister. I am not the base calculator you suppose me, but the Queen must be saved. The Queen is not lost because I saw her on your arm, raising to heaven her eyes full of happiness, because I know that she loves you. That is no reason why my sister should be sacrificed, Monsieur de Charny. Monsieur, replied Charny, this morning the king surprised me at her feet. Mon Dieu! And she, pressed by his jealous questions, replied that I was kneeling to ask the hand of your sister. Therefore, if I do not marry her, the Queen is lost. Do you now understand? A cry from the boudoir now interrupted them, followed by another from the antechamber. Charny ran to the boudoir. He saw there Andree, dressed in white like a bride. She had heard all and had fainted. Philippe ran to where the other cry came from. It was his father whose hopes this revelation of the Queen's love for Charny had just destroyed. Struck by apoplexy, he had given his last sigh. Philippe, who understood it, looked at the corpse for a few minutes in silence, and then returned to the drawing-room, and there saw Charny watching the senseless form of his sister. He then said, My father has just expired, sir. I am now the head of the family. If my sister survive, I will give her to you in marriage. Charny regarded the corpse of the Baron with horror, and the form of Andree with despair. Philippe uttered a groan of agony, then continued, Monsieur de Charny, I make this engagement in the name of my sister, now lying senseless before us. She will give her happiness to the Queen, and I perhaps some day shall be happy enough to give my life for her. Adieu, Monsieur de Charny. And taking his sister into his arms, he carried her into the next room. End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 85. After the Dragon, the Viper. Oliva was preparing to fly as Jeanne had arranged, when Beausire, warned by an anonymous letter, discovered her and carried her away. In order to trace them, Jeanne put all her powers in requisition. She preferred being able to watch over her own secret, and her disappointment was great when all her agents returned announcing a failure. At this time she received in her hiding-place numerous messages from the Queen. She went by night to Bar-sur-Aube, and there remained for 2 days. At last she was traced, and an express sent to take her. Then she learnt the arrest of the Cardinal. The Queen has been rash, thought she, in refusing to compromise with the Cardinal, or to pay the jewelers, but she did not know my power. Monsieur, said she to the officer who arrested her, do you love the Queen? Certainly, madame. Well, in the name of that love, I beg you to conduct me straight to her. Believe me, you will be doing her a service. The man was persuaded and did so. The Queen received her haughtily, for she began to suspect that her conduct had not been straightforward. She called in 2 ladies as witnesses of what was about to pass. You are found at last, madame, said the Queen. Why did you hide? I did not hide, madame. Run away, then, if that pleases you better. That is to say that I quitted Paris. I had some little business at Bar-sur-Aube, and to tell the truth, I did not know I was so necessary to your Majesty as to be obliged to ask leave for an absence of 8 days. Have you seen the king? No, madame. You shall see him. It will be a great honor for me, but your Majesty seems very severe towards me. I am all trembling. Oh, madame, this is but the beginning. Do you know that Monsieur de Rohan has been arrested? They told me so, madame. You guess why? No, madame. You proposed to me that he should pay for a certain necklace. Did I accept or refuse? Refuse? Ah, said the Queen, well pleased. Your Majesty even paid 100,000 francs on account. Well, and afterwards? Afterwards, as your Majesty could not pay, you sent it back to Monsieur BOEHMER. By whom? By me. And what did you do with it? I took it to the Cardinal. And why to the Cardinal instead of to the jewelers, as I told you? Because I thought he would be hurt if I returned it without letting him know. But how did you get a receipt from the jewellers? Monsieur de Rohan gave it to me. But why did you take a letter to them as coming from me? Because he gave it to me and asked me to do so. It is then all his doing? What is, madame? The receipt and the letter are both forged. Forged, madame, cried Jeanne with much apparent astonishment. Well, you must be confronted with him to prove the truth. Why, madame? He himself demands it. He says he has sought you everywhere, and that he wishes to prove that you have deceived him. Oh, then, madame, let us meet. You shall. You deny all knowledge of where the necklace is? How should I know? You deny having aided the cardinal in his intrigues? I am a Valois, madame. But Monsieur de Rohan maintained before the king many calumnies, which he said you would confirm. I do not understand. He declares he wrote to me. Jeanne did not reply. Do you hear? Said the queen. Yes, madame. What do you reply? I will reply when I have seen him. But speak the truth now. Your majesty overwhelms me. That is no answer. I will give no other here. And she looked at the two ladies. The queen understood, but would not yield. She scorned to purchase anything by concession. Monsieur de Rohan, said the queen, was sent to the Bastille for saying too much. Take care, madame, that you are not sent for saying too little. Jeanne smiled. A pure conscience can brave persecution, she replied. The Bastille will not convict me of a crime I did not commit. Will you reply? Only to your majesty. Are you not speaking to me? Not alone. Ah, you fear scandal, after being the cause of so much to me? What I did, said Jeanne, was done for you. What insolence! I submit to the insults of my queen. You will sleep in the Bastille tonight, madame. So be it. I will first pray to God to preserve your majesty's honor. The queen rose furiously and went into the next room. After having conquered the dragon, she said, I can crush the viper. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 86. How it came to pass that M. Beausire was tracked by the agents of M. de Crosna. Madame de la Motte was imprisoned as the queen had threatened, and the whole affair created no little talk and excitement through France. M. de Rohan lived at the Bastille like a prince. He had everything but liberty. He demanded to be confronted with Madame de la Motte as soon as he had heard of her arrest. This was done. She whispered to him, Send everyone away, and I will explain. He asked this, but was refused. They said his council might communicate with her. She said to this gentleman that she was ignorant of what had become of the necklace, but that they might well have given it to her in recompense for the services she had rendered the queen and the cardinal, which were well worth 1.5 million. The cardinal turned pale on hearing this repeated, and felt how much they were in Jeanne's power. He was determined not to accuse the queen, although his friends endeavoured to convince him that it was his only way to prove his innocence of the robbery. Jeanne said that she did not wish to accuse either the queen or the cardinal, but that if they persisted in making her responsible for the necklace, she would do so to show that they were interested in accusing her of falsehood. Then M. de Rohan expressed all his contempt for her, and said that he began to understand much of Jeanne's conduct, but not the queen's. All this was reported to Marie Antoinette. She ordered another private examination of the parties, but gained nothing from it. Jeanne denied everything to those sent by the queen, but when they were gone she altered her tone and said, If they do not leave me alone, I will tell all. The cardinal said nothing and brought no accusations. But rumors began to spread fast, and the question soon became not, Has the queen stolen the necklace? But, Has she allowed someone else to steal it, because she knew all about her amour? Madame de la Motte had involved her in a maze, from which there seemed no honourable exit, but she determined not to lose courage. She began to come to the conclusion that the cardinal was an honest man, and did not wish to ruin her, but was acting like herself, only to preserve his honour. They strove earnestly, but ineffectually, to trace the necklace. All opinions were against Jeanne, and she began to fear that, even if she dragged down the queen and cardinal, She should be quite overwhelmed under the ruins she had caused, and she had not even at hand the fruits of her dishonesty to corrupt her judges with. Affairs were in this state when a new episode changed the face of things. OLIVA and M. Beausire were living, happy and rich, in a country house, when one day Beausire, going out hunting, fell into the company of 2 of the agents of M. de Crosne, whom he had scattered all over the country. They recognized Beausire immediately, but as it was OLIVA whom they most wanted, they did not arrest him there, but only joined the chase. Beausire, seeing 2 strangers, called the huntsman, and asked who they were. He replied that he did not know, but if he had permission, he would send them away. On his questioning them, they said they were friends of that gentleman, pointing to M. Beausire. Then the man brought them to him, saying, Monsieur de l'Envie, these gentlemen say they are friends of yours. Ah, you are called de l'Envie now, Monsieur Beausire. Beausire trembled. He had concealed his name so carefully. He sent away the huntsman and asked them who they were. Take us home with you, and we will tell you. Home? Yes. Do not be inhospitable. Beausire was frightened, but still feared to refuse these men who knew him. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 87. The turtles are caged. Beausire, on entering the house, made a noise to attract OLIVA's attention, for though he knew nothing about her later escapades, he knew enough about the ball at the opera and the morning at M. Mesmer's to make him fear letting her be seen by strangers. Accordingly, OLIVA, hearing the dogs bark, looked out, and seeing Beausire returning with 2 strangers, did not come to meet him as usual. Unfortunately, the servant asked if he should call Madame. The men rallied him about the lady whom he had concealed. He let them laugh, but he did not offer to call her. They dined. Then Beausire asked where they had met him before. We are, replied they, friends of one of your associates in a little affair about the Portuguese embassy. Beausire turned pale. Ah, said he, and you came on your friend's part? Yes, dear Monsieur Beausire, to ask for 10,000 francs. Gentlemen, replied Beausire, you cannot think I have such a sum in the house. Very likely not, monsieur. We do not ask for impossibilities. How much have you? Not more than 50 or 60 louis. We will take them to begin with. I will go and fetch them, said Beausire, but they did not choose to let him leave the room without them, so they caught hold of him by the coat, saying, Oh no, dear Monsieur Beausire, do not leave us. But how am I to get the money if I do not leave you? We will go with you. But it is in my wife's bedroom. Ah, cried one of them, you hide your wife from us. Are we not presentable? Asked the other. We wish to see her. You are tipsy, and I will turn you out, said Beausire. They laughed. Now you shall not even have the money I promised, said he, emboldened by what he thought their intoxication, and he ran out of the room. They followed and caught him. He cried out, and at the sound a door opened, and a woman looked out with a frightened air. On seeing her, the men released Beausire, and gave a cry of exultation, for they recognized her immediately, who resembled the Queen of France so strongly. Beausire, who believed them for a moment disarmed by the sight of a woman, was soon cruelly undeceived. One of the men approached OLIVA and said, I arrest you. Arrest her? Why? Cried Beausire. Because it is M. de Crosne's orders. A thunderbolt falling between the lovers would have frightened them less than this declaration. At last Beausire said, You came to arrest me? No, it was a chance. Never mind, you might have arrested me, and for 60 louis you were about to leave me at liberty. Oh no, we should have asked another 60, however for 100 we will still do so. And Madame? Oh, that is quite a different affair. She is worth 200 louis, said Beausire. They laughed again, and this time Beausire began to understand this terrible laugh. 300, 400, 1,000. See, I will give you 1,000 louis to leave her at liberty. They did not answer. Is not that enough? Ah, you know I have money, and you want to make me pay. Well, I will give you 2,000 louis. It will make both your fortunes. For 100,000 crowns we would not give up this woman. Monsieur de Rohan will give us 500,000 francs for her, and the Queen 1,000,000. Now we must go. You doubtless have a carriage of some kind here. Have it prepared for Madame. We will take you also for form's sake, but on the way you can escape, and we shall shut our eyes. Beausire replied, Where she goes, I will go. I will never leave her. Oh, so much the better. The more prisoners we bring Monsieur de Crosne, the better he will be pleased. A quarter of an hour after, Beausire's carriage started with the two lovers in it. One may imagine the effect of this capture on Monsieur de Crosne. The agents probably did not receive the 1,000,000 francs they hoped for, but there is reason to believe they were satisfied. Monsieur de Crosne went to Versailles, followed by another carriage well guarded. He asked to see the Queen and was instantly admitted. She judged from his face that he had good news for her, and felt the first sensation of joy she had experienced for a month. Madame, said Monsieur de Crosne, have you a room where you can see without being seen? Oh yes, my library. Well, Madame, I have a carriage below, in which is someone whom I wish to introduce into the castle, unseen by anyone. Nothing more easy, replied the Queen, ringing to give her orders. All was executed as he wished. Then she conducted Monsieur de Crosne to the library where, concealed from view behind a large screen, she soon saw enter a form which made her utter a cry of surprise. It was Oliva, dressed in one of her own favourite costumes, a green dress with broad stripes of black moire, green satin slippers with high heels, and her hair dressed like her own. It might have been herself reflected in the glass. What says your Majesty to this resemblance? Asked Monsieur de Crosne triumphantly. Incredible, said the Queen. She then thought to herself, Ah, Charny, why are you not here? What does your Majesty wish? Nothing, sir, but that the King should know. And Monsieur de Provence see her? Shall he not, Madame? Thanks, Monsieur de Crosne. You hold now, I think, the clue to the whole plot. Nearly so, Madame. And Monsieur de Rohan? Knows nothing yet. Ah, cried the Queen, in this woman doubtless lies all his error. Possibly, Madame, but if it be his error, it is the crime of someone else. Seek well, sir, the honour of France is in your hands. Believe me worthy of the trust. At present the accused parties deny everything. I shall wait for the proper time to overwhelm them with this living witness that I now hold. Madame de la Motte knows nothing of this capture. She accuses Monsieur de Cagliostro of having excited the Cardinal to say what he did. And what does Monsieur de Cagliostro say? He has promised to come to me this morning. He is a dangerous man, but a useful one, and attacked by Madame de la Motte, I am in hopes he will sting back again. You hope for revelations? I do. How so, sir? Tell me everything which can reassure me. These are my reasons, Madame. Madame de la Motte lived in the Rue Saint-Claude, and Monsieur de Cagliostro just opposite her, so I think her movements cannot have been unnoticed by him. But if your Majesty will excuse me, it is close to the time he appointed to meet me. Go, Monsieur, go, and assure yourself of my gratitude. When he was gone, the Queen burst into tears. My justification begins, said she. I shall soon read my triumph in all faces, but the one I most cared to know me innocent, him I shall not see. Monsieur de Crosne drove back to Paris, where Monsieur de Cagliostro waited for him. He knew all, for he had discovered Beausire's retreat, and was on the road to see him and induce him to leave France, when he met the carriage containing Beausire and Oliva. Beausire saw the Count, and the idea crossed his mind that he might help them. He therefore accepted the offer of the police agents, gave them the 100 louis, and made his escape in spite of the tears shed by Oliva, saying, I go to try and save you. He ran after Monsieur de Cagliostro's carriage, which he soon overtook, as the Count had stopped, it being useless to proceed. Beausire soon told his story. Cagliostro listened in silence, then he said, She is lost. Why so? Then Cagliostro told him all he did not already know, all the intrigues in the park. Oh, save her, cried Beausire, and I will give her to you if you love her still. My friend, replied Cagliostro, you deceive yourself. I never loved Mademoiselle Oliva. I had but one aim, that of weaning her from the life of debauchery she was leading with you. But, said Beausire, that astonishes you. Know that I belong to a society whose object is moral reform. Ask her if she ever heard from my mouth one word of gallantry, or if my services were not disinterested. Oh, monsieur, but will you save her? I will try, but it will depend on yourself. I will do anything. Then return with me to Paris, and if you follow my instructions implicitly, we may succeed in saving her. I only impose one condition, which I will tell you when I reach home. I promised beforehand, but can I see her again? I think so, and you can tell her what I say to you. In 2 hours they overtook the carriage containing Oliva, and Beausire bought for 50 louis permission to embrace her, and tell her all the Count had said. The agents admired this violent love, and hoped for more louis, but Beausire was gone. Cagliostro drove him to Paris. We will now return to Monsieur de Crosna. This gentleman knew a good deal about Cagliostro, his former names, his pretensions to ubiquity and perpetual regeneration, his secrets in alchemy and magnetism, and looked upon him as a great charlatan. Monsieur, said he to Cagliostro, you asked me for an audience. I have returned from Versailles to meet you. Sir, I thought you would wish to question me about what is passing, so I came to you. Question you, said the magistrate, affecting surprise. On what? Monsieur, replied Cagliostro, you are much occupied about Madame de la Motte and the missing necklace. Have you found it? Asked Monsieur de Crosna, laughing. No, sir, but Madame de la Motte lived in the Rue Saint-Claude. I know, opposite you. Oh, if you know all about Oliva, I have nothing more to tell you. Who is Oliva? You do not know? Then, sir, imagine a young girl very pretty, with blue eyes, and an oval face, a style of beauty something like Her Majesty, for instance. Well, sir? This young girl led a bad life. It gave me pain to see it, for she was once in the service of an old friend of mine, Monsieur de Tavernet. But I weary you. Oh, no, pray go on. Well, Oliva led not only a bad life, but an unhappy one, with a fellow she called her lover, who beat and robbed her. Beausire, said the magistrate. Ah, you know him. You are still more a magician than I am. Well, one day when Beausire had beaten the poor girl more than usual, she fled to me for refuge. I pitied her and gave her shelter in one of my houses. In your house? Cried Monsieur de Crosna in surprise. Oh, why not? I'm a bachelor, said Cagliostro, with an air which quite deceived Monsieur de Crosna. That is then the reason why my agents could not find her. What? You were seeking this little girl? Had she then been guilty of any crime? No, sir, no, pray go on. Oh, I have done. I lodged her at my house, and that is all. No, sir, for you just now associated her name with that of Madame de la Motte. Only as neighbors. But, sir, this Oliva, whom you say you had in your house, I found in the country with Beausire. With Beausire? Ah, then I have wronged Madame de la Motte. How so, sir? Why, just as I thought I had hopes of reforming Oliva and bringing her back to an honest life, someone carried her away from me. That is strange. Is it not? And I firmly believed it to be Madame de la Motte. But as you found her with Beausire, it was not she, and all her signals and correspondence with Oliva meant nothing. With Oliva? Yes. They met? Yes. Madame de la Motte found a way to take Oliva out every night. Are you sure of this? I saw and heard her. Oh, sir, you tell me what I would have paid for with 1,000 francs a word. But you are a friend of Monsieur de Rohan? Yes. You ought to know how far he was connected with this affair. I do not wish to know. But you know the object of these nightly excursions of Madame de la Motte and Oliva? Of that also I wish to be ignorant. Sir, I only wish to ask you one more question. Have you proofs of the correspondence of Madame de la Motte and Oliva? Plenty. What are they? Notes, which Madame de la Motte used to throw over to Oliva with a crossbow. Several of them did not reach their destination, and were picked up either by myself or my servants in the street. Sir, you will be ready to produce them if called upon. Certainly, they are perfectly innocent and cannot injure anyone. And have you any other proofs of intimacy? I know that she had a method of entering my house to see Oliva. I saw her myself, just after Oliva had disappeared, and my servants saw her also. But what did she come for if Oliva was gone? I did not know. I saw her come out of a carriage at the corner of the street. My idea was that she wished to attach Oliva to her, and keep her near her. And you let her do it? Why not? She is a great lady and received at court. Why should I have prevented her taking charge of OLIVA and taking her off my hands? What did she say when she found that OLIVA was gone? She appeared distressed. You suppose that Beausire carried her off? I suppose so, for you tell me that you found them together. I did not suspect them before, for he did not know where she was. She must have let him know herself. I think not, as she had fled from him. I think Madame de la Motte must have sent him a key. Ah, what day was this? The evening of Saint Louis. Monsieur, you have rendered a great service to me and to the state. I am happy to hear it. You shall be thanked as you deserve. May I count on the production of the proofs you mention? I am ready, sir, to assist justice at all times. As Cagliostro left, he muttered, Ah, Countess, you tried to accuse me. Take care of yourself. Meanwhile, M. de Breteuil was sent by the king to examine Madame de la Motte. She declared that she had proofs of her innocence, which she would produce at the proper time. She also declared that she would only speak the truth in the presence of the cardinal. She was told that the cardinal laid all the blame upon her. Tell him then, she said, that I advise him not to persist in such a foolish system of defense. Whom then do you accuse? Asked M. Breteuil. I accuse no one, was her reply. A report was spread at last that the diamonds were being sold in England by M. Ritter de Villette. This man was soon found and arrested, and brought over and confronted with Jeanne. To her utter confusion, he acknowledged that he had forged a receipt from the jewellers, and a letter from the queen, at the request of Madame de la Motte. She denied furiously, and declared that she had never seen M. Ritter. M. de Crosna produced as witness a coachman, who swore to having driven her on the day named to the house of M. Ritter. Also, one of the servants of M. de Cagliostro deposed to having seen this man on the box of Jeanne's carriage on the night that she came to his master's house. Now Jeanne began to abuse the count, and accused him of having inspired M. de Rohan with the ideas inimical to the royal dignity. M. de Rohan defended him, and Jeanne at once plainly accused the cardinal of a violent love for the queen. M. de Cagliostro requested to be incarcerated and allowed to prove his innocence publicly. Then the queen caused to be published all the reports made to the king about the nocturnal promenades, and requested M. de Crosna to state all that he knew about it. This public avowal overturned all Jeanne's plans, and she denied having assisted at any meetings between the queen and the cardinal. This declaration would have cleared the queen had it been possible to attach any credence to what this woman said. While Jeanne continued to deny that she had ever been in the park, they brought forward OLIVA, at last, a living witness of all the falsehoods of the countess. When OLIVA was shown to the cardinal, the blow was dreadful. He saw at last how infamously he had been played upon. This man, so full of delicacy and noble passions, discovered that an adventuress had led him to insult and despise the Queen of France, a woman whom he loved and who was innocent. He would have shed all his blood at the feet of Marie Antoinette to make atonement, but he could not even acknowledge his mistake without owning that he loved her. Even his excuse would involve an offense, so he was obliged to keep silent and allow Jeanne to deny everything. OLIVA confessed all without reserve. At last Jeanne, driven from every hold, confessed that she had deceived the cardinal, but declared that it was done with the consent of the queen, who watched and enjoyed the scene hidden behind the trees. To this story she kept. The queen could never disprove it, and there were plenty of people willing to believe it true. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 88. The Last Hope Lost. Here the affair therefore rested, for Jeanne was determined to share the blame with someone, as she could not turn it from herself. All her calculations had been defeated by the frankness with which the queen had met and made public every accusation against her. At last Jeanne wrote the following letter to the queen. Madame, in spite of my painful position and rigorous treatment, I have not uttered a complaint. All that has been tried to extort avowals from me has failed to make me compromise my sovereign. However,
although persuaded that my constancy and discretion will facilitate any release from my present position, the friends of the cardinal make me fear I shall become his victim. A long imprisonment, endless questions, and the shame and despair of being accused of such crimes begin to exhaust my courage, and I tremble lest my constancy should at last give way. Your Majesty might end all this by a few words to M. de Breteuil, who could give the affair in the king's eyes any colour your Majesty likes, without compromising you. It is the fear of being compelled to reveal all which makes me beg your Majesty to take steps to relieve me from my painful position. I am, with profound respect, humble servant, de la Motte. Jeanne calculated either that this letter would frighten the queen, or what was more probable, would never reach her hands, but be carried by the messenger to the governor of the Bastille, where it would hardly fail to tell against the queen. She then wrote to the cardinal. I cannot conceive, monseigneur, why you persist in not speaking plainly. It seems to me that your best plan would be to confide fully in our judges. As for me, I am resolved to be silent if you will not second me. But why do you not speak? Explain all the circumstances of this mysterious affair, for if I were to speak first and you not support me, I should be sacrificed to the vengeance of her who wishes to ruin us. But I have written her a letter which will perhaps induce her to spare us, who have nothing to reproach ourselves with. This letter she gave to the cardinal at their last confrontation. He grew pale with anger at her audacity, and left the room. Then Jeanne produced her letter to the queen and begged the Abbé Lequel, chaplain of the Bastille, who had accompanied the cardinal, and was devoted to him, to take charge of it and convey it to the queen. He refused to take it. She declared that if he did not, she would produce M. de Rohan's letters to the queen. And take care, sir, added she, for they will cause his head to fall on the scaffold. At this moment the cardinal reappeared. Madame, said he, let my head fall, so that I have the satisfaction of seeing also the scaffold, which you shall mount as a thief and a forger. Come, Abbé. He went away, leaving Jeanne devoured with rage, and disappointed at her failures at every turn. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 89. The Baptism of the Little Beausire. Madame de la Motte had deceived herself on all points, Cagliostro upon none. Once in the Bastille he saw a good opportunity for working at the ruin of the monarchy, which he had been trying to undermine for so many years. He prepared the famous letter dated from London, which appeared a month after. In this letter, after attacking king, queen, and cardinal, and even M. de Breteuil, he said, Yes, I repeat now, free after my imprisonment, there is no crime that would not be expiated by 6 months in the Bastille. They ask me if I shall ever return to France. Yes, I reply, when the Bastille becomes a public promenade. You have all that is necessary to happiness, you Frenchmen, a fertile soil and genial climate, good hearts, gay tempers, genius, and grace. You only want, my friends, one little thing, to feel sure of sleeping quietly in your beds when you are innocent. Oliva kept her word faithfully to Cagliostro, and uttered no word that could compromise him. She threw all the blame on Madame de la Motte, and asserted vehemently her own innocent participation in what she believed to be a joke played on a gentleman unknown to her. All this time she did not see Beausire, but she had a souvenir of him, for in the month of May she gave birth to a son. Beausire was allowed to attend the baptism, which took place in the prison, which he did with much pleasure, swearing that if Oliva ever recovered her liberty, he would make her his wife. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 90. The Trial. The day at last arrived, after long investigations, when the judgment of the court was to be pronounced. All the accused had been removed to the conciergerie to be in readiness to appear when called on. Oliva continued to be frank and timid, Cagliostro tranquil and indifferent, Rétaux despairing, cowardly, and weeping, and Jeanne violent, menacing, and venomous.
She had managed to interest the keeper and his wife, and thus obtained more freedom and indulgences. The first who took his place on the wooden stool, which was appropriated for the accused, was Retaux, who asked pardon with tears and prayers, declaring all he knew and avowed his crimes. He interested no one, he was simply a knave and a coward. After him came Madame de la Motte. Her appearance produced a great sensation. At the sight of the graceful seat prepared for her, she who called herself a Valois threw around her furious looks, but, meeting curiosity instead of sympathy, repressed her rage. When interrogated, she continued as before to throw out insinuations, stating nothing clearly but her own innocence. When questions as to the letters which she was reported to have said passed between the Queen and the Cardinal, she answered that she did not wish to compromise the Queen, and that the Cardinal was best able to answer this question himself. "Ask him to produce them," said she. "I wish to say nothing about them." She inspired in nearly all a feeling of distrust and anger. When she retired, her only consolation was the hope of seeing the Cardinal in the seat after her, and her rage was extreme when she saw it taken away and an armchair brought for his use. The Cardinal advanced, accompanied by 4 attendants, and the governor of the Bastille walked by his side. At his entrance he was greeted by a long murmur of sympathy and respect. It was echoed by loud shouts from without. It was the people who cheered him. He was pale and much moved. The president spoke politely to him and begged him to sit down. When he spoke, it was with a trembling voice and a troubled and even humble manner. He gave excuses rather than proofs, and supplications more than reasons, but said little, and seemed to be deserted by his former eloquence. Oliva came next. The wooden stool was brought back for her. Many people trembled at seeing this living image of the Queen sitting there as a criminal. Then Cagliostro was called, but almost as a matter of form, and dismissed immediately. The court then announced that the proceedings were concluded and the deliberations about to begin. All the prisoners were locked for the night in the conciergerie. The sentence was not pronounced till the following day. Jeanne seated herself early at the window, and before long heard a tremendous shouting from the crowd collected to hear the sentence. This continued for some time, when she distinctly heard a passer-by say, "A grand day for the Cardinal." "For the Cardinal," thought Jeanne. "Then he is acquitted." And she ran to Monsieur Hubert, the keeper, to ask, but he did not know. "He must be acquitted," she said. "They said it was a grand day for him, but I—" "Well, madame," said he, "if he is acquitted, why should you not be acquitted also?" Jeanne returned to the window. "You are wrong, madame," said Madame Hubert to her. "You only become agitated without perfectly understanding what is passing. Pray remain quiet until your counsel comes to communicate your fate." "I cannot," said Jeanne, continuing to listen to what passed in the street. A woman passed, gaily dressed, and with a bouquet in her hand. "He shall have my bouquet, the dear man," said she. "Oh, I would embrace him if I could." "And I also," said another. "He is so handsome," said a third. "It must be the Cardinal," said Jeanne. "He is acquitted." And she said this with so much bitterness that the keeper said, "But, madame, do you not wish the poor prisoner to be released?" Jeanne, unwilling to lose their sympathy, replied, "Oh, you misunderstand me. Do you believe me so envious and wicked as to wish ill to my companions in misfortune? Oh, no, I trust he is free. It is only my impatience to learn my own fate, and you tell me nothing." "We do not know," replied they. Then other loud cries were heard. Jeanne could see the crowd pressing round an open carriage, which was going slowly along. Flowers were thrown, hats waved. Some even mounted on the steps to kiss the hand of a man who sat grave and half frightened at his own popularity. This was the Cardinal. Another man sat by him, and cries of "Vive Cagliostro" were mingled with the shouts from M. de Rohan. Jeanne began to gather courage from all this sympathy for those whom she chose to call the Queen's victims. But suddenly the thought flashed on her. "They are already set free, and no one has even been to announce my sentence." And she trembled. New shouts now drew her attention to a coach, which was also advancing, followed by a crowd, and in this Jeanne recognized Oliva, who sat smiling with delight at the people who cheered her, holding her child in her arms. Then Jeanne, seeing all these people free, happy, and fêted, began to utter loud complaints that she was not also liberated, or at least told her fate. "Calm yourself, madame," said Madame Hubert. "But tell me, for you must know." "Madame, I implore you, you see how I suffer." "We are forbidden, madame." "Is it so frightful that you dare not?" "Oh no, calm yourself." "Then speak. Will you be patient and not betray us?" "I swear." "Well, the cardinal is acquitted." "I know it. Monsieur de Cagliostro and Mademoiselle Oliva are also acquitted. Monsieur Rateau condemned to the galleys." "And I?" cried Jeanne furiously. "Madame, you promised to be patient." "See, speak, I am calm." "Banished," said the woman feebly. A flash of delight shone for a moment in the eyes of the countess. Then she pretended to faint and threw herself into the arms of Madame Hubert. What would it have been, thought she, if I had told her the truth? Banishment, thought Jeanne, that is liberty, riches, vengeance. It is what I hoped for. I have won. End of chapter 90.
Chapter 91 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 91. The Execution. Jeanne waited for her counsel to come and announce her fate. But, being now at ease, she said to herself, "What do I care that I am thought more guilty than Monsieur de Rohan? I am banished, that is to say, I can carry away my 1.5 million with me, and live under the orange trees of Seville during the winter and in Germany or England in the summer. Then I can tell my own story, and young, rich, and celebrated, live as I please among my friends." Pleasing herself with these notions, she commenced setting all her future plans, the disposal of her diamonds, and her establishment in London. This brought to her mind Monsieur Rateau. Poor fellow, thought she, it is he who pays for all. Someone must suffer, and it always falls on the humblest instrument. Poor Rateau pays now for his pamphlets against the Queen. He has led a hard life of blows and escapes, and now it terminates with the galleys. She dined with Monsieur and Madame Hubert, and was quite gay, but they did not respond and were silent and uneasy. Jeanne, however, felt so happy that she cared little for their manner toward her. After dinner she asked when they were coming to read her sentence. Monsieur Hubert said they were probably waiting till she returned to her room. She therefore rose to go, when Madame Hubert ran to her and took her hands, looking at her with an expression of so much pity and sympathy that it struck her for a moment with terror. She was about to question her, but Hubert took her hand and led her from the room. When she reached her own apartment, she found 8 soldiers waiting outside. She felt surprised, but went in and allowed the man to lock her in as usual. Soon, however, the door opened again, and one of the turnkeys appeared. "Will Madame please to follow me?" he said. "Where?" "Below." "What for?" "What do they want with me?" "Madame, Monsieur Violet, your counsel, wishes to speak to you." "Why does he not come here?" "Madame, he has received letters from Versailles, and wishes to show them to you." "Letters from Versailles?" thought Jeanne. "Perhaps the Queen has interested herself for me since the sentence was passed." "Wait a little," she said, "till I arrange my dress." In 5 minutes she was ready. "Perhaps," she thought, "Monsieur Violet has come to get me to leave France at once, and the Queen is anxious to facilitate the departure of so dangerous an enemy." She followed the turnkey downstairs, and they entered a room which looked like a vault. It was damp and almost dark. "Sir," said she, trying to overcome her terror, "where is Monsieur Violet?" The man did not reply. "What do you want?" continued she. "Have you anything to say to me? You have chosen a very singular place for a rendezvous." "We are waiting for Monsieur Violet," he replied. "It is not possible that Monsieur Violet should wish for me to wait for him here." All at once another door, which Jeanne had not before observed, opened, and 3 men entered. Jeanne looked at them in surprise and with growing terror. One of them, who was dressed in black, with a roll of papers in his hand, advanced, and said, "You are Jeanne de Saint-Rémy de Valois, wife of Marie Antoinette, Comte de la Motte?" "Yes, sir." "Born at Fontaine on the 22nd of July, 1756? "Yes, sir." "You live at Paris, Rue Saint-Claude?" "Yes, sir, but why these questions?" "Madame, I am the registrar of the court,
and I am come to read to you the sentence of the court of the 31st of May, 1786. Jeanne trembled again, and now looked at the other two men. One had a grey dress with steel buttons, the other a fur cap on and an apron, which seemed to her spotted with blood. She drew back, but the registrar said, "On your knees, madame, if you please." "On my knees?" cried Jeanne. "I, a Valois?" "It is the order, madame. But, sir, it is an unheard of thing, except where some degrading sentence has been pronounced, and banishment is not such." "I did not tell you you were sentenced to banishment," he said gravely. "But to what then?" "I will tell you, madame, when you are on your knees." "Never." "Madame, I only follow my instructions." "Never, I tell you." "Madame, it is the order that when the condemned refuse to kneel, they should be forced to do it. Force to a woman. There is no distinction in the eyes of justice." "Ah," cried Jeanne, "this is the Queen's doings. I recognize the hands of an enemy." "You are wrong to accuse the Queen. She has nothing to do with the orders of the court. Come, madame, I beg you to spare me the necessity of violence, and kneel down." "Never!" And she planted herself firmly in a corner of the room. The registrar then signed to the two other men, who, approaching, seized her, and in spite of her cries, dragged her into the middle of the room. But she bounded up again. "Let me stand," said she, "and I will listen patiently. Madame, whenever criminals are punished by whipping, they kneel to receive the sentence." "Whipping!" screamed Jeanne. "Miserable wretch, how dare you?" The men forced her on her knees once more, and held her down, but she struggled so furiously that they called out, "Read quickly, monsieur, for we cannot hold her." "I will never hear such an infamous sentence," she cried, and indeed she drowned his voice so effectually with her screams, that although he read, not a word could be heard. He replaced his papers in his pocket, and she, thinking he had finished, stopped her cries. Then he said, "And the sentence shall be executed at the place of executions, Cour de Justice." "Publicly!" screamed she. "Monsieur de Paris, I deliver you this woman," said the registrar, addressing the man with the leathern apron. "Who is this man?" cried Jeanne in affright. "The executioner," replied the registrar. The two men then took hold of her to lead her out, but her resistance was so violent that they were obliged to drag her along by force, and she never ceased uttering the most frantic cries. They took her thus into the court called Cour de Justice, where there was a scaffold, and which was crowded with spectators. On a platform, raised about 8 feet, was a post garnished with iron rings, and with a ladder to mount it. This place was surrounded with soldiers. When she appeared, cries of "Here she is!" mingled with much abuse, were heard from the crowd. Numbers of the partisans of M. de Rohan had assembled to hoot her, and cries of "À bas la Motte, the forger!" were heard on every side. And those who tried to express pity for her were soon silenced. Then she cried in a loud voice, "Do you know who I am? I am of the blood of your kings. They strike in me, not a criminal, but a rival. Not only a rival, but an accomplice. Yes," replied she, as the people kept silence to kept listen. "An accomplice. They punish one who knows the secrets of—" "Take care," interrupted the registrar. She turned and saw the executioner with a whip in his hand. At this sight she forgot her desire to captivate the multitude, and even her hatred, and sinking on her knees, she said, "Have pity," and seized his hand. But he raised the other and let the whip fall lightly on her shoulders. She jumped up and was about to try and throw herself off the scaffold, when she saw the other man, who was drawing from the fire a hot iron. At this sight she uttered a perfect howl, which was echoed by the people. "Help! Help!" she cried, trying to shake off the cord with which they were tying her hands. The executioner at last forced her on her knees, and tore open her dress, but she cried with a voice which was heard through all the tumult, "Cowardly Frenchman! You do not defend me, but let me be tortured. Oh, it is my own fault. If I had said all I knew of the Queen, I should have been—" She could say no more, for she was gagged by the attendants. Then 2 men held her while the executioner performed his office. At the touch of the iron she fainted, and was carried back insensible to the conciergerie, when the crowd gradually dispersed. End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Chapter 92. The Marriage. On the same day at noon, the king entered a drawing-room where the queen was sitting in full dress, but pale through her rouge, and surrounded by a party of ladies and gentlemen. He glanced frequently toward the door. "Are not the young couple ready? I believe it is noon," he said. "Sire, Monsieur de Charny is waiting in the gallery for your Majesty's orders," said the queen with a violent effort. "Oh, let him come in." The queen turned from the door. "The bride ought to be here also," continued the king. "It is time." "Your Majesty must excuse Mademoiselle de Tavernay if she is late," replied Monsieur de Charny, advancing. "For since the death of her father she has not left her bed until today, and she fainted when she did so." "This dear child loved her father so much," replied the king. "But we hope a good husband will console her. Monsieur de Breteuil," he said, turning to that gentleman, "have you made out the order of banishment for Monsieur de Cagliostro?" "Yes, sire." "And that de la Motte, is it not today that she is to be branded?" At this moment Andree appeared, dressed in white like a bride, and with cheeks nearly as white as her dress. She advanced, leaning on her brother's arm. Monsieur de Suffren, leading his nephew, came to meet her, and then drew back to allow her to approach the king. "Mademoiselle," said Louis, taking her hand, "I begged of you to hasten this marriage, instead of waiting until the time of your mourning had expired, that I might have the pleasure of assisting at the ceremony, for tomorrow the queen and I commence a tour throughout France." And he led Andree to the queen, who could hardly stand, and did not raise her eyes. The king then, putting Andree's hand into Philippe's, said, "Gentlemen, to the chapel," and they began to move. The queen kneeled on her prie-dieu, her face buried in her hands, praying for strength. Charny, though pale as death, feeling that all eyes were upon him, appeared calm and strong. Andree remained immovable as a statue. She did not pray. She had nothing to ask, to hope for, or to fear. The ceremony over, the king kissed Andree on the forehead, saying, "Madame la Comtesse, go to the queen. She wishes to give you a wedding present." "Oh," murmured Andree to Philippe, "it is too much. I can bear no more. I cannot do that." "Courage, sister. One effort more." "I cannot, Philippe. If she speaks to me, I shall die." "Then you will be happier than I, for I cannot die." Andree said no more, but went to the queen. She found her in her chair with closed eyes and clasped hands, seeming more dead than alive, except for her shudders which shook her from time to time. Andree waited, trembling to hear her speak, but after a minute she rose slowly and took from the table a paper, which she put into Andree's hands. Andree opened it and read, "Andree, you have saved me. My honor comes from you. My life belongs to you. In the name of this honor which has cost you so dear, I swear to you that you may call me sister without blushing. This paper is the pledge of my gratitude, the dowry which I give you. Your heart is noble and will thank me for this gift. Marie-Antoinette de la Reine d'Autriche." Andree looked at the queen and saw tears falling from her eyes. She seemed expecting an answer, but Andree, putting the letter in the fire, turned and left the room. Then Charny, who was waiting for her, took her hand, and they, each pale and silent, left the room. 2 travelling carriages were in the courtyard. Andree got into one, and then said, "Sir, I believe you go to Picardy." "Yes, madame." "And I to where my mother lies dead." "Adieu, monsieur." Charny bowed, but did not reply, and Andree drove off. Charny himself, after giving his hand to Philippe, got into the other, and also drove off. Then Philippe cried in a tone of anguish, "My task is done," and he too vanished. End of chapter 92. End of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre DUMAS. The translator is unknown. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan.